Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here. So good to see you all. I know I've been kind of out of the loop for about a week, and I apologize for that. I missed obviously our Lost in Space. I missed a few streams. I know I the last stream I did was our horror sci-fi stream of scanners, and I missed Gilligan's Island. I missed Rumblings from the Lab Saturday. I missed Lost in Space Monday. I missed the Blob Tuesday, Gilligan's Island again on Wednesday. But here we are back on Saturday, so we can have later. And I am feeling better, and I apologize for the delays, everyone. And I appreciate your patience. And I especially want to thank those fellow YouTubers out there that streamed in my absence. Since I wasn't streaming, some of you guys took it upon yourselves to go ahead and hold streams, which was great because it gave everybody a place to go and hang out. And I know I was there kind of in the background on some of those streams, and I was enjoying listening. I know there was a few days there where I didn't have much of a voice. I didn't feel like talking very much. But I think that's behind me now, at least until I get my next treatment, and then we'll see what happens there. Hopefully it won't be as bad as last time. I pray that it's not. But I wanted to say, first of all, hello to everybody in the chat. Looks like some of you guys came really early today. And I think Jim may have been the first one. Yeah, Jim. Hello, Jim. And there's Jim. Good to see you, Jim. And Daniel, Hot Topics. Hi, Pop, says Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Good to see you as well. And Nemesis, my good buddy, Nemesis of Eden. Hello, hope you're doing well tonight. I am considering you, sir. Yes, I am miles above and beyond how I was. So at least now I am able to talk. We'll see how long I can talk, depending on how much of a topic I have. You guys are welcome to join me up here. I did post the link in the chat. If you've got a good internet connection, I also posted the link in our Twitter group. So there it is. If you guys, there's the invite. So everyone's welcome if you have a good net connection. Nemesis of Eden says, hello there, Jim. And Nemesis says, hello there, Daniel. And Nemesis, and of course, hello to my friend Pop Culture. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nemesis. Yeah, if you guys haven't done so already, consider hitting the like button. And I hope you enjoy this stream. If you do, click the notification button so you will know and be notified next time we do have a stream. Which, as it stands right now, everything goes well. It should be Lost in Space. We're going to pick up where we left off. So we're going to be covering Lost in Space on Monday, 6 p.m. Pacific time. And Jim says, hail, Nemesis of Eden. Jim says, hail, Pop Culture. Hail, Jim. And Pop Culture, how do you feel? I am feeling much better, sir. Last week was really rough. I was really, like I said, I had treatment. The week before, I don't know, it's crazy. I had the treatment on a Wednesday. And I don't know, Thursday and Friday, I usually feel okay. But then Saturday, it really kicks in. I feel really, really, really bad on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So I don't know if it's something they give me during the treatment on Wednesday that, it helps me get through a couple of days and then it wears off. But by that time the weekend gets here, it's terrible. I could barely get out of bed, no energy, no appetite. I didn't eat for, I think, 4 days. Barely move. It was a struggle just to take my dogs out. But I'm going to talk to them about my medication, honestly. I got another fusion in a week or two. And I'm going to talk to them because I'm not going to do this again. If this is how it's going to be on all my, because basically we all know that chemo infusions are them pumping poison into my body. And if this is how it's going to be, I'm not going to do it because a natural death is preferable. I'm not going to have a bunch of doctors pumping my body full of poisons and chemicals just so they can get rich off me. Because everybody knows that there's been a cure for cancer for many, many, many years. But they're not going to cure something that they're making a lot of money off of. In fact, not only are they not curing things now, they're creating diseases to make money off of. Everything that we've had since the 1980s has been created and manufactured. HIV, everything. Everything's been manufactured in the lab. COVID, all of it. And that way they can require us to take the jab and take a pill every single day as they get richer and richer and we rot. And I don't care if YouTube likes what I say or not. I've got a right to say what I want. And there's me saying, be right there. Yes, I was running a couple minutes late, had to feed my dogs. You guys might hear a little bit of background competition going on there. Hello, Phantom Boomer. So good to see you. Damn it, says Phantom Boomer. Hi, Pop. And Phantom Boomer says, Daniel, Nemesis. And then Jim says, damn it, Boomer. And Nemesis, hello there, Phantom Boomer. Everybody's saying hello to each other. That's cool. Gorilla Grandpa says, hey, hello, Gorilla. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, sir. Hopefully you're not going through any crazy storms right now. Phantom Boomer says, howdy, Gorilla. And Gorilla says, hey, Boomer. Jim says, hey, look, Gorilla's Random Thoughts. That's right. And Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, hey, Jim. And I was going to try to be on your stream earlier, Gorilla. Sorry, but I was running errands. And Jim says, hey, Daniel's Hot Topics. Daniel says, hi, Jim. Good to see you here. Yeah, when I was ill, I obviously, not only could I barely get out of bed, barely stand up, barely do anything at all, but I obviously wasn't up to getting out of the house and running errands. So once I did feel better, I was kind of getting caught up on that. So since I'm here in living in a new state, as a lot of you guys know, I've relocated recently in the last few months. I'm trying to get everything established here. So what I'm doing now is trying to get my California driver's license transferred over to the new state. And apparently every state is different. Excuse me. And in the past, all I've ever had to do is take my license. Because usually if you have a license for California, they'll take you anywhere. Because California has one of the toughest testing, driving and written for driver's license in the country. California is one of the strictest. So normally when you go to another state, all you do is pay a little bit of money and they just hand you over a driver's license. But apparently not in this state. Apparently in this state they want an original of my birth certificate. And I don't know how many of you guys carry those around with you everywhere, but I dug through all my stuff. I found a copy of my birth certificate. And of course, that's not good enough. They want the original. So I've got to contact the city, obviously the city where I was born. And believe it or not, I know this is 2023, but their technology where I was born in California is 1923 because you can send them everything you need, all the proof. I had to get crap notarized. And you have to send them that, and you have to send them money. Of course, they want money, and they want $20 just for shipping, by the way. I want to mention that. To ship me a piece of paper in the mail, they want $20. So, yeah, I'm sure that's completely legal there. But, yeah, and it takes like 2 or 3 weeks to almost a month to process. So it's like, yeah, you think with all this technology, it'd be a little faster, but, of course, they don't care. The only thing they're there is to make a profit off you, even if it's for a birth certificate. So by the time I finally get my birth certificate for this place here, I'm probably going to tell them to shove it up their ass because it's not worth it. But oh well. Enough of topics like that. But I hope you guys are all doing well. I don't know if there's any new pop culture news per se out there. I know I've been blocking a lot of people on Twitter and YouTube lately. Every time I get a recommendation for Osaka, whenever I hear or I see Osaka, or anybody review or talk about Osaka, blocked. So I've been busy left and right, blocking people on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Because I don't care what they say. If they talk about it, they're doing it for free publicity from Disney. Because I don't care if you're saying it's a good show or it's a bad show. If you're talking about it, you're giving Disney free advertisement, and you know it. So if those people out there that say, oh, I'm not giving a promotion, I don't like the show, I'm telling about how bad it is. No, You are doing it for clicks so that you can get viewership on your channel. And you're doing it for free publicity to Disney because Disney is not paying you. And everybody knows that Disney doesn't care if it's good publicity or bad publicity. Any publicity is good publicity for Disney, and they know that. And you guys know it as well. So for all of you guys out there that are giving it all the hate views and talking about how bad it is, yeah, keep crying, right? And instead of trying to treat us all like we're stupid, we were born yesterday. We know who you are. We know that you're a shill. We know that you talk about bad shows because you're a Disney lover. And because if you're a Disney lover, you're also a child groomer. I'll say that. I despise Disney and anybody who supports or advertises for them. I'll put it that way. And I don't care what YouTube thinks. But that's my opinion of Disney or anybody affiliated in any way. If you talk about their shows and you do it and you advertise it, that you're going to talk about Osaka or I don't care, Loki or anything, block. Instant block for me because I don't deal and I don't associate with people who like little children. I'll put it that way. I'll try to keep that as nice as possible. If you are somebody who promotes Disney, then that's what you are. You're somebody who likes little boys and little girls in all the wrong ways. And sorry about that. I know I don't usually talk about politics on my channel, but I just don't. If anything, that's a little precursor, guys, tonight. I don't want to talk about Osaka. I don't want to talk about Loki. I don't want to talk about New Trek. I'm not going to talk about anything that has to do with far-left liberal propaganda, communism, and Marxists. So there's so many things out there, so many wonderful things we can talk about that we can enjoy without having to go there. My channel is not based on negative clicks. I don't, as you guys know, anybody that knows me, I don't talk about negative garbage just for clicks and give free publicity to studios. I'm not a shill. That's the last thing I'll do. Pay me $5 million, maybe I'll consider it. But in the meantime, no. I'm not going to do it for free like a lot of people do. We are going to, on Tuesday, that's another thing I wanted to kind of get caught up on. This is the month of Halloween. And for our horror sci-fi stream, we were supposed to do a horror movie every Tuesday of this month. And I'm sort of ran behind on that because of obviously being ill. So we're going to cover the 1958 movie The Blob on this Tuesday. I did a poll the last week of September, and that seemed to be what people voted for. And they've been asking for it for a while. And besides, I want to get around to showing the remake from 1985, directed by Frank Darabont. And the only way to do that, obviously, is to pay homage to the original first. Just like The Fly, we showed the original Fly. And we'll be covering the David Cronenberg remake coming up soon. But my point is, for the month of October, for each week, we're going to continue with a horror movie. I know usually it's horror sci-fi, horror/sci-fi, horror or sci-fi, or both. And I usually have a poll to let people vote on what movies we're going to do. But we already decided ahead of time what movies we're going to cover this month. So we're going to do The Blob Tuesday. And then we're going to do Jurassic Park the week after that. And then I believe it's The Thing after that. And I think that leaves one more week in the month. And I'll probably pull a surprise out of my sleeve for that one. Or what I'll do for the very last one. And by the way, Halloween falls on the 31st on a Tuesday. So I'm going to make sure it's a good one for that. And I know a lot of people this month are showing horror movies and covering horror movies. That's fantastic. That's fine. Because I've had people do that. I'll be on other streams and I'll say, yeah, I'm going to cover The Thing. Well, I already covered The Thing. I'm like, okay, so, and. So, yeah, we're going to talk about The Thing. I don't care if anybody else has already talked about it. We covered Night of the Living Dead. Other people have talked about that, too. I consider my channel different than the others. Now, if I knew that I was going to be saying the same thing verbatim and just copying what everybody else is saying, obviously I wouldn't bother. But I think my channel brings a lot to the table that a lot of the other channels don't cover. A lot of them, and this is no offense to anybody, but I know there's a lot of channels where they basically view a property, a TV show or a movie, and their entire commentary consists of, yeah, I like that. Oh, I didn't like that. I like that. Oh, I didn't like that. I like that. I didn't like that. But I tend to, as you guys know, we like to cover a lot of the behind the scenes trivia, making of history, talking about the actors, what brought them together, directors, and things like that. So um, as long as I can do that and I'm able to, I'm going to continue doing that, regardless if somebody else has already covered the same movie. So I hate to sound repetitive, but basically what I'm trying to let you guys know is if you see me cover a movie that somebody else previously covered, expected to learn something new with my stream. I guarantee you'll walk away knowing more than you did from the other streams because, like I said, we don't do 4 or 5 hour streams for nothing. We tend to really go into depth and detail on a lot of these movies. And Nemesis says, "Get the '50s version of the Blob out of the way." you sound like it's you sound like it's eating like broccoli on your plate, Nemesis. It's like, okay, ugh, I hate broccoli, so let's eat that first, get it out of the way, and then save all the good stuff for after. But that's okay. So I know, like I was saying, there were some people that were saying, "Oh, why do you got to show the old movies?" And then I also had some people saying, "Why don't you show the old movies? Why don't you show both, the old and the new?" So that's what I'm trying to do. Is I'm hopefully trying to keep everyone satisfied. So that's why You'll see me, guys. You'll see me bounce back and forth between classics and older movies to modern day. And I know there's a lot of modern day movies that really suck, and there aren't any good ones. Perfect example is Exorcist Believer that just came out this weekend, and they're already talking about, as we all knew, and as we all are not surprised, that it's terrible and it's crap and it's derivative, and I can go on and on as we all knew. So there's no surprise there. So the new Exorcist movie obviously is something that I will not be covering on my stream because I don't cover blatant ripoffs. I mean, I know some people do. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people doing videos on their reviews of it because they want negative clicks. But like I said, that's not going to be me. I will just say the movie is shit, and that is it. I'm not going to do a video on it so I can get subscribers. I can earn my subscribers honestly without having to go out and whore myself. And I'm going to try to make sure I keep up with the chat here the best I can. Suzanne, hello, Suzanne. So good to see you. Suzanne says, hello, Pops. Good day. Good to see you. Well, likewise, Suzanne. Yeah, it's been a while. I missed all of you guys. And Jim says, I did 2 long streams. Yeah, you guys had, Jim, you had some that went on for like 5 or 6 hours. And Suzanne says, Gorilla, hello. And Suzanne says, Nemesis, hello. And Jim, hello. And Jim says, hail, Suzanne. And Nemesis, haha, it's not my favorite of the old movies we've covered, that's for sure. No, it appeals to some and not to others, so I can understand that. But I hope you like the remake Nemesis because we are going to be covering that. Let me be clear, the 80s remake, because the Blob, there was the Blob, Return of the Blob, Son of the Blob, and then in the 80s there was a remake of the Blob. So yeah, I'm going to skip those 2 sequels from the 60s and 70s, and then we'll straight to the 80s remake. Edge of Time, greetings from the Edge of Time. Hello, Edge of Time, greetings. Good to see you. Nemesis says, hello, Suzanne. And Suzanne says, Daniel, hello. And Suzanne says, Edge of Time, hello. And Phantom, hello, says Suzanne. And Jim says, hail, Edge of Time. And my good friend Gorilla says, hey, Suzanne. And Gorilla, did I read right? Did you get that video reverse stricken, whatever? Because I know I heard that you had done a Walton's Thanksgiving and that Warner Brothers struck it and removed it from your channel. But then I think I saw you mention something on Twitter maybe that it came back or you got it back or something. Please elaborate on that. I'm kind of curious. And Nemesis Bean says, love the 80s Blob. It's so good. Yes, it has some great effects. And I like Frank Darabont. Frank Darabont, he's a good director. He did The Punisher, which was good. Well, it was okay, the Punisher movie he did. And I liked The Mist. That was, I mean, for a Stephen, I'm not a fan of Stephen King, but for a Stephen King movie, The Mist was good. I thought all in the hands of a right director, just like obviously like The Shining, Christine, and some other movies. You can take a really bad script and a really bad story from a really bad writer and really make it something nice. And Gorilla's Ranthought says it's back up. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Gorilla. Gorilla 29WB1. Yeah, Gorilla, let me know what happened with that one. I'm kind of curious. If you get time to come on up and talk to me, I'm curious about how the appeal process went. I know it's a pain because Jill said that she's been having trouble lately. And she's been having to put watermark even on her slides. Even on her slides, she's getting complaints. She said that she's having to put watermarks. And how ridiculous is that? Because I feel bad because she did. That's a lot of work to get all the slides together, and on top of that, I have to put watermarks on every one of them. That's even more time consuming. So that is so ridiculous, over the top, and just a bunch of all out shit. How you doing, PPP? Good to see you.
Well, I'm doing okay. Sorry, I'm like half an hour late there, Pop, but I was kind of got up early today, and I thought, oh, I'll take a quick nap before before the rumblings, so I'm fresh. And I thought, well, I'll just lie down for like half an hour, and then of course I slept for an hour and a half. So,
Oh well, that's your body's way of saying that it needs it.
oh yeah, I can never get enough sleep. It seems at my age. So yeah, it's all good, man. How are you
Right.
doing, by the way?
I'm
Hope
doing
you're
much
well.
better.
That's
Yes, I'm doing
good.
much better. Yes.
Good
Um,
to hear.
yeah, and my sleep is all out of whack because now, because when I was ill, I was sleeping too much. I was sleeping day and night, all day and night. I couldn't get out of bed.
Yeah, but
So
I
now
guess
it's gotten to
as you say, your body does need it, I guess, at those times, right, Pop? So,
yeah, well, what it's doing is it's normally, well, in my case, well, normally when you say your body is tired and it insists on sleeping and you sleep, yes, your body needs it. But I think in my case, it is my body trying to flush all those bad poisons out that the doctors gave me.
could be. Yeah, could be. Very
Yeah,
well.
because I don't usually sleep as much as I did. I mean, I was sleeping for 12 hours straight, and that's not good. Like I've got my poor dogs I got to take out. I wasn't
True.
drinking. I didn't even feel like getting up to get something to drink. So it was definitely the poisons the doctors gave me.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
But
that chemo shit is pretty hardcore from what I've heard, right? So,
it is,
so yeah.
and now it's gotten to where my sleep cycle's all out of whack. So I'll
Mm,
I'll sleep all day and I'll get up. I feel bad. I would tell myself I want to get back into the regular cycle of things. I normally get up early in the morning, do all my stuff during the day,
right,
and I would normally go to bed at night about, I don't know, 10 or 11, whatever. But
right.
now with my sleep all out of whack, I mean, I slept today. I didn't get to bed until the sun came up this morning. The sun was up by the time I finally got to bed. So I
Shit.
slept until like 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's like all out of whack, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
It's not cool.
Yeah, I remember I used to do that like when I was unemployed for a while and I didn't have to get up. I've always been a night owl personally, like all my life, even from a kid. I was one of those people that would stay up to like 2 in the morning or whatever, 3 in the morning, and be quite
Uh huh.
happy doing that. And when I was unemployed, I'd be doing the same shit. I'd be up to like 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and then I'd sleep until noon, right? So yeah, but it's not a good habit to get into. I'm much happier now. I generally get up, for my work. I generally get up around, I don't know, 8:30, 9, whenever, half an hour before I got to start my work shift because working at home is a nice luxury, of course, right? Because I can just get up 30 minutes before and it's all good. But yeah, yeah, it's nice to have a regular cycle, I guess, which is, something I like to try and maintain if I can, even though sometimes I don't, but.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I take it since you work from home and your business is based around telephone. I'm guessing you don't have any dogs that do any barking while you're on the
No,
phone with customers, right?
no, I'm in an apartment building that doesn't allow doggies.
Oh
It's
no, that's no fun.
well, I think it's probably for safety reasons because some people I've actually heard like I remember reading a few years ago about some poor lady in Ontario There was actually, I guess the neighbor had a couple of really aggressive dogs, and she actually got mauled to death in the hallway.
Well, I guarantee you
Uh,
that's going to be more rare than dogs protecting people.
oh yeah, I know it's
Right.
rare,
When
but
it,
but
when it
it
comes to
actually,
safety, dogs actually keep things safer, and it's
yeah.
rare that people are mauled.
But
But if
unfortunately,
you're always going to have someone that's going to throw that example in your face. Oh, I
unfortunately though,
married.
this poor lady did die. So I think it's
Well, they
probably just
do, and that's the
more for
part that's the
safety.
fault. That's the fault of whoever owned those
Well,
dogs.
that's
It's
a
not the
bad
fault of
owner.
the
That's a
dogs.
bad owner. Obviously, it's a bad owner. I can't
I
blame
had
the
a
animal. It's
I
the
had
owner.
this friend. Right, I had this friend who moved into a new housing complex, and he asked
Hmm,
me to come over and help him move, and I said, absolutely, sure, no problem.
sure.
I went over there and I helped him move furniture, and I says, it's quiet here. And he says, yeah. I said, yeah, but I mean, I don't hear any dogs, like neighbors' dogs. Oh no, this is a no dog area. No safety, safety. Of course, same thing, like you said. I one woman, and he even said the same. That time that lady was mauled. How long do you think he lived there? He lived there about 5 months because the burglary rate was so high.
Well,
They were just hopping over the fences and just walking right in their houses.
yeah, I
So
guess that's
yeah.
different than where I've been here. Actually, it was 9 years back in August since I've been here now. So amazing how a decade almost flies by, Pop. Uh, but I have never seen a bad event in here in all those 9 years. I've never heard of anybody getting burglarized. I've never heard of any bad stuff in the
Well, if
hallways.
somebody was burglarized, would you hear about it? I mean, how
Well,
would you hear about it?
I would because I talk to my neighbors, and the neighbors, the people, I know quite a few people in the building, and we all chat with each other regularly when we see each other, in the hallway, right? And oh yeah, if there was some bad shit going on, you can believe people would be telling me about it, like because we're kind of close knit in this building, so it's a really good kind of community building because there's a lot of older people like myself, even though there's younger people too, but even the young folks are really cool, right? Like there's one young guy who's an Aussie from Australia, right? He immigrated about the same time I moved in about 9 years ago, and I've been chatted with him a few times. He's a really nice young fellow. He can't be more than about maybe 30, but he's a super young lad. And we chat, and he's a really good, hearted fellow. And so even the young folks in this building, I guess they screen people pretty thoroughly before they let them rent here. Because I haven't seen a bad egg in all the 9 years, to be honest, Bob. So I guess maybe I'm just lucky. I got a really
Well,
good
what it
building that,
is you're fortunate enough to live in a neighborhood where you don't have the burglaries, which is great.
yeah. Well, the thing is, though,
But
Kelowna does have one of the highest crime rates in Canada. So it's interesting. I guess I'm in a safe neighborhood because I've never had an issue in 9 years. Like even walking the streets, sometimes I'll walk over to the local grocery store that's like, 3 or 4 blocks away. Never had a problem. Never had an issue. I guess I've been lucky, but I've never seen any bad crime going on around here, to be honest. So,
you're
you know.
fortunate. You live in an area where it doesn't happen,
Yeah.
obviously.
Oh, they're bad areas. I avoid the down. I never go
No, but I'm
downtown
saying
because.
you're in an area where it's not like that.
Oh yeah, well, thing is, my cousin was the person that helped me find this place when I moved here 9 years ago. Because my cousin and I are like brothers. Like he's such a great guy, right? And he'd been living in Kelowna probably 10 years before that, and he knew the city, right? He knew the city like the back of his hand. And I'll never forget the day we were driving around looking at apartments. We looked at a few other places, and then he thought, I know there's a great area. It's right by a grocery store. You got the post office in the mall there. And he drove around, and we came down this street, and lo and behold, they had a sign out on the lawn going, now renting, units available or whatever, right? And we were like, oh yeah. So we went in, my cousin and I, and we took a look around. They showed us a few different suites. And then I saw this one, and I was like, yeah, this is really good. And the rent was, for those days, it was well, a hell of a lot reasonable than it is now. Like if I moved in now, I'd be paying double what I'm paying because I'm grandfathered for 9 years, right? So they can
Right.
only increase the rent, a few dollars, like maybe $15 a year is all they can boost it, right? So that's a good thing. So. But yeah, it's a great building. Some really nice people I know, neighbors. And actually, I had a fall in the hallway a while back, And as soon as I fell and cried out, it's like, oh crap, two people, two people in my hall came out and helped me up. So that's how good this building is, right? Two people came up and were like concerned about my well-being and helped me up and got me back on my feet. So I got really good neighbors, and yeah, and we are allowed to have kitty cats. If you want a cat, that's okay. I do allow cats for some reason. I don't
Well, I
basically
don't
I don't.
mind cats as long as people don't let them wander around and do damage to other people's property.
Oh yeah, it's got to be a house cat, right? It's got to be kept indoors in your apartment, of course. I don't have a cat or a dog, basically because I got allergies, right? And anything with fur, I'm probably going to be sneezing my ass off anyway. So
Well,
I
and
just
that's
don't
why you
bother.
have like that's why you have like I do. I have poodles. They don't shed.
Oh, okay, well,
They're
anyway,
hypoallergenic.
it's a
But
moot
you,
point.
but what you have, but what you have is an exception. Normally, dogs do deter crime. Barking does deter crime,
Oh, I would think so. Yeah,
right? And usually, if they don't allow dogs, I mean that's great as long as you don't have crime. Then that's works as long as you're not in an area where they don't allow dogs and there's high crime because there's no
yeah,
dogs.
yeah.
Because
This is
there are areas like that as well.
Oh yeah, there are bad areas in my town too, but I think this is a pretty good neighborhood from what I've experienced over the years. So,
Well, sounds
as
like
I
it.
say, I've never seen any issues at all. So, thank goodness. My cousin was very wise. He chose well, so to speak, when he guided me to this area, and to this day I'm grateful to him because yeah. Anyway,
I've had nice apartments, and unfortunately, they would keep raising the rent every year to where I'd say I'm out of here. Well, why are you leaving? You're one of our best tenants. I said, well, you guys keep raising the rent every year. Why would I stick around?
yeah,
So I leave. Yeah, when they do that, I mean, if they would treat you like, well, we understand you've been here a long time, you're a good renter, you're a good tenant, so we're not going to raise the rent as much as everybody else. No, I'd have them raise the rent like 100 or 200 a year, and I'd be out of there
that's a
because they
lot.
would. It is
Yeah.
because they would take advantage of everybody, and they would think, well, if you like it here so much, you're not going to move. Well, I proved them wrong.
Well, see, that's the thing, Pop. Here in BC, legally they're only allowed to raise the rent like I don't know, it's 1 or 2% or whatever the hell it is every year, right? So they maybe jack the rent up like $10, $12 or something a year is legally what they're entitled to, right? So they can't jack it up like $200. They just can't do it
Right.
because
Well, in the
it would be
U.S., they can
illegal.
do it as much as they want.
Yeah, so that's one good thing. I mean, the BC government are pretty good that way. They will clamp down on anybody that's trying to screw somebody over, right? So it's pretty fair, and my I think my rent went up like $12 last year, and I imagine in February is when it usually rolls over. So I'm probably going to be up another $12 or whatever, in the new year. But it's like compared to anything else, if I moved if let's put it this way, if I was a new tenant here and I came into this building, I've got a two-bedroom, by the way, and I'm paying under $1,000 for a two-bedroom because I like to have that extra room for storage, right? If I was paying, if I got a two-bedroom here now, I'd be paying double of what I'm paying, right? It'd be like 1,600 a month or something, probably, at least, right? So it's really gone up. Like all the rents have skyrocketed over the last number of years here. So I wouldn't even think of moving because I doubt I'd ever find a deal as affordable as what I've got right now. So I'm just gonna hang on here, basically. And as long as they can only keep increasing the rent by a few dollars a year, I pretty much think I'm probably going to be able to get by. So yeah.
That's good. You're very fortunate.
Yeah, I do feel lucky. And as I say, I feel lucky because I got a good building. I got good neighbors that are friendly and nice to chat with, and people do talk. I mean, if there's something unusual going on, people will mention it to you, even though it's rare that there is anything actually happening. It's more just friendly chit chat most of the time, and it's a nice laundry room. People keep it clean. I've never had an issue with the laundry room. People are respectful and they don't leave a mess generally. So yeah, I am lucky. I really am.
My problem is always seem to be nosy neighbors, and that's something I can't do. I just
Oh,
I
nosy
can't
neighbors.
stomach them.
Oh,
Yeah, especially retired people. I will not live next to retired people.
huh. Interesting, because the older people in the building here, I found are really quite nice. Like they're not nosy at all, right? So I guess it
Yeah,
depends.
well, I found the opposite because they have so much time on their hands.
Yeah.
All they do is sit and monitor what everybody else is doing and complain about it and call the
Oh,
police
I
every
did,
5 minutes.
I did live in a condo like that about 10 years ago. For like I don't know 7 or 8 years, I lived in a condo, rented a condo, which is a huge mistake. I'll always go to an apartment over a condo because the condos they have all these crazy rules, right?
Oh
And
yes,
you get a bad person running the condo, and they want to like stick their nose in and be a pain in the ass, and it was like that, and never again. Well, and those were the neighbors. That was the neighbors where there was a bunch of old fogies in the hallway, and they were a bunch of assholes, to be honest. I just hated those people so much. I was so glad to finally get out of there when I found this place. I was like, you people are fucked.
that's why I don't understand those people that buy houses with a HOA. I would never do that. Nobody's telling me how to live in the house that I buy. How to live inside and outside of the house. Nobody's gonna tell me that. How the house has got what color paint, what decorations I can have, what I can't have. No one's gonna tell me that kind of shit.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if I had extra $1 million, I'd just buy a detached house here. But unfortunately, that's probably what it would cost in this town because real estate prices are nuts, right? So.
Or you can get you like a quarter acre and maybe a trailer and put it on there or something like that.
Yeah, trouble is that the trailer parks in recent years they've been closing a lot of those down and kicking people out, right? Because they want to redevelop the land into fucking condos. So it's like, yeah, great, It
Yeah,
gets
have you
harder and
seen
harder
this?
for the little guy.
Of course it does. Have you seen this new fad where people are buying sheds and they're calling them quote tiny homes? Have you seen that garbage?
I have not seen that. Is that on YouTube? No doubt. I wouldn't be surprised, eh?
No, no, it's on well, I'll give you an example. Social media. Every commercial, every other commercial I get on YouTube or on Twitter or any of those, it's about, hey, everybody has this new, these new tiny homes that they're buying at Home Depot for only, $1,000. Amazon is shipping these tiny homes, and every time you look at it, they're sheds. They're sheds, but they're taking advantage of people who are desperate, and they're calling them tiny homes when they're just 4x4 plastic, fiberglass, or thin aluminum sheds.
So they're just garden sheds, basically, is what you're
That's all
saying.
they are. Right. They're right. They're painted where they look like a little cottage, but they're a shed essentially.
That's
Uh,
hilarious.
Nemesis of Eden says the mist was amazing. That ending, love it. Yes, same here, Nemesis. When we cover that, we'll talk about it. I'm wondering, from
Hey,
my
Gorilla, you
knowledge,
should pop on when you get home, Gorilla. Be nice to have you here, man.
I think he is home, but I think with with the mist, I think there may have been an alternate ending. I think I may have heard that at some point, but I don't know. We'll do that. We'll cover that when we get there. Oh, you're right. I guess Gorilla says not home yet, or at least not when I'm a little behind on the chats. Everybody, I'm sorry. I'm about 15 minutes behind. And Suzanne says PvP. Hello. Jim says
Hey,
PvP
Suzanne.
getting old and hale.
Hi, Jim.
Nemesis says eggnog is back on sale here in Canada. No wonder PvP is tired. Had to get a birdie to restock his supply.
Actually, I did buy a carton of eggnog today. You're right, Nemesis. It actually is back on the. Some stores have it and some don't. But I went to the second supermarket today when I was doing my rounds, doing my errands early this morning, and hallelujah, the second store had cartons of eggnog, and I bought a 2 liter, and it wasn't too badly priced. Actually, it was 4.69 Canadian dollars for a two
Nice.
liter eggnog, so that's not bad actually.
No, it's not.
So
It's a good
hallelujah.
price.
I'm actually drinking a noggin rum right as we speak.
Dog and rum. Bannon
You
Boomer
betcha.
says Suzanne. And Gorilla says it's for piss and shit reasons. And Suzanne says Nemesis, my boy, is waiting till Monday to stock up on his supply of eggnog. And Sean says, hey, everyone. Hello, Sean. So good to see you, buddy.
Hi, Sean.
And Suzanne says, Sean
Yeah.
Carter, hello. And hi, Suzanne says, Sean Carter. And Sean says, Phantom Boomer, hello.
Oh, hi, Phantom.
And Suzanne says, PvP. That's unheard of for rent in Kelowna. How do you pronounce that? Kelowna? Kelowna?
Kelowna.
Kelowna?
Kelowna. I think it's a an indigenous. Well, we have the Okanagan Indian tribe were the ones that originally, were in the valley many years before white men showed up here from Europe, right? And I think Kelowna it's an indigenous Okanagan tribe word. I think it means like the settlement by the lake. Don't quote me on that because I'd have to look it up, but it's probably close enough. Um, and yeah, it's Kelowna. We do have some Indian names.
Okay, very cool. Gorilla's Roundtop says, then you would hate my neighborhood. I'm guessing because they have dogs. And Suzanne
No,
says, Pops,
I live in a
hey,
retired.
Gorilla, how you doing? What's up?
Oh, very tired. Had to run and go get more microwave popcorn because a kid decided to sell every single one I picked up this morning.
All right. So
Yeah,
what's the fundraiser go towards?
Cub Scouts.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
So
but
you guys,
it's not like it's not like for a certain thing like a field trip or something like that.
Yeah, well, it funds like our camping trips and our like we're going on a hike on Monday and stuff like that, and it funds like the learning videos and stuff that they got to watch and stuff.
Gotcha.
so you sell popcorn to raise funds for the scouts there.
Yeah,
Okay, have you ever here in Canada? We have something. The Girl Guides every year have an annual sale where they have cookie sales called the Girl Guide cookies, which are very
yeah.
popular, and they
Girl
sell them for like
Guide.
the Girl Guides.
Okay,
So
no, I
they're
hadn't
like
heard
they're
that
like
term before. It's obviously Girl Scouts in the U.S., so it's Girl
well they're like
Guides
the
in
female
Canada.
scouts, right? So they're Girl
Right.
Guides, and they have an annual cookie sale. And you'll get a box of cookies for like $5, and half of them are vanilla and half of them are chocolate. And they usually start selling them early in the year, and they'll sell them for like yeah. Well, they don't look like that here, but it's the same kind of idea, right, Gorilla? They'll sell them for like 2 or 3 months, and people stock up on their cookies and help the Girl Guides out. Yeah.
And
I used to
Suzanne
think
says,
their cookies used to be better, I think, in my opinion, though. They're okay now,
"Of
but
course
I
they're
think they were
crap
better.
now."
Oh yeah,
Compared.
I was holding back on saying that, but yeah, the cookies are crap because the whole entire package will be like 2 ounces, all air, and they're double the price because you got to remember half the money goes towards the company that manufactures them, and the Boy or Girl Scouts only get half the money.
Yeah.
So their
Well.
cookies are
Yeah.
garbage and they're way overpriced. I stopped
Oh
buying
well.
them years ago.
So did I. I don't buy them anymore, but I remember like even 10 years ago they were delicious, right? They were really really good, and then over the last decade they've you know kind of gone into suckage suckage territory.
Oh yeah.
those are delicious. There, we get pretty good here for $5.
Well, I mean they're not bad still. I can eat them, but they're not as good as they used to be. I'll put it that way.
Well, the
No,
thing is they're not with okay. When the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts, well, I'm talking generalization, so U.S. and Canada. Originally, when they sold them, that was so that they could. It was so they could earn something. Like they would, like for example, if you sold so many packages of cookies, you would get this kind of award or this kind of medal, or whatever, because it showed your endurance, it showed your hard work, your determination. And now you have, well, the parents just say, well, screw that. And they take their daughter or their son and they plop them in front of a grocery store where they sell them in mass. And then so they can go around and brag, my daughter sold the most cookies. Well, it's because your daughter didn't work hard and go door to door like she's supposed to. So
Yeah, they
whenever I
do.
go to a
They do.
grocery store and they're parked out front, I let them know exactly that right there in front of their kid. And I tell them, I say, you're not supposed to be doing this in front of a grocery store. You're supposed to be going door to door and working for those medals and honors and things like that.
Yeah, they
And I
do
make
that
sure
here
I let the
too.
parent know every single time. I'll tell them right in front of their kid. I'll embarrass them. That's the whole point, is embarrassing in front of their children.
Yeah, the favorite one here
Oh,
is
Captain.
they like to hang out
Howdy,
in front of the
howdy.
liquor store. Hey, Captain.
What's up?
Hey, Captain.
Right.
Just enjoying some
If the
favorable
competition,
eggnog tonight.
right, if the competition was, where the rules, in the rules it said every man for himself or every woman for themselves. It's just to sell how many, so you can sell many tickets or how many cookies. That's fine, but that's not the way the rules are written. The rules are written where they have to earn them to get medals. And when you have mom saying, "Well, I'm not going to go through the effort. I'm just going to plop my kid in front of a grocery store and force sell to everybody who walks in and out the doors," no, I don't put up with it. And I let them know that right in front of their children, and I'll embarrass them in front of their children. Pops, I'm with you. I don't like nosy neighbors. They drive me nuts. Retired busybodies. Exactly, Suzanne. Thank you.
Yeah, they're right.
I can't stand them. As soon as whenever I move, if I'm moving and I'm like, let's say they're showing me the apartment or the house, like let's say the landlord or manager, or whatever, showing me. That's the first question out of my mouth. You got any retired people around here? Oh yeah, the neighbors, a wonderful retired couple. No thanks, bye. Suzanne Eckstein says, I have some great news, fellas. In 2 weeks' time, we will have electricity and gas heat back on all without using the gifts and go. Well, that's wonderful, Suzanne.
Oh,
I'm so
Great
glad to
news.
hear that, everybody. And you're going
Great
to see a
news.
link pop up. Yeah, you're going to see a link pop up in the Stream Elements bot, everybody. That has a link for her gifts and go. Please help when you can. I felt really bad a couple weeks ago when she said that she was without power and that CPS was coming, because that's
wow.
not good, and nobody deserves that.
Nope.
Mrs. Bean says, all I remember about Kelowna is the small amount of the smell of the paper mill. It's not pleasant.
You got the wrong city, Nemesis. There's no paper mill in Kelowna. You're probably thinking about Kamloops, which is about a 2-hour drive from here, at least.
Nemesis says,
Kamloops has a paper mill that really stinks, but Kelowna, we have no paper mill. Kelowna is basically a tourist town with a lot of, IT, computer tech stuff, as well as companies like that. So there's no paper mill in Kelowna.
so Kelowna is gentrified.
Yeah, it's a pretty gentrified town. It's a boom town too. Because every time I go out in my car, like I was driving around for a couple hours this morning, picking up groceries and stuff, right? And man, I can't go out every week. It seems I go out on the weekend, picking some groceries or whatever I got to do, doing whatever errands, and I see another building going up, and they're just like there's cranes in the sky everywhere in this town. There's buildings, high rises, low rises, you name it. Constantly, there's a new building where there was a vacant lot like a week before. I'll see a new building, like they throw them up overnight, it seems, right? And there's just so many buildings going up here. I mean, it's a boom town for sure, and obviously, when they're throwing up that much real estate, they're anticipating people are moving here, which they must be, because I mean, hell, they're building a condo like just down the street here from me. They just tore down three homes that were probably built in the '60s. They demolished them like a month ago, and they're probably going to start, at some point putting up another condo, because the company's name actually has a condo they just built like 2 blocks down the street from there. So it's a
Are you,
boom town, and it's just constant construction everywhere I go.
are you saying the company built it for the employees?
What's that?
Are you saying the company built the condos for the employees, or no?
No, no, no. They're building condos to sell them, right, to the general
Oh,
public.
gotcha.
Because they just had one. I guess it was about 3 years ago when that one went up. I used to, that's when I was unemployed. And I was taking the job upgrade training course downtown at the Community Resources Center, which were awesome people. I took that course for like 3 months, and I just catch the bus every day downtown. And they were putting that condo up back 3 years ago. It was probably like a year it took them to finish the damn thing. And I imagine when they start this one just down at the end of the block, it's probably going to be the same thing. It'll probably take them like a year to finish, get the construction finished. But yeah, it's a boom town. And I think Kelowna was around 168,000 when I moved here 9 years ago. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be pushing 200,000, not in the not too distant future. It's a good sized city. As far as the interior goes, it's probably the main city outside of the Lower Mainland, outside of like Vancouver and that all that stuff, right? So
Nice.
You would not. I don't know if you'd like my town there, PvP then, because my town has like 1,500 people.
well, there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, as long as you got a good town, right? As long as it's quiet and not full of crime or something, I guess it's a good place, right?
That's
I
how
will.
mine is. Yeah, small, no crime.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it doesn't matter the size of your town; it's the quality of your town that counts ultimately. So
That's what she said.
Don't forget to
uh,
help out Suzanne if you guys can. Thank you, Nemesis, for posting that. I appreciate it. And yeah, Suzanne says Nemesis thanks. And Nemesis says Girl Scout cookies is also a strain of cannabis to keep the little girls high. And Suzanne Exton says PvP they have maple cream cookies now as well.
Hey,
Wow.
no,
I have not seen those.
hey, Pop, you may not like them put out in front of the store, but you got to admit the brilliance of the one girl who set up her cookie stand right outside the cannabis shop and sold $2,000 worth of cookies in a couple hours.
Wow.
So,
Oh yeah, I saw that on the news.
Yeah, hit them when they're weak, right, Gorilla? Get those
No,
guys
you
when
know
they're
what?
having the munchies.
Here's what I would do: is if I was okay, I can understand why the kid did that, and I can understand why the parents do that. But if I was the Cub Scout leader or Girl Scout leader, whatever, I would disqualify for them. I would say, okay, but it's not fair for everybody else because you cheated. Basically, that is cheating, no matter how you look at it. So I would say thank you for your donations to the Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts. They highly appreciate it, but you are disqualified for any medals or awards because that's the whole point is to teach you how to go out and be independent. And by selling stuff like that that's cheating the system. So the last thing I'm going to do is reward them for cheating the system. And Nemesis Bean says, of course, Suzanne, I don't have your link. And Nemesis says, it was Kamloops. You are right, PPP.
I know I was right because I've been to Kamloops and it does stink.
I used to live somewhere they had a sugar factory too, and
My
you would
cousin,
think that sugar smelled cool, but oh my goodness, it doesn't.
yeah, before my cousin lived in Kelowna for many years, he actually lived like 5 or 6 years in Kamloops because I used to visit him there as well. And yeah, when they had the paper mill going, there was a definite odor in the air, which was not, well, it basically smelled like stinky farts, basically. So
Oh.
wasn't the kind of town I'd want to live in for long. Yeah. Not a bad town, but I mean, the paper mill just killed it for me personally. I can't answer that because I don't know. I haven't needed since I live in an apartment. I haven't thought about flooring, even though my floor is crap in parts. But yeah, I don't know. Actually, Suzanne.
Well, if it tastes funny, don't eat it. I had some funny tasting bologna myself, and I threw it away.
Uh oh.
All
Yeah,
right.
better to be safe than sorry. I just toss it in the
Exactly.
garbage.
Nope.
come on, where's your sense of adventure?
It's heading your way.
My sense of adventure died when people died here in Canada, like about, I don't know, 8 years ago from eating luncheon meat. There was a whole bunch of tainted luncheon meat that somehow got through the factory contaminated with,
Yeah.
it was like salmonella contamination or something. And I think there's like, I don't know, 20, 30 people that died because they ate a bloody sandwich with this crap.
Yuck.
And so it's like, yeah, I don't generally ever eat luncheon meat because I just think it's too risky personally. So I just don't eat the stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
I eat lunch meat all the time, but that just sounds like someone bribed the health inspector.
Oh, well, yeah, they got major shit. Like I think they shut the factory down for a while, until they decontaminated and cleaned all the machinery. But somebody obviously was operating the bloody place with very lax, sanitary rules, and they cost people their lives. So I don't know if they got sued out, up the wazoo. But it was not a good thing. There's a big story here in Canada at the time. There's a lot of people that were pretty pissed off about what happened. So yeah,
I can only imagine.
oh yeah, I feel sorry for the families of the
Yeah.
people that passed. I never was a big fan of lunch meat, to be honest. Anyway, though, I don't know.
It's the poor man's meal.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I have it every day, Monday through Wednesday when I'm out there mowing.
Well, I guess sometimes it's handy. I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't. Well, the thing is, it's just filler.
Yeah.
It doesn't have meat in it anymore. When I was a kid, bologna used to be red because it had meat in it. Now it's almost white because it's just fat.
Yeah.
I mean, it literally is garbage. It's not meat anymore. It's TVP, textured vegetable protein, which is like, I'm sure you guys all seen where it's like a paste that comes out of a tube, and they just basically form it in different shapes and then sell it as hot dogs, sell it as bologna.
Yep.
So yeah, it's just filler. People just eat it because they either have to, or it's just to fill their stomachs.
Yeah,
Because
basically. Yeah.
right. If you just say, well, I'm not going to eat it anymore. What are you going to do? You're going to go eat dry fruits and vegetables, which are they've got those so high price that most people can't eat healthy anymore. It's cheaper to eat mac and cheese than it is to eat something healthy.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like I go to the food bank once a month because just to help out. Because my income with my job, my hours can fluctuate drastically from one month to the next, and they did go down quite a bit over the last couple of months, right? So that makes a difference. But one thing pattern I've noticed being someone that the food bank is generously helping every month. I've noticed that the food bank tends to give you a lot of kind of crap, low quality food.
Of course.
Sometimes I think people donating this shit must be the kind of people that are so well off they don't have to eat this and they don't want to eat this. So they go, oh, let's give it to the poor people because they'll be thankful to eat this.
Yep.
Of course they do.
Not really, because
Right?
sometimes
You think they're going to donate prime rib? I don't think so.
Exactly. Well, we used to get when I first started. Oh, I don't know, a year and a half ago or whenever it was. I used to get like two boxes of food, and there'd probably be at least half a dozen, frozen, you know, pieces of meat that I'd stick in my fridge in the freezer, right? Uh, I think when I went on Friday yesterday, I got one thing of frozen chicken and maybe one or two bits of slices like bologna or whatever, and that was it. Like the donations, I guess, have gone down because of inflation. People are not donating like they were like 6 months ago, and I've really noticed it over like the last half year that the amount's gotten smaller. Now I'm down to like one box and maybe a bag or two, stuff, and it's definitely decreased. And yeah, the quality can be pretty iffy from time to time for sure.
Yeah, he spreads a lot of pasta and beans. I'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, craft dinner,
Mm-hmm.
cans of beans. Oh yeah, that's true.
Edge of Times has smelled like the twin stacks of St. Smith's pork sausage distillery. That does not sound good. Suzanne says listeriosis.
Oh, that could be it. Yeah, it was something deadly.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Edge of Time says ham and butter sandies a la mode. Ugh. And Suzanne says my boy likes meatloaf sandwiches so do I. Or fresh cooked ham or turkey sandwiches or home cooked roast. Yeah, all that stuff. Yes, I definitely like. Yeah, if you know what's in the meat, sure, I love it. But right when you go buy lunch meat and it's white, I mean, you go, well, interesting. They have sliced turkey, and it's all white. They have sliced ham, and it's all white. They have sliced bologna, it's all white. No thanks. They at least put, and of course they do. They put food coloring in it now because they know that they don't even put enough food coloring in to try to make it look like meat.
Hey, wait. Isn't turkey already supposed to be white?
It depends on what part of it. Turkey has light meat and dark meat.
Yeah. Because the sandwich meat I get is the turkey breast. So it would be white.
If it's made out of a turkey breast and you know it is, sure.
Hey, Spider Man, what's up?
Suzanne says, my boy, oh, yes. Edge of Time says, lentils and oatmeal, no more, thanks. Oh, yeah, same here. I grew up poor. Yeah, ramen noodles, oatmeal, bologna, grilled cheese sandwiches, all that crap. I won't eat it anymore. Forget it. No, no, no. I had my share of that when we were poor. Suzanne says the food bank here gives us meat and milk, bread, coffee, tea, and peanut butter, cheese whiz, wow, and fresh fruits and vegetables. That is stuff that I could not afford.
Yeah,
Meat, milk. Oh no,
we
I
get
couldn't afford that.
I get a tiny bit of meat. Usually just a 1 liter milk, which lasts me like 2 days because I'm a milk drinker. So, and usually I'll get a loaf of bread. Usually not coffee or tea, unfortunately. Sometimes peanut butter, and usually fruits and veg. Yeah, for sure. But I guess it varies on the location and the month. So
Probably so. Edge of Times is sugar, sugar. And hello, Kitty and Spider Man. So good to see you, buddy. Hello, everyone. Hi, Pop and Panel. Yeah, good to see you, Spidey.
hey, Spidey.
And Suzanne says, Edge of Time, exactly, and tons of pasta. And Edge of Time says, greetings, Spidey. And Suzanne says, my kid don't eat.
Craft dinner.
Oh, is that what that is? Never has and
KD.
never
Yeah,
will.
that's what we call it up here. KD is craft dinner.
It's a code word.
That's right. It's like a secret agent code word.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. Okay, so
Hey.
you guys call it by the manufacturer name, or is it in big letters on the box? It says craft dinner
It's
instead of
craft
mac
dinner.
and cheese.
It's craft dinner on the box. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't mind craft dinner though, actually, because it's pasta, which I don't mind pasta, and it's quick. It's easy. You just boil it up, and you got the cheese in the bag. The thing you tear open and you mix it all up, and it's a quick, simple meal if you want to fill your gut, before you pass out at the end of the night.
Well,
Before you,
you're
you know,
like ramen noodles, right? It is quick and easy, right?
yeah, it's a simple meal. They only usually give us 1 box of it a month anyway, so it's like basically I'll have it once a month, so it's not that big a part of my diet overall. So
I'll eat it every now and then. I had it a few days ago, but I'll have to add stuff to it to liven it up. So like I added some pepperoni.
yeah, I'd rather just I got tons of pasta in the cupboard here, so I'll usually just get some linguine or spaghetti or whatever the hell noodles I've opened, and I'll just throw a handful of those in the pot and boil them up, and then I'll just add some pasta sauce and get that all cooking. And maybe before I do that, I'll actually stir fry some veggies, and then I'll just mix that in with the pasta, and whatever. I just get creative. So
Suzanne says I have a huge ham I'm cooking up in the fire pit tomorrow for Thanksgiving here. I'll do up
nice.
sweet potatoes and mashed potatoes and veggies. Oh, that
Yeah,
does sound yummy.
I got a tiny ham in the freezer. Actually, I should have thought that sucker out because I should cook it. I should cook it on Monday. It's just a little
Ham with
ham.
glaze. Oh yes.
It's just a little ham because I
Yeah.
don't have the time or energy to cook a bloody
Oh,
turkey. So
speaking of Thanksgiving, there the episode did get put back up.
yeah, I'm glad it did.
What triggered it? What did you do that triggered it?
There's a 2 minute clip that I was showing, but I didn't do. But what they did is they clipped half of my commentary too, and
Why?
they pulled it down.
Why would they clip your commentary?
They did the same thing on one of my Gilligan's Island
Yeah,
episodes.
it
They
was
flagged my
Wow,
commentary.
that's weird.
So Warner Brothers released it right away.
That's
But
good.
that Warner Brothers, for as much shit as I give them, and as many times as I tell them to go f themselves, so they are pretty good with releasing the copyright claims.
They're better than
That's
CBS or Paramount.
Oh yeah,
that's
Paramount and CBS will just let them expire.
it's weird actually that they even take it down for that short time because it doesn't seem like Warner Brothers is really the one that has an issue if they'll let it go pop back up the next day. So You got to wonder who's actually
it was
doing these claims.
it was a bot trigger.
Oh, yeah, those damn bots.
Well,
Darn bots.
the problem is that there's 300 or at least it was a few years ago. It's probably more now, but 300 hours of YouTube is loaded up, or hours worth of content is loaded up every minute. So you can't have a one person do all the monitoring and stuff, or you just
That's
can't
true.
hire a few people to do that. So
Yeah.
you have to have the bots monitor
Still,
that.
still, since YouTube's probably a multi-billion-dollar company now, I would think. You think they could hire like maybe 300 people to monitor the uploads because that might
But
work a lot
Oh
better.
yeah,
but
they're gonna pay people, right? They're gonna just flush money down the tubes.
No,
that
I'm just saying they could. They got the resources. They could do
yeah,
that. But you're right, Pop. Of course, they're greedy bastards,
but
and they'd rather
but
have the
300
AIs do it.
300 that 300 wouldn't cut it. You'd need 5,000 people to do that job alone.
They could probably still afford it because I imagine they got multi-billions
Of
in the
course, they
bank.
can
those
afford it.
fuckers.
Afford it is not the question, right?
Yeah, they're just greedy bastards. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna go grab a cold one out of the fridge,
Yeah.
guys. So
There
I
you
can
go.
I can flat out see why they can't, why they just have the bots do it, and then if there's a problem, then have a person have. But the problem is they don't have a person that you can reach out to.
Of course not. No, and now here's a good example. I was having to struggle to get tech support for my crappy cell phone yesterday. Okay, and here's how cheap they are. First of all, a lot of the tech support jobs, as we know, have shipped out overseas, so they're like in India or Taiwan. So I'm talking to this lady, and I tell her, I said, no offense, I said, but I don't understand what you're saying, because I was asking her to repeat things over and over and over and over, and she has such a thick accent, I couldn't understand her. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. And I said, and your dog is barking. I can't hear you over your dog. So not only do they ship the jobs overseas, but even when the jobs are overseas, like in India and Taiwan, the people are in their homes, so they don't have to pay to have a brick and mortar business. And that way, when you say, can I talk to your supervisor because I can't understand what you're saying, they say, well, there's no way of contacting your supervisor because I'm at my house. So, yeah, it's getting to where that's what's left of customer support now.
Well, that there's a lie because they have a direct line to their supervisor.
I know. That's what I said. I know. She was lying. They don't like it when you say that you don't because they think in their little tiny, teeny tiny, minuscule minds, they think they speak perfect native English when we know they don't. So when we say, even though you're nice about it, you say, no offense, but I just can't understand what you're saying. They don't like that. They take that into offense.
Oh yeah.
And then obviously, and then right, and then when they don't want their supervisor to hear that because they're afraid they're going to get fired. If the supervisor hears that people can't understand them, they're afraid they're going to get fired. So they're not going to get a supervisor on the phone. So yeah, the old days of them saying, "Oh yeah, you want to talk to a supervisor? Yeah, well, I'll have a supervisor right with you." Yeah, those days are long gone.
Well, that's why I like. I just take, like, if I'm having major problems, I just go directly to the store that's just down the lakes area there, and they'll call their own technical support because they there. So
Oh well, the ones here, you can go to the store and they're going to call the same number that you called.
no, the ones they got is a direct line directly to someone they know that can understand.
oh, back again.
But she even said, she goes, "Well, it's not my fault. I'm in Taiwan, and it's me in my house." And she's going on this pity party. And I'm like, that is my issue. I said, it's not my fault. Your company's too cheap to hire skilled workers. I mean, they actually reverse it and say that we shouldn't complain because it's not their fault because they're working out of their houses. Are you kidding me?
You're talking about online call centers that are overseas?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was dealing with one yesterday in Taiwan, and I couldn't understand her because her language She had her English language skills were very low and thick accent, and she had a dog that was constantly barking.
Oh, that sucks. Jesus. That's one reason I think why the company I work for does so well, because we're the only company based in North America that does provides the service we provide, and the only competition we have, I believe, is a company in the Philippines. Uh, which obviously there could be the language issue, right, Pop? So
Well, a
yeah,
lot
I
of them
think.
use Philippines. Uber uses Philippines. A lot of them.
Oh yeah. Well, even like I've been selling on eBay for years, and sometimes when I have a question, if I have to contact somebody on the phone, I'll get the Philippines. Yeah, for sure.
Always. Yep, always.
It depends on the time of day. If you phone early enough, sometimes you will get a U.S. call center. I have found over the years, but yeah.
I would be hard pressed to say that I don't remember the last time I called for tech support and I got someone in the U.S. I
There
don't
used to
remember
be
the last time. It had to
There
be
used to
years.
be there used to be one in Utah, but I haven't talked to anybody there for probably like 5 years. Because basically I'm lucky. I rarely have any issues where I need to call anybody. Thank God. So you know, but yeah, I know about the overseas calling centers because I've had that experience too. When the worst part is when you call for help and you get somebody on the line that is so bad, their accent is so thick you cannot
Yes.
understand a word they fucking say. And I
Well,
just usually
right, and
I just hang up. I just hang up. I
right,
won't
but
even tolerate it.
but a lot of them are told to stick to that same script, and that's all they'll do is just repeat off the same script over and over.
Well, we
Like
do have a
like
script. I
right,
have
and
a script too.
sometimes you could tell because they're talking and you can hear other people right next to them yelling and shouting, and you can
Oh
say,
yeah.
I can't hear you. Everybody around you is shouting. You either get that or you get where they're at their house,
Hey,
and then
Gab,
their
what's up?
dogs are barking, the
Well,
kids are screaming, whatever.
yeah,
Oh,
that's a problem with call centers. There's some that I guess have probably thousands of employees in a bloody office, and so you're going to get a lot of that background noise, right, pops? Which thank God. I mean, the company I work for, there's only maybe 20 of us that work for the company, and when I was at the office, there were only maybe 4 or 5 people at the most in the room in a day. Usually less than that, maybe like 3 people. So it wasn't too bad, right? But yeah, that's why you'll get all that background noise because some employers they just pack hundreds and hundreds of people in the same bloody office, which I think is crap. But
When was
that's
the
just the
last
way it
time
is.
I have to ask you guys? When was the last time you called for tech support and got a man? Because
I haven't called.
I haven't had one of those in years.
Two
Yeah,
months ago.
I haven't had to call any. Thank God. So
2 months ago.
had one yesterday.
You guys are very fortunate because I don't get men anymore. There's a company that's big in the U.S. called Comcast Cable, and I had heard this is back in the '90s, '80s, '90s. It was like after I got out of the Air Force, late '80s, early '90s. I'd heard they were a good company to work for. Just get your foot in the door. They got great benefits, great pay, blah blah blah. And I went to apply customer service, and they said, "You do know we only hire women for customer service, right?"
that's
I'm like,
weird.
"Oh, okay.
Hey, that's a lawsuit right there.
Yeah, that seems
Prove it,
illegal to me.
prove it." And they know that. I mean, yeah, if I would have known, I would have carried in a little consent recorder. But even then, you got to have both consent and permission to record. I mean, the problem
Yep.
is proving it. Prove
Yep.
it.
Minnesota's a one like my state's a one party agreement state.
Not in
Only
California.
Yeah, that seems totally highly illegal to me. Just
Of course
to
it is.
discriminate by
They don't
gender.
care.
That's like just saying you can only work for the company if you're white.
Of
I mean,
course.
Hey,
it's like
no, they're already doing that. They're
Well, wait.
already about this opposite way.
Well, hold on, guys. And okay, let me ask you guys this. All right, obviously. All right, let's talk about that. All right, obviously, like let's say I'm a company. Let's say I own a grocery store, and people are coming in applying for jobs, and I say, no, I'm sorry, I'm only going to hire if you're this certain ethnicity. Okay, obviously, I cannot do that. Obviously, that's illegal, and obviously, I'll get in trouble. But why is it that if I'm a family and I own the grocery store, I can only hire I can hire only my family and that certain ethnicity and get away with it.
I don't
Nobody
know.
ever questions that, do they?
They well, how is Best Buy getting by with only people of color management training or or people have
Because they turn you away at the interview, they just don't tell you why. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Don't call us. We'll call you, and they don't tell you why. It's easy to get away with it.
No, but no, they flat out said that they're having training for people of color to become part of management. Coca-Cola.
Oh no, yeah. That's
and,
not something they publicly admitted. That was something that was exposed. Remember that, Gorilla? That was something they were trying to keep on the down low and the hush hush, but it got exposed.
Yeah, I think if they made that official policy, they'd probably get in deep shit pretty fast.
No, honestly, no. It's because as we all see, you can discriminate against white people. That's totally fine. You can have a sign up that says no white people, and you're totally fine. It's any other ethnicity you can't put up.
Or Coca-Cola had that try to be less white seminar for their employees.
Yes, and that once again, that was something they tried to keep on the hush hush, but it was exposed. And the worst part about that is you have people still going and buying Coca-Cola.
I don't.
Those are people that are more despicable than Coca-Cola itself.
I don't buy it. I always buy the no name stuff myself because one, it's just as good, and two, it's a lot cheaper.
No, but I'm saying that when they play their political cards like that, even if they're my favorite, even if they're the cheapest, even if they taste the best, I won't shop that anymore. I still have not bought Gillette ever since that ad came out about how horrible men are. I stopped shopping. I mean, when they pull their card, I will never buy Bud Light again. I'll put it that way. I will never shop at a Target again. Even though I don't shop at Target because it's all for women. But yeah, when they pull their political card, I stop going there. I stop shopping there.
I don't ever patronize any of them anyway because I'm a cheap bastard. So
I know, but like Disney with the child grooming and the pedophilia and all that. Well, I know, but it's Disney. I still like to go to their parks.
Have you guys heard? I didn't watch it, but I noticed a video popped up on my screen today earlier about Disney planning to do a trans version of Cinderella, where Cinderella's a guy.
Yeah.
Like I saw a thumbnail and I almost threw up. It was so revolting, but I'm thinking, what the fuck is happening?
Somebody's got a mic issue. No,
I
yeah, you're right. There's no
well,
surprise there.
We have a vomit issue, perhaps, but
it sounds almost like Mikey's here. There's somebody trying to talk and it's cutting in and out.
Not me.
Not me.
But that's like any old fan of horror. I'm a big fan of the old classic Hammer Studios, the old Peter Cushing, Christopher Lee movies like The Frankenstein Wolfman and Mummy and all those.
Oh yeah, Hammer Horror is great.
Hammer Horror went into bankruptcy and somebody had to bail them out. So they're trying to come back, God bless their hearts. They're trying to come back and be relevant in modern day and make horror movies again, right? And you know what the first thing they're doing? They're making a trans Jekyll and Hyde with Eddie Izzard. And it's like, there you go. Yeah, you got my sympathy, Hammer. Yeah, I'll be in first in line to see that, won't I?
That sounds
like,
pretty weird.
This on you, Hammer, and go to hell, go bankrupt, and I hope you never see the light of day again, Hammer. That's the way I look at it. And I was a dedicated Hammer fan. Since I was a child. But the first thing they do, they literally scraped out of bankruptcy, and they want to make a movie about a trans Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, that might have been in terms of the agreement for getting out of bankruptcy. They had to do a diversity movie.
Then guess what? Then they get what they deserve. Then boycott and go to hell. Because it's not like people. How many people are there going to say, I know they didn't have any choice. They had to sign the DEI agreement, so I'll go pay to see the movie. No, they pay. They sleep with the devil. They're going to lie with the devil, and that's the way I look at it. I'm not going to forgive them. It's an unforgivable offense, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't have any interest in something like that.
No, neither will anybody else. Mark my words. Watch what it comes out.
It's like vampires. Sometimes they should just stay dead, right, Pop?
right. Like that last movie, The Diameter, right? If you're not going to make a good movie, don't do it.
Yeah,
just don't bother.
That sucks. That's not a pun.
Hello there. Hope you're doing well, Canadian Spider-Man, says Nemesis
Oh
Eden.
God.
And Suzanne says, oh, my boy still eats his ramen noodles every day. And Suzanne says, Canadian Spider-Man, hello. And Jim says, hail, Canadian Spider-Man. And Nemesis Eden says, LOL, it's because Gorilla doesn't think the bots. They know Gorilla. They know.
Uh-oh.
Oh
What?
shit.
And
Wait,
Suzanne
what?
says, Nemesis says, LOL, it's because Gorilla doesn't think the bots. They know Gorilla. They know. And Suzanne says, be right back, just pulling up to the house. Okay, very cool. And a little gap after dark. So good to see. Hey, Pops, Gorillas, PvP, Eggnog, Suzanne. And Nemesis Eden says,
Gap.
hey, Gap.
Hello, Gap.
And Gap After Dark says, hey, Nemesis Eden. And Jim says, ha, Gap After Dark. And Gap says, I just got through watching Prometheus and Alien Covenant, and it makes sense when I watch the deleted scenes. Oh. I'm afraid to say, yeah, it was a disgrace what Ridley Scott did to the Alien franchise. He should have left it in someone else's hands. Gap After Dark says, hey, Jim. And Gap says, I don't buy Coca-Cola. Well,
It's too
same here.
expensive. It's like $2.75 a bottle up here. It's like ridiculous.
Plastic bottle. Yeah, and a plastic
Yeah,
bottle at that.
I can get the no name stuff for like $1.50, and it's just as good. So
Gap After Dark says, cheap bastards. Love it. Hello, Scotty. Good to see you. Scotty says, really, no way. That is ridiculous.
Hey,
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
And Suzanne says, Scotty, hello. And come on. There, Gap's hello, says Suzanne. And Jim says, hail, Scotty. Scotty says, hey, Suzanne, hey, Jim. And Suzanne says, oh my God, I have totally boycotted all of the woke companies. Good views, Suzanne. Same here. And Gap After Dark says, hey, Scotty, Suzanne. Scotty says, still no Disney Plus for this kid. Yeah, same here. Basil, hello, Basil. So good to see you. Basil Battle Dragon says, hello, gang. I'm late, but at least I get to hear that part of the stream. Yes. But it's better late than never, Basil. Glad you could make it. And Scotty R37 says, boycotts don't have to be grand. Just don't watch if you don't want, like Pop has always said. Right, and you don't have to make a big deal. Just vote with your pocketbook. Vote with your wallet. Don't give them any money.
Just turn your wallet off and turn your back on the shit.
Yep. Suzanne says, Scotty, I have the entire Black Diamond Disney collection of movies, and they are put away. Nothing further Disney will enter this home. And let's see. Basil says, thanks, Pop. Oh, anytime, Basil. I'm just glad to have you here. After missing almost 2 weeks, I wasn't sure if people were going to return. I know sometimes channels tend to lose subs if you don't put out content on a regular basis. Well, and I know it hurts analytics somehow, and I know it hurts your channel. So that's something I had to risk.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I give it 3 to 6 months. If like you haven't uploaded in like 3 months, then I'll unsub.
Yeah, that makes sense. Usually, a lot of my channel, and I've had this happen, where I'm faithful to their videos, and I have them click to alert, and then I won't hear anything for like a month or two, and I'll think, wait a minute, I haven't heard from that, and I'll go look, and that person died. I've had that happen too, especially some of my cooking channels.
Well, that's a good excuse for not uploading anything.
It is. I don't know why. I like to watch a lot of cooking channels, and some of them tend to pass away, unfortunately.
Oh, shit.
None of them passed away. It's just they got burnt out.
Yeah, I subscribed to one guy that used to do song reviews. He was really into Rush, and he was doing like, Rush songs. And he was great because he was a musician himself, right? And then he stopped putting them up. I guess he had personal stuff going on in life. And I still got his channel probably subbed to, but I don't think the guy's put a bloody video up in like a year. So I should probably just unsub, I guess, because I don't know what the hell ever happened to the dude. But
you can message him and ask him.
I suppose. I don't have his Twitter thing, though, so.
Usually on their, if they have a YouTube channel, on their main page there, it'll say...
Oh. I should check it, I guess.
Yeah, it'll have the links of their whatever social media they use.
Yeah, I should. It's weird though. Some people just seem to drop off the face of the earth, right? So
Well, they do, and some of it is against their will. Maybe they're like a health problem. Maybe they're in jail. You never know.
it's
Some of
weird
them are
because
homeless.
he's like one of those really jacked up muscle guys that seems to work out every week at the gym kind of guy. And he seems like a very positive, optimistic dude. And he's got a nice looking wife, and they seem to have a good time when she's on there. And it seemed like everything was good. But of course, you get a false image on YouTube, right? Like they could be going through horrible shit in their personal lives, I
Yeah,
suppose. So,
yeah, you never know.
Mm.
Suzanne Eckstein says, Basil, hello. And Basil says, absolutely, a personal boycott works just as well. Yes, it does. And Gap After Dark says, hello, Basil. And Basil says, hey, Gap. And Basil says, hi, Suzanne. And Daniel Hot Topic says, did you guys see Loki season 2? It was so good.
I have no interest in that.
No, thank you. Scotty said, I'm not sorry, Daniel, but I don't watch a company that promotes pedophilia.
Yeah,
Scotty
no interest.
R37 says, Suzanne Eckstein makes sense. And Gap After Dark says, hey, Daniel. And Daniel says, hello, Gap. Jim says, hail, Basil Battle Dragon. And Gap says, haven't watched Loki yet. I have not, and I will not. Like I said, I'm not going to support pedophilia or child grooming or indoctrination in any way. I'm the
Yeah,
exact polar opposite of it.
yeah. The reviews I've heard said it was pretty god awful, actually. So it's like I just don't care.
Well,
I mean,
aside from their politics, right, all their stuff is garbage. I mean, aside from the politics, their stuff is all garbage. Only a few people seem to like the stuff. And and let's say if I'm wrong, look at the ratings. I mean, they're in the dumpster. They're getting worse ratings. And we're talking about expensive shows. They're wasting millions of dollars on that garbage. And it's got lower ratings than stuff that has like a fraction of the budget on other channels.
oh yeah, it's
They,
nuts.
they inject those politics in there, and their shows turn to garbage.
It's nuts. I was actually watching a video about a week ago about the Man from Uncle because I've been watching those with Jill every Sunday. We've been watching an episode of Uncle, which has been great fun. Introducing her to the show, which she's now a big fan of. Um, but I was watching a video about Uncle and the ratings and all that, and there was one point in the video where during season 2, I guess that's when they hit their peak number of viewers. And apparently, Uncle in season 2 was hitting a 50% audience share, which
That's
means
good.
half of the TVs in the US were on watching Uncle every week, which I think is mind boggling. Because can you imagine any show now that you get 50% of the entire audience watching it week to week? Like, it would
Not going to
never happen
happen.
now.
No,
Would
not
never
going to
happen.
happen. Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah,
like back then,
it was
like
fun.
like in the U.S. when we had 3 networks. So yeah, you'd have certain shows that would garner all the ratings. But yeah, that's not going to happen anymore.
Yeah, I mean that was incredible when I got that stat watching the video. I was like, holy shit! This I knew the show was a big hit, in its prime, but that blew my mind. Like I never realized it was pulling in half of the television audience week to week in season 2. Like that was incredible.
What do you think made it start going down?
Hmm?
Batman.
I think season 3, the Batman effect took hold big
Yeah,
time,
Batman was a
and
lot for a lot of shows. Yeah, Batman seemed to. Yeah,
yeah, Batman. They got silly. Basically, they thought, okay, Batman's satirical. It's goofy. Let's go with that in season 3. And there were some god awfully bad episodes. Well, even towards the end of season 2, it started because the last one of season 2, I think, is the Indian affair or something, which is about indigenous people, and it's truly horrifically bad. The last one of season 2 is one you want to wipe your brain clean after you watch it,
yeah,
right?
just like people talk about Lost in Space. Yeah, a lot
So
of shows back then they did that.
so
Well, it's
Chris
like Lost in
Stockworthy.
Space, yeah.
Hey, PvP Chris Stockworthy. Well,
Oh God, yes. Actually, yeah. If you ever want to do TV episodes, we could maybe do a few like that one, and maybe do some of the awful, a few of the awful TOS ones. That might be kind of fun, actually.
if I'm gonna do TV, depending on how long the episodes are, I'd want to do between 2 and 4 of the episodes.
It's something to think about. I mean, I don't have any answers tonight, but Yeah, that's a good one to think about, Gorilla. Like that could be fun. I'd have to think about other really crappy episodes because it's not something I generally think about. I don't generally dwell on the worst episodes I've ever
Yeah, same here.
watched.
Yeah, if it's bad, then the last thing I'm going to do is let it take up real estate in my brain.
Though there
Oh,
are some that are so bad they're actually enjoyable because they're just
Well, if
you
it's so
know
bad that you can laugh at it, okay,
yeah
that I
yeah.
can handle, but not
see,
where it's just so bad it's bad. It's like
Well, it's
no,
like Spock's
it's
brain,
no.
right? It's just like that episode is so atrociously ridiculous, but there's some part of my mind that just loves it to hell because it is so
yeah,
atrociously
no.
stupid.
See, that's where I enjoy Crinstock because we just have fun just laughing at how bad it is.
Well, that's the whole point of
Right, but it's
Crinstock.
got to be funny to laugh at it. Remember that. There's a lot of bad
Yeah.
stuff that's not even funny.
Oh, come on. There's a reason we are not watching The View.
The view is more tragedy than comedy, girl.
I only threatened Mikey with that one.
Oh God. Yeah, if you wanted to torture people, you don't have to use the Chinese water torture. Just strap them to a chair and make them watch The View for like 5 weeks or something. That probably destroy their minds pretty good.
Which worse though, The View or like Real Housewives of Beverly Hills? I mean, it's hard to tell.
Well, I never watched any of that shit. Those Real Housewives shows are like, bleh.
Very bad. Very, very, very bad.
Yeah, it's like Kardashians, right? It's like, who watches this crap? Like, I have no idea. Well, basically, people that are brain dead, I guess, watch it. But yeah,
Brain and brain. What is brain?
brain. What is brain?
It's like I agree, like Spock's episode, Spock's brain episode.
Yep.
It's like it's so bad, but it's funny in some points. But like when it gets to the point when Jill covers The Way of Eden, that is just bad and no good redeeming value whatsoever.
Oh,
No
God,
humor, no nothing. That episode is just bad in every way, and it's going to be a drudge to get through.
It's shit. It's total shit.
Yeah.
The only good thing about The Way to Eden is that weird dude's ears made me laugh because they're so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Those ears.
Well,
It's like,
these episodes you're mentioning is the purpose is this.
I'm ready to irradiate your existing brain cells.
That's what I had done to me. Actually, that's what I'm literally going through right now.
Yeah, exactly.
no.
Unfortunately,
The great thing about Spock's brain, though, guys, you've probably heard of this. There is a drinking game to the Spock's brain episode, if you've never heard of it. And basically, the drinking game is you take a shot every time the word brain is said in the episode. So basically, by the end of the episode, you'll be completely hammered because they say brain over and over and over again.
see, and I have to state that one of my favorite shows of all time is Mystery Science Theater 3000. So if they could take something bad and make it funny, sure, I'll be first in line. But it's it's if you have something bad where you can't even make it funny, then no, thank you. It's got to be, they are the masters of taking bad stuff and making it funny. And I would be there in line every time. I watched every episode, every season. I watched Cinematic Titanic. I watched the newer versions of MST3K. But when it's a bad movie where it's so bad, it's just bad, and there's no, like I said, no redeeming value, no humor, no thank you. Then I just find it very depressing. Gap After Dark says, has anyone seen the movie 13 Sins? Good horror movie.
No, I have not seen that one.
13 Sins. About when was that made? Gap says, a desperate debt-ridden salesman is told he is on a hidden camera game show and agrees to perform 13 tasks in order to win millions of dollars.
Huh.
No, I don't think
Interesting premise.
it sounds like a newer movie. Because that seems to be a common trope now, a lot of that. Scotty says, don't forget that Uncle was inspired by Band, and when Band got bigger, the rest of the TV spy shows had to follow suit. Bond.
He's talking about.
Don't forget,
James
Uncle was
Bond.
inspired by Bond. And when Bond got
James
bigger,
Bond.
the rest of the TV show spies. I totally agree. That's like one of my favorite shows of the '60s was Get Smart, and it was totally It was a mixture of Bond and Clouseau, and I loved
Well,
it.
as a big Uncle fan, I have the background on the Bond connection. Actually, Ian Fleming, during the early days when they were actually developing The Man from Uncle as a TV series, they actually brought Ian Fleming into the fold and picked his brain for ideas. And he didn't add a lot to the show because he was only there for, I guess, a short number of weeks discussing the potential of the series with the producers. But the one thing he did leave of concrete was a couple of character names. The most important, Ian Fleming created the name Napoleon Solo, which is cool. And he also created a girl from Uncle named April Dancer, which was another Ian Fleming creation, which that would actually become a one season show a few years later as a spinoff. And basically, I guess after that, Ian Fleming realized that he was in a conflict of interest with the producers of the Bond movies, which he was, heavily involved with at the time. So he graciously, bowed out after, not too many weeks of putting input into Uncle. I think for a small payment, I don't think it was anything exorbitant because back then people were reasonable, rational human beings, right? So he bowed out, but still, Uncle went forward with Napoleon Solo and later April Dancer as the girl from Uncle. Uh, so yeah, it's like it was definitely a Bond spin-off because Bond was like 1962 when the first movie came out. Uncle's episode was 1964, 2 years later when it began. So it was obviously a very close follow-up to the idea of the Bond movies, very much inspired by them, which I love because I think Uncle, especially for me in the first season, was an absolutely fabulous, fabulous, amazing show. And then, of course, you've got, you mentioned Get Smart, which I also love. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I mean, Agent 99,
Mm,
the whole thing. It was just great, great
it was
comedy.
great.
And Mel Brooks was involved with writing that, I believe, if I
Right,
remember
right, right.
correctly.
Just in the creation, him and Buck Henry was involved in the creation,
Buck
and Buck
Henry.
Henry kind of took it forward after that. And Mel Brooks started doing his movies. So Mel Brooks
Is
was only in the creation of Get Smart, not really
interesting.
so much day by day episodes.
Was Buck Henry the guy that later went on to do some Saturday Night Live stuff?
Yes, and I remember
Yes.
what's funny when I was young in those Saturday Night Live because I'm old school, so I'm a it's raining out there. Oh shoot.
I can hear it.
Yeah, when I used to watch Saturday Night Live back the John Belushi days,
When it
and
was
when
good.
Buck Henry was on there, I was like, "Who is this guy? What is this guy? Who is this guy?" And it wasn't until later on that it dawned on me who he was. And then I've seen him and other things that he's done, and Buck Henry is hilarious. My
Oh,
God, the
he's
guy was
very good.
funny. I didn't
Very
realize
dry
that. Yeah,
wit.
right. When I was young watching Saturday Night Live, I was like, "Who is this guy?" And knowing now, oh my goodness, the guy was funny. Oh, and you could see that a lot of his humor in the Get Smart episodes. Like I said, Mel Brooks was only there for the creation, and then he was gone.
Oh, okay.
So Buck Henry is the one that really nursed it through what we eventually ended up
So
getting.
was Buck kind of the showrunner to be?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I really like. I think a lot of Max's dry wit was probably, basically Buck's dry wit put into the script, right? Because
Yes.
Max was pretty down to earth.
Well, and
Max
right,
was
and Leonard
actually
Stern,
so
and
dumb.
Leonard,
I
also
think
Leonard
Max was so
Stern.
dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Max was so dumb he couldn't really be witty, could he? Which I love. Well, one reason I love him so much. He's a down to earth guy. Actually,
And right, and it was, once again, the disgrace that was a reboot with that. What's that guy's name that who is unfunny? I can't stand from The Office.
the guy from The Office. I can't think of his name either. Which
I
tells you
can't
a lot.
stand him, and it didn't
Me
help it
neither.
that he was in that remake of Get Smart. It's like, yeah,
Oh yeah,
poo
Yeah, I
poo
can't
on
stand
him.
that.
I
I
forget
can't
his name.
stand that guy. Every time I see that guy's face, I just wish I could kick him in the balls.
Right, and the only reason why, and guess why, everybody, why we're even talking about this guy Why are we even talking about it? Why was he even in anything? Oh, because he's that guy that was mocking Jim Carrey in where Jim Carrey was God. That's the only reason why he ever did anything. And even in that scene, he was not funny because he was a newsman that was mocking Jim Carrey. I don't even remember what it was, but it was where Jim Carrey was God. And I don't know, but I mean, it was even then. It was a mediocre movie, and he was in a small role in it.
Bruce Almighty. Bruce Almighty.
That's it.
Yeah, it was Almighty. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad film on my.
Oh, it was great. I loved it.
Well, it was okay, but it was a movie you watch over and over. I mean, I watched it once, and it was like, okay, I don't think I can see it again.
I watched it a couple times.
Oh, I've seen it probably 30 times by now.
I'm trying to think. When it comes to Jim Carrey, I think the only movies I could watch more than once would be Pet Detective. I guess The Truman Show was okay, but as far as funny, I think Pet Detective was the only one I could watch over and over. Hello, Scotty. Welcome to the panel. Good to see you there.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here. Hey, PvP. Hey, Gorilla.
Hey, Scotty.
Hey.
How's it
I
going
can't see.
tonight, Scotsford?
I can't see how the puppies are. I'm well.
Beat me
I'm
up,
well.
Scotty.
How you doing? Well stocked up?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good for Canadian Thanksgiving. So thank you, Turkey Like D. I do agree with you about the Get Smart movie, but the only reason you know his name is because of he was on like a bunch. He was on Julia Louis-Dreyfus's Lane from Seinfeld. He was on like one sitcom with her. He was on The Daily Show for many, many years.
That was before the Get Smart movie?
That was before Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty, before Bruce Almighty got it.
Yeah. But so, yeah, no, I agree with you with the Get Smart. And I get it if you don't like him. But like that Get Smart movie, I went into that because I love the original show. And the only thing I liked about the movie was Alan Arkin as the chief.
I like Alan Arkin. I will say that, aside from that, Alan Arkin, I was a big fan of Alan Arkin.
But aside from that, it
no.
totally sucked. Like even Siegfried wasn't. Who played Siegfried in that movie? Because you can't match the original Siegfried. He was amazing.
No, in fact, I remember when the movie was okay. There was an excellent, fantastic fan website called Would You Believe, and it's been out for years and years. And it's by a really good fan of Get Smart, and he covers every episode, a lot of behind the scenes, like when they were at conventions, a lot of stuff. So wouldyoubelieve.com.
Cool.
And I remember when that movie was in the filming process, and he was covering every inch of the production. And I read an interview by the director of that movie, and he, of course, said, I wasn't even a fan of the original show, so I'm going to make it my own thing. And I'm like, as soon as I heard that, I knew. Oh, my God, I knew. So, yeah, when the movie came out, it was no surprise. I'd already known it was going to stink.
Yeah.
I know Hollywood has this habit of hiring people for properties, and like JJ with Star Trek. I don't know. I never really liked Star Trek. I like Star Wars, so I'll make it my own. Yeah, look what we get now, people. Thank you.
Well, it even goes farther back than that, man. Like Star Trek Nemesis, one of the biggest complaints about that is director Stuart Baird. Like he expressly said, like he mispronounced. He would, instead of Geordi, he would call him Gordy LaForge. Like he didn't know.
I would do that too on the set just to piss them off. I would do that too.
No, I know, and I know you're not exactly the biggest Next Generation fan, but still, like when you're talking about the people who made any of the Star Trek, like by the time you got to the 10th Star Trek movie, the Next Generation one, Nemesis with Bane from Dark Knight Rises, like you're gonna get like you have a guy who expressly did not like it, took it as a job. And that's all he was, because Stuart Baird was an incredible editor. He is one of the best editors regarded in the field. Like I think he edited Superman. Like
did he also do some Lovecraft movies?
He might have. I know I think he did editing on Bond flicks too, but then you throw him into a property that he doesn't give a hoot about, and that's what you get. Hoot 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 hooty doot. But yeah.
So Nemesis is even worse than I remember.
Oh man. That's the only thing that I do, because I did watch Picard season 3, and I don't want to get into a whole thing about it. I just want to say, when people were like, "Oh yeah, this is either really really good," and I'm like, "No, it's not," or "It's really really bad," and I'm like, "No, it's not. It's still better than Nemesis." That's my only benchmark, and that is a low freaking bar.
Yeah, that's sad that that's the only defense you can give it. Yeah, that's,
It is. It is. And that's the thing is, I've been
very
told by
telling.
people that it's like, oh, Scott loves the new Picard. And it's like, no, I don't. I think it's worse than the worst Star Trek The Next Generation movie. But I think it's better than the alternative factor.
Anything's better than death is better than the alternative factor.
This is true. This is true. But what if Lazarus? What if Lazarus?
I would have to say.
I think I'd rather be dead than watch that one again.
I would have to say, and the only reason why I disagree is because at least with the alternative factor, we're getting the TOS cast and the TOS crew.
That's
So yeah, it's not that bad. Nothing is as bad as that.
Hey, PvP, you better be nice to me, or I'll make you watch it for Kinstock.
Yeah.
Hey, put that one on the list there, girl.
Well, and see,
We
the
should
thing
have a
is
special cringe stock of really bad TV episodes. That would be good.
If you want cringe stock, you want bad episodes of cringe stock, I would say Encounter at Farpoint. That would be the first thing I would volunteer.
No. If we're doing TNG, we're going with Code of Honor, possibly Rascals.
Is Code of Honor the one with the aliens that they swallowed down, and it would come out of their neck?
No, that's Conspiracy. Code of Honor is the one with no Lieutenant Yaw, no vaccine.
Okay.
It's the racist. It's the African planet.
Or what's the one that
where Wesley falls into the flower bed and he's going to face
Justice?
Death sentence? That would be a nomination for me.
Yeah, or there's that one that Haven or Angel 1 also.
Haven's bad.
Yeah.
Angel 1.
Well, Angel 1, it would not have gotten made if the roles were reversed. It would not gotten made.
Right.
Oh,
but that's the entire, that's the whole flipping it on its ear. But yeah, anyway. No, but I would still, and you know what? And to give alternative factor its due, at least it still has the Vasquez Rocks.
I always love Vasquez Rock. Those good ones. Actually, Wild Wild West had Vasquez Rock episodes as
Absolutely.
NCIS. NCIS had an episode of the Vasquez Rocks too.
They still use it, yes.
Very cool.
So did Friends.
I went and visited Vasquez Rocks when they were filming the first Star Trek J.J. Abrams movie, whatever, and they were dressing it up as Vulcan.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I thought, I remember back then I didn't know who J.J. was, so I thought, oh, exciting, nice to make it the new Star Trek movie, and Vasquez Rocks is supposed to be Vulcan, and of course all that. I think within the first 5 minutes of watching that movie, I wanted to kill myself. It's like, oh my god!
Wow, that's a review.
Yeah, that movie. It was. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, and I don't usually feel like that, but when I was watching Generations, I wanted to. I got ill watching the movie. I physically got ill.
Ouch.
And I wanted to leave, and I was telling my friends, I said, I'm going to wait out in the car. I can't finish watching this. And that was I physically felt ill watching Generations. That movie made me feel, it was so bad. Scotty R37 in the chat says, would you like to read that for us, Scotty?
I think you guys already covered it when we were, but I did say also Wild Wild West, Maverick, and of course Batman led to more comedic entries in referring to Uncle, more outlandish adventures. I think it was just sort of a leaning of television at the time.
Yeah, the Batman
it was, and I enjoyed those. That's why I wanted to shout that out. And I'm glad you read it. I was also a fan of Wild Wild West, Maverick, and the like. I love Wild Wild West.
Oh, I love that show too. But I do think Batman had a negative effect on shows like Uncle and Wild Wild West because it just turned them into some of the episodes just got a bit too silly for their own good. To the point where it's like I'm watching this and I'm going, this doesn't really feel like my show anymore. It's turning more into a comedy series than anything I can take seriously, which I used to love because it used to be a very serious show at one time, right? So I think Batman did some definite damage to a lot of shows.
It did. And what's sad is I don't hate Batman. I mean, by itself, but yeah, it's watchable. It's a good show.
I love
Yes.
Batman.
Right. It's just that the impact it had on Hollywood at the time it's too bad.
Yeah.
Everybody was scrambling to imitate it.
Yeah, the funny thing is I never really thought about the Batman effect, as we call it, until recently. But recently I've heard a few people mentioning the Batman effect, and I was like, that's actually a thing. It's actually real because it actually did influence a lot of TV back in the mid 60s, late 60s. Like, yeah.
And they all did the same thing. They imitated it. Their ratings went down. They were canceled in that order.
Yep. Well, the thing
also,
is,
sorry.
Go, Scotty. Go ahead.
I was going to say also things like Laugh-In, which were becoming popular at the time in the later 60s.
It was good.
That's
and
fun.
you have
Sakatumi.
Right, but I'm just saying in terms of the cultural impact of these television shows in making things later. Like, didn't Star Trek go up against Laugh-In for the third season?
Probably one reason it died in the ratings.
Yeah. So and I think it's even just a cultural shift that was happening in the late 60s as the show went on, because the more heady, like you go with Perry Mason and things like that, they were sort of being sort of brought to the side or sidelined, if you will, because they're not as colorful. They didn't have as many flashy guest stars. Like, one of the things that I like about watching the original series with you, Pop, and talking about Uncle with you, PvP, and just in general, you guys know your classic television, you as well, Gorilla. And it's great to talk about the classic actors that we see that sort of jump from show to show, whether it be Mission Impossible or Man from U.N.C.L.E. or Star Trek or Batman.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to see that. But then you get stuff like with Laugh-In, or you get Batman, and you're getting more higher higher profile actors. Like, you're getting Shirley MacLaine show up. She wouldn't show up did Shirley MacLaine show up in a Man from U.N.C.L.E.? Like,
right. They were competing to be on Batman and Laugh-In. You're right. They were they were big. They were lining up. The big stars were lining up to be on those shows.
The thing is, Scotty, if you look at the cast members in U.N.C.L.E., there were some big names, like Victor Bono was in an episode that Jill and I just watched last week.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of I think Boris Karloff showed up in one. There were a lot of really A-list actors that did show up in U.N.C.L.E., Scotty, if you take a look at the list.
Yeah, but in the night, and not to dispute that, but the comparison that I'm sort of drawing is that if you say Boris Karloff in the 1960s, if it had been in the 50s, absolutely, I think that would have been more of a get as a guest star. But when you're looking at, like, Laugh-In had Nixon on. Like, it was a cultural moment. You had Milton Berle, who was still very popular in the 1960s.
Well, Milton was, let's face it, though, by the 60s, Milton was past his prime.
Well, by Batman 60s, when he played Louis the Lilac?
If you're going to mention Boris Karloff, I got to say Milton's probably in the same category. Like, they were
really? You think so?
Yes, I think they were getting towards the end of their careers.
Right.
Okay.
Right, but I have to agree with Scotty where, like, especially Laugh-In. I mean, Ronald Reagan was on there, and he was still governor of California. They were pulling, and John Wayne was on there. I mean, he was big.
Yeah, that's still good.
You know what the difference is, guys? So with Laugh-In, it was basically a comedy sketch, variety show, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's the reason they could pull in political figures, because obviously you're not going to get Richard Nixon playing like a evil thrush agent in U.N.C.L.E., right?
No. But in terms of the influence and
it's
how
a different kind of show, right?
You had to push a different kind of entertainment in that era. Like, if you were getting cultural icons of the day, then, and you couldn't get them. Now, I'm U.N.C.L.E. in its heyday, and I know that there were really big actors who were on U.N.C.L.E., but it was sort of like almost just before they became their stars. Whereas
there were lots that were just on the verge of stardom, Scotty, and there were many others that were just on the tail end. A lot of big movie actors moved into TV in the 60s because after the late 50s, let's face it, television was taking over and the cinemas were starting to die out, right? Because they weren't getting the audience that they used to do because people stayed home and watched the TV every night. So there were a lot of really good film actors that migrated into television, and Uncle did get a fair number of those big names if you actually go down the
But
list. So,
But again, it is, and I agree with you that they did get those big names, but those big names were sort of, they were either their last embers dying out, or they were just on the cusp of stardom.
yeah, but they still are
I
So
agree.
they weren't hot
well, they're still recognizably excellent actors, though, and
through
I
the
only
prism
care
of
about
today. Yeah.
no, I only care about when I watch an episode. Is this guest star really good at the role they're portraying? And if it's like my answer is yes, they are excellent, then I give that episode a thumbs up, basically. So,
Well, even the episode that we watched for David McCallum's tribute on Jill's channel, when I got to see Aelborn from Errand of Mercy, I was like, that's dope. That's cool. It's great that I can look back and see that actor. But if I were just a guy if I were this age in 1960, whatever year that episode aired, I would just be like, oh yeah, no, he's neat. But it doesn't have the same nostalgia and heat that seeing one of the Organians.
well, it's going to have a different impact for every individual because we don't have all the same life experience, right, Scotty?
True.
You and
Very
I
true.
will think of him as an Organian and love it. And many people that never watched Star Trek won't get that reference, will they? So
That's true. That's true.
still
Well,
a
it's
damn
like,
good episode, though.
oh yeah,
I lucked out. I was really shitting bricks trying to think. I got to pick I got to pick a really good Ilya Kuryakin episode for Jill if she's going to put this on her channel. Because the last thing I wanted to do was pick something that was really shitty, right? And I looked through probably 5 episodes the night before, and I was just like, oh shit, what am I gonna pick? And then when I hit that one, I was like, this is really good. And it was a really great Ilya episode, that one. I think we all had a lot of fun watching that one.
well, he was spicy with that
He was
Bulgarian
great.
lady. Yeah,
It was great. Yeah, that was
was
a
good.
good one. Probably one
Good
of the best
choice.
ones of the season too, actually.
Excellent choice, then, sir.
Thank you, sir.
PBP, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Since you said that, are you okay? I mean, if you're shitting bricks, that's got to hurt like hell.
That was a metaphorical statement, not literal.
I know.
Thank God.
Edge of Time says very, very bad. And Gap After Dark says, hello, Edge. Scotty says, I can't wait. And Scotty says, I thoroughly disagree. Edge of
Way
Time
to Eden is
says,
going to be a heck of a show, man.
Greetings, Gap. Oh, and then it's too bad. I don't know. I'll try to. Maybe I'll take an oxy or something. I've got to be able to soften my brain when we get to that one.
Uh-oh.
And Edge of Time says, greetings, Gap. And Scotty says, hail, Edge of Time. And Scotty says, I'll play that game.
The brain and
And
brain,
Nemesis
what is
Beans-
brain
Right.
drinking game.
Nemesis of Eden says, hello, Scotty. I wish I could drink.
Yeah.
And Gap After Dark says, it was made 2014, but looks old school.
Hey, Pop, if you need to soften your brain before going into something,
Here we
just
go.
let me know. I'll put something on the backstage that'll make it look like it's going to sweep the Academy Awards.
Oh my
Well,
God.
maybe I'll eat some edibles or something. I can do edibles. My lungs are kind of messed up, so I can't smoke pot.
Oh.
And all my treatments, they say no alcohol. But I'll try to get my hands on some edibles or something like that.
Oh, I can just make you watch some really crappy stuff. It'll make it look like a masterpiece what you're watching.
Yeah, but then I'll be so ill I won't be able to watch it. I'm trying to figure out some way to turn my brain off, I guess, where there's no logic.
Is
No,
there
nothing at
is there medicinal marijuana available in your neck of the woods?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
then,
what I'm
yeah.
saying is, I can get my hands on some edibles for that.
Nice.
I just had some the other night, in fact.
How'd you
Actually,
enjoy?
Pop, if you want to totally turn your brain up, Pop, just watch some episodes of Discovery. That should do the trick.
No,
There you go.
that's nausea.
Well, that makes me angry. I need something a little more neutral that doesn't upset me.
That was a joke. That was
The
a
neutral
joke.
zone.
Babylon 5.
I can't stand the makeup on Babylon 5.
I can't stand the Tesla
Nemesis says
effect.
Scotty.
I was saying hello to Nemesis of Eden.
And Nemesis says, hope you are doing well tonight, dude.
I am.
And I didn't show the Fleming connection. Thanks, PvP. I'm going to leave, fellas. Early day tomorrow. Peace out, all. Sorry, Suzanne, I'm so late reading this, but have a great night.
Suzanne.
Take care. And we will see you soon. Yeah, that was like 20 minutes ago, so I apologize. I'm a little behind on the chat. Sorry, everybody. I usually try to shout out everyone. Scotty R37 says, solo. That is cool. And Scotty R37 says, good night, Suzanne. And let me see if I'm trying not to skip over anybody. Scotty says, Dr. No, 62, Russia 63, Goldfinger 64. Yes, those were some definitely good movies. And I mentioned it before, and I'll say it again. But Christopher Lee was personal friends with Ian Fleming, and Ian Fleming had him in the idea. He had him in mind when he wrote James Bond. But Christopher Lee turned it down. He said it wasn't for him.
Huh.
Nims of Eden says, raining blood. Edge of Time says, how long before human to AI communication exceeds the volume of human to human communication? It won't be long. I mean, I worked with Uber, and my communication with my boss, I guess you could say, was all AI. It wasn't any humans. So we were already living in that world, just depending on who you are and what field you're in. Hello, Herc130. So good to see you, Herc. Herc says, hey, pop culture curator. Yeah, Herc, I'm so glad you could join us. The Steve Carroll one. Right, Scotty's talking about Steve Carroll, like we were talking about earlier. And Herc130 says, hello, Nemesis of Eden. Scotty R37 says, I was disappointed by that one. And Scotty says, hey, Herc130. And Scotty R37 says, Daily Show. That's it. Okay, yeah, all right. Scotty R37 says, he was an up-and-comer on many sitcoms before. And Gap says, hey, Herc130. And Edge of Time says, rain in blood. And Herc130 says, yeah, Scotty, how are you? And Steve Carroll is correct.
I'm well, Herc. Thank you.
Yes, and he agrees with you. Herc130 says, hey, Gap After Dark. Like, how are you? And I'm going to mention this really quick. I've mentioned it before. I know you. And I'll try. I try not to repeat things I've already said, because who wants to hear the same story over and over? But I've mentioned that I old school when it comes to Star Trek conventions. I used to go during the original cast days before TNG, and they used to have a regular comedian, Rick Overton. That was their stock Star Trek stand-up comedian.
Why does that name sound familiar?
He is extremely unfunny, so I'm not recommending them. So if you see the name Rick Overton, get far, far away.
All right, I got to see who this guy is.
Wow.
He did one episode of Married with Children, and in that, of course, he was unfunny. But I remember I was at a Star Trek convention in LA. It was a big one. It had Shatner and Moy both there, and it was a landmark. It was like 25th anniversary or something like that. And I remember when they announced, they said, "We're sorry, everybody, but our comedian Rick Overton is not able to be with us tonight." And I stood up cheering. Yes, waving my arms. God, yes.
I do have to say, I looked up a picture and I know who that guy is, and you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, terrible.
I gotta say, I feel great joy. I feel great joy for pop culture at this moment.
Yeah, because I was the only one in the audience that was in on it. Everybody else was like, "What? Who? What?"
You're the only person.
He was so unfunny, nobody could remember him from one convention to the next.
You were the only person that got the joke that he could never tell.
Yes, absolutely. So unfunny, and he does the absolute worst William Shatner impression. So I'm not trying to recommend him in any way.
I'll give that a pass then. I'll give that.
Yeah, they announced. They said, "We're sorry, everybody, but our comedian Rick Overton is not going to be able to make it tonight." I stood up and I was cheering and enjoying it. It was the best news I'd heard in a long time, and it's still to this day one of the best things I'd ever heard. And they said that we're having to try to dig somebody up, everybody. We're trying to find somebody at the last minute because
dig somebody up.
Right, we're trying to find somebody at the last minute. So we were like, okay. And I even said, I go, I don't care. I even yelled it out. I said, anybody's better than him. Well, we don't care who. We don't care anybody. And then it was like, I don't know, like a couple hours passed. And they made another announcement. They said, okay, we found someone who can come in for tonight.
I'm
It's a
sorry.
little unknown guy. He's a little unknown guy named Jim Carrey, and I said yes, yes, because I had already known who he was. I had seen him do stand up. This
Oh
is
my
when
God.
this is before In Living Color, and this is when he was doing his stand up shtick where he was impersonating like James Dean, famous actors, where he would do his facial things like that. So I was the only one who knew who Jim Carrey was. So I remember I cheered when they said Rick Overton wasn't going to be there. And when they said we got somebody at the last minute, they said they even said that, some guy named Jim Carrey. And I said, yes, yes. Once again, I stood up cheering and cheering. And I remember everybody was like looking at me like, what is this? And I looked at everybody around me. I said, just watch. I said, just wait till he gets on there. I said, you guys will see he's better than Rick Overton any day. And everybody was like, whatever. And then, of course, he had everybody laughing.
Yeah. Where was that?
So
Was that in California?
The entire audience.
Yes, Los
Nice.
Angeles.
Nice.
So Pop, the entire audience were thinking, oh, this Pop guy, he's Jim Carrey's agent. That's why he's clapping.
Right, yeah,
so
he's
hard.
his agent or his dad or his uncle or his brother,
Yeah.
right?
Brother. Let's go, brother.
Yeah.
Brother, dad, agent, whatever. It's all good.
Who the
But I
heck is
give-
that crazy guy?
What's that?
Who the heck is that crazy guy yelling and screaming?
Yeah, I know exactly, right? But yeah,
I love it.
Jim, and I give Jim Carrey props because he came on, and considering he was the last minute replacement, he did a fantastic job. He did his impersonations. People loved him. People laughed. They clapped. He did a few Star Trek jokes. And you could tell he was a Star Trek fan, which helped. So he did some Star Trek jokes that only us Star Trek fans would enjoy. And that's why later on, I thought it was so funny when he played Captain Kirk on In Living Color on a few parodies,
Yep.
and he was hilarious in that.
I love it. It's great.
Yeah, there's some really good Star Trek parodies on YouTube from other shows. I think, did I ever send you the Wayne and Schuster one, Pop? I think I did.
I don't. The name
Probably
doesn't sound familiar.
It's probably 6 months ago. Yeah, Wayne and Schuster were a very famous Canadian comedy duo for like 40 years here in Canada. They had a long running career, and they had a TV show on the CBC for a lot of years. And they actually did like a 25 minute a parody of Star Trek, which I thought was quite hilarious. They often kind of played to the middle ground audience, so they weren't really necessarily highbrow, but this one was pretty good because even though it was really goofy like they generally tended to be, it was actually pretty decent in the sense that they got a lot of the Star Trek lore quite correct
Cool.
as far as the characters went. So actually, let me see. I'm going to put that in the private chat. Just give me a couple of minutes, guys. I will do that for your enjoyment.
Put it in the public chat. If you're mentioning it, yeah, give everybody a chance of enjoying it.
Okay, I'll give it a go here. Give me a minute.
And I'd have to say, if I was thinking about it, the best Star Trek parody, and I really give them props, and above and beyond, I think Futurama did a fantastic job because not only did they parody it, but they actually got the cast back. So I thought that, I couldn't tell you about every episode of Futurama because that's something I kind of tuned into off and on. But I would say they nailed it with the best parody because they even had the actual actors of the TOS in the parody. And I thought that was amazing. I'm sure you guys all know what I'm talking about, right? Obviously. Silence? I guess not. Well, if you haven't seen it, then I do recommend it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen, except for the new season there, I've seen every episode of Futurama a couple times.
Yeah, it even took place, and this is Futurama, a cartoon. They even had Vasquez Rocks in it. I mean, it was like perfect in every way. Jim says, "Hail, Herc 130." And Gap says, "I'm good. How are you? Been a minute." And Edge of Time says, "Ahoy, Scotty." And Herc 130 says, "Jim, hello." And Herc 130 says, "Siegfried was Terrence Stamp." Oh, my God. I like Terrence Stamp, but Siegfried, no, I don't think so. Herc 130, and that was another thing that pissed me off, is Bernie Capel, who played Siegfried, was still at the age where he could have been. When they made that Get Smart remake, that was another thing, is the director didn't want anybody from the original series in there. He was forced to have them in there, and he wrote them all in there at the last minute, and it showed. My God, it showed how bad that movie was. And Herc 130 says at Gap After Dark, I'm doing great. Life is good. People are good. Well, 80% are good at least. LOL. I agree, Herc. I agree. You know, life throws you a good card. Sometimes it'll throw you a bad card. But overall, you can't complain. At least we're alive and we're able to say hello, and we have good friends surrounding us.
Well, you
Edge
know,
of time.
when I
Go
think
ahead.
of how many sperm cells entered my father's body over the years,
Oh,
I was the
God.
lucky one that won the lottery, and I'm here. It's like that's like one in billions, right? Probably, and it's like it's quite a fantastic thing to be alive, even though, as you say, life could also be very challenging and give us hard knocks and be quite shitty at times, but overall, if I wasn't here, I wouldn't have a chance to hang out with you awesome, wonderful guys and have fun together.
Uh,
And I just wanted
Where's
to
my
mention,
boot set?
yeah, I just wanted to say that, life is great, life is really great. And I actually my mother told me I was an accident because she had me in her mid 30s. You know, the doctors told her after my sister 15 years earlier, she'd never be able to conceive or have another child.
yeah.
And of course, I happened for some reason. And, bless my mom, she decided, of course, to carry it to term, which women generally did back in those days. And
Yeah.
the rest is history. It's like,
My
shit.
my,
Thank you.
my
Thanks, mom.
parents told my, my parents told me I was a pitcher of margaritas at a gas station condom.
Well, that's encouraging.
Well, that's romantic.
Edge of
But I
Time
think it's,
says, "Does the world smell good to dogs?" I think it does.
well, they
I
like to
really,
sniff
and the worse
everything.
it smells, the more they love it. They like to roll in it.
Yeah, they love to sniff everything, don't they, those little buggers?
Everything. Trust me on that. Everything.
As much as I'm a people person, I don't think I have a desire to sniff people's butts like dogs do.
Well,
No,
that's
but
how they greet
that's
each
how
other.
that's how they get. Right, yeah, that's their version of, of shaking hands.
I guess. I'd rather shake hands, to be honest.
Sniff and a lick, man.
Hey,
Not that I'm saying I wouldn't sniff the occasional butt if it was attached to the right woman, but
Oh, that pipe, that pipe dream again, huh?
oh, I can dream, can I?
Yeah, you can.
And speaking of experience, be careful because some women aren't always perfect in the
Oh
hygiene
yes.
department as they should be.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Edge of Time says a very special rumblings. Yes, it is. I try to make it memorable. And Gap After Dark says factor. What factor? Edge of Dark says, do dog owners look down on people who don't? I don't. I
hey,
kind of I don't look down on them. I think well, it's too bad because they don't know what they're missing.
hey!
But a lot of people have good reasons why they don't have dogs. Go ahead.
I
Sorry,
always
Phil.
trust I always trust a dog's judgment.
Me too.
Dog doesn't like you, then there's something wrong with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're walking with somebody and the person that you're walking with gets barked at by a dog, the person you're walking with may be a Terminator.
Yeah,
Could
dogs
be.
know. Dogs do know. They're a very good judge of characters. Big Bang Theory had a Vasquez Rock scene too, said Herd 130.
It'd be an interesting video would be to do a compilation of all the episodes on TV with the Vasquez Rocks. That could be a lot of fun, actually, if anybody ever, did the editing time to do that.
You know
Well,
how long
especially, well, that would take a long time. But are you talking about just Star Trek, or you mean everything?
No, I'm talking all the shows like Star Trek, Wild Wild West, NCIS,
Hey,
Yeah.
et cetera, right?
hey, are you gonna watch like a 10,000 hour long video?
I don't think it would be quite that long. Maybe it'd be
Break it
like
up in
30 minutes or something. Like,
break it up into part 1, part 2, part 3.
sure,
be
part
pretty
Keep
3,
going.
dang long.
part 4.
Wait, you're saying you want to take a compilation of watch all the episodes with Vasquez Rocks, and you'd say it'd only be 30 minutes?
No. I'm saying
How long do you think it would be, Gorilla?
if you edited out the parts with the rocks, is what I'm saying. But actually, that would be a really good gorilla stream. Is to do episodes featuring Vasquez Rocks. That'd be a lot of fun.
Well, you could
You
do that,
start
but it's
with-
just like a few seconds per clip, right?
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
start
but
with Star
that's
Trek
still be a
1.
top bugs.
You can start with the Star Trek one and go into other episodes that follow. That'd be a lot of fun.
But
I think the most. Go ahead, Gorilla.
But you're talking about an area of film that's like one of the most popular areas to film. That'd take forever just to look it up, edit it down to even just the Vasquez Rocks parts. You're still talking thousands of hours of footage.
I don't
All right,
think
let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys this question. All right, out of all the movies and TV shows that you guys have seen shot there, which one would you say was the best example of Vasquez Rocks that
Oh,
you really showed it
it's
off the best?
it's Arena with the Gorn for me. Always will be.
Yeah. Like
Arena.
I got to go with the classic.
Because Shatner's running his ass off all over that fucking mountain.
Mm-hmm.
When I think of Vasquez Rocks, that's what I think is definitely what PvP
And
said.
the thing is, Shatner, like he climbed up really high in some of those shots, and he was like really close to the edge. Like, shit, it's a good thing the bloody, cliff didn't break away. I guess it's been there for thousands of years, but Shatner was like putting his ass on the line there in some of those shots, right? Like,
Yes, he
pretty,
was.
pretty close to oblivion, really. And yeah, that'll always be my favorite is Arena with the Gorn. That's a great episode.
At the top of Vasquez Rocks, there's two levels. The lower level is easy to get to. That's as high as he went. So if any credit goes to anybody, it's the stuntman who played Spock in Star Trek 3.
No,
Sorry, Star Trek 4.
4. That's my number 2. That's my number
Right.
2.
Right, when Captain Kirk looks up
Studio
and
two.
you can see the Spock at the very, very top. That's the one that takes a lot of guts to climb because it's very steep and slippery.
I didn't
Hey,
realize
whoever
it was
was
a
that played
stuntman.
Hey, PvP, have you ever seen the movie Paul?
Yeah.
the movie what?
Paul.
The
P-A-U-L.
comedy movie.
P-A-U-L. No, I can't remember that one.
Oh, we're gonna watch the. Oh, I might have to do
So
a
good,
rewatch
dude.
because because they actually reenacted the scene between Kirk and the Gorn there for like 20 seconds on that whole thing. There was pretty funny, but we are gonna watch Paul one of these days for like we already watched it for Cinema Sunday, but I'm gonna watch Paul with you.
Okay, put it on the list. Sounds good.
It's funny. It's by the same guys, like the same two actors who played Shaun of the Dead and Ed in
I
the
remember
movie Shaun of the Dead.
Cornetto
Yeah,
trilogy.
in
or
the
whatever.
Cornetto trilogy. Yeah, it's Simon Pegg and
Yeah,
Stephen Frost, something Frost.
Yeah,
Shaun
something
of the-
like that.
Shaun of the Dead was pretty good. I haven't seen it in probably 4 years, so my memory's fading. But
Tis the
it was
season,
an
my
entertaining
friend.
film. Kind of a downer though. Like they kind of had a downbeat ending on that one, didn't they?
No. It was fine. It wasn't that down.
It was a comedy,
The end of Shaun of the
you know.
Dead. It was a comedy. It was
I
actually
love Shaun
at
of the
the
Dead.
end. It
Yeah,
ends with "You're My Best Friend" by Queen. It's
Didn't
not
they
that
all
down
die
of an
though?
end.
Didn't they all
No.
die at the end?
No, they didn't. They get out of it. It's just a
Oh.
Well,
brief-
you're thinking that because, okay, I guess the good and the bad about that is, yeah, his best friend died, but they were still friends after his best friend was
Yeah.
dead. So the
They're
movie
different.
ended on a note saying, yeah, but they're still friends.
Yeah.
So his friend was a zombie.
Yes, but he wasn't he wasn't like, it was a comedy, so it wasn't like,
was-
a depressing ending. He was like, yeah, he's dead, but he's still his friend.
He was
So he was
chained
not
up in the.
He was not a flesh-eating zombie that would bite his friend on the neck.
Oh no, he would. He would. That's the last joke of the movie. As it's like Ed.
Okay.
Right. We're friends, but I'm not going to let you eat me.
Yeah. What are you doing? Stop it, because they're just gonna play Call of Duty or whatever.
Well, I tell you, if I had some nice girlfriends, I'd want them to eat me. But
Oh
that's a
man.
different thing.
You should see the horror movie Teeth, and
Oh,
it's
God.
where it's about a young girl who
That's what you
discovers
think,
that
right?
her private parts have teeth.
Oh, that's horrific.
There you go, PvP. There you go.
Yeah. So if you
Yeah,
want her to eat you,
I've heard that old joke, a pussy with teeth, but I never knew there was
I
a
can't
film that
believe
actually
I'm the
put
one.
it into cinema.
Yes, they did make a movie. Well, I don't know if it made it to the theaters, but yeah, they did make a movie on that.
That sounds like one for the cringe stock there, Gorilla.
apparently it's supposed to be. Apparently, it's supposed to be an effed up horror movie.
Well,
Can you imagine if there was a vagina with teeth?
Tell Gorilla the title there, Scotty, if you don't mind.
It's called Teeth.
Teeth, okay.
Put that one on your list there, Gorilla.
Well,
I'm sure
Scotty.
Gorilla's got a mile long list.
Man,
of
oh man, oh man.
Oh yeah, yeah. So Sean's gonna have, or Scotty's gonna have to join us for a couple cringe stocks there.
All right, I'm in.
Yeah,
That'd be fun.
because so far the people who joined us have been really enjoying them there.
Hey man, I'm always a fan of seeing something that I haven't seen before, and even if you tell me it's bad, I'm still gonna watch it. But I'd love to watch it with people. Like if you say it's bad and then you should watch it, I'm never gonna watch it unless there's an actual time. And it's like,
No,
yeah,
the
I'd
watch
love to watch
parties
it
are the
with
best.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
see,
go to them very often.
I keep telling Gorilla he's got to put this one called The Creeping Terror on
But
the
this
list.
one,
That's
Gorilla,
after Rockapussy. That's after Rockapussy.
That's a
Rockapussy?
horrible
Okay.
movie. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's great. It's like Plan 9 from Outer Space. It's so god awful. You have to shake your head and think, this actually got money. Somebody actually made this. Somebody actually filmed this. It's like there was actually actors who acted in this.
Yeah.
It's like one of those films. You just go, oh fuck me! I can't believe this exists.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It's
Yeah.
awesome. It's really
But
great.
but cringe stocks are kind of gonna have to wait till unless it's like downpouring tomorrow. We're gonna be out most of the day selling popcorn. So
Oh, that sounds
popcorn
good.
because he's about halfway to the goal for the 1910 goal.
Actually, don't worry about it, Gorilla, because I got so much to do tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to be
Yeah.
doing much online anyway. So I'll be doing other shit all day tomorrow, probably.
Better
Yeah.
luck on
Time
the
says
popcorn show.
a very special deletion, says Edge of Time. And Gab After Dark said, wow, Pops, tell us how much you love JJ.
Janet Jackson?
Jar Jar Abrams.
Johnson and Johnson.
I
think
actually
most of us-
just saw Mark Hamill call. He's like, no one knows what JJ stands for. Does it actually stand for Jar Jar? And then Daisy Ridley and John Boyega are there, and they're just like, I can't believe you said that. It's awesome.
Right.
I think it stands for jerky.
I give Luke Skywalker
jerky
some
jackass.
credit. It's great.
Right.
Turkey
Well, we all
jackass.
understand what happened with him, poor guy. He had already signed the contract before he read the script.
Yeah.
So that's why you never do that ever again. Gap After Dark
Well-
says, which I totally,
That's a bait and
Wow,
switch
wow.
for George Lucas, though.
yes, well, that's just it. They signed the contract when they thought George Lucas was going to make the movie.
Right.
Gap After Dark says, Wild Wild West movie sucked. That was an understatement.
Oh,
I could use a lot of swear words, but I do agree with you, Gap After Dark.
It sucked donkey balls. Yeah, it was horrible.
It's actually
Absolute
it's a
crap.
mean movie. It's a mean
Crap
movie.
Crap movie.
Like none
Well,
of it.
I have so many questions. Like, really, Kevin Kline? Who thought that was a good idea? I mean, and that's just one of thousands of questions I'd have for.
Well, who thought it was a good
a movie
idea?
made-
Who had thought it was a good idea to race swap Jim West and put
Will Smith?
a black actor, Will Smith, into the role like that?
Well, and the
was just
thing-
like,
okay.
fuck.
This is also part of like don't look behind the curtain. At the time, Will Smith was the hottest movie star on the planet. They were planning on making a comedy, and they were using Barry Sonnenfeld, who is the director of Men in Black, starring
Black,
whom. And so that's why they did that. But it is so obvious that it is a cobbled together. Here we have this script. We want you to make it based on the success of this other thing that, quite honestly, Barry Sonnenfeld and the entire production crew of Men in Black did was adapt another property. The first one was an adaptation. Barry Sonnenfeld really only makes adaptations well, and he does, because it's Men in Black, and then you also forget that before that, it was the Addams Family. Now, how do you feel about the Addams Family movie?
I haven't seen them. I know it's going to sound like blasphemy, but
The Raul
Nah.
Julia ones, man, you got to check it out just for Raul Julia. And I'm not
I know they
saying
were
that
very
because
successful. I'm not denying their success.
I'm not saying that he's better than John Aston. I'm just saying it's a different interpretation of the character, and I kind of adore Raul Julia. Angelica Houston is good-ish.
Is she funny?
Not. She's Angelica Houston. I don't know. It depends on whether or not
I know,
you ever
because that's
find
what
her
I
funny.
remember. For me, it was a hard pill to swallow. I was thinking Angelica Houston. I knew who she was, but is she funny? I was thinking, I don't know.
But see, when I watch The Addams Family now, I don't know how you feel about Wes Anderson movies. I watched the Royal Tenenbaums, and when she
I like
played,
Wes Anderson.
yeah, and so remember in the Royal Tenenbaums when she was Gene Hackman's wife,
Mm-hmm.
I liked her in that. And so then I watched Addams Family again, and it felt like the same thing. I don't understand. Has Angelica Houston ever won an Oscar? Why do people like her? Is she just part of a movie dynasty?
John Huston. That's what I was going to say.
That's all it is. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I never really was a fan.
She's
not bad. And physically, she had the physical appearance. She was good for Morticia. But I always thought of her as she's only in Hollywood because of her dad.
Right.
I can't think of anything she really stood out.
Well, there's Drew Barrymore. Who's better, Drew Barrymore or Angelica Houston?
That's a hard.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's Angelica Houston with a bullet, like a metaphorical
I don't consider
Drew.
I don't consider Drew Barrymore a good actress. She's just
nor do I. Nor do I.
I don't think Drew's been all that much really. Angelica's pretty good actress in the stuff she's in. So.
Did you like either of the Charlie's Angels movies?
I don't
Drew
watch that shit.
Well, no, but it's a remake.
I liked them. They were enjoyable. Did you
like them? Okay, cool.
They were enjoyable, and I liked Crispin Glover. He did a fantastic job.
He was great. True story.
Yes.
I never watched the Charlie's Angels TV show. I had no interest in the movies. That's just me. It doesn't appeal to me. Not my bag. So that
you don't like women running.
Oh, I love women running.
Then you should check it out. It's a good time.
No, I'm not in Charlie's Angels. It has never appealed to me. The whole thing, the whole concept didn't do it for me.
You don't know.
When I give credit for Charlie's Angels, I did watch it. My least favorite was Farrah Fawcett. But I did watch it, and what I liked about it is back then they could tell a story without having to demean men like they do now. Now they've got to belittle men, and so they were able to not do that. So I remember.
Well, and even
the one
in
thing
the
I
movies
remember
too,
is the Farrah Fawcett poster that every boy had
Not me.
the wall in their bed.
I didn't think she was attractive at all. I thought she was too skinny. She had a big head and flat chested.
Yeah, I didn't think she was that hot either, to be honest.
And bad acting. Oh my God, atrocious. She could not act. But no, when all the other guys had that poster, I had the Adrienne Barbeau poster. Her with the
they were hired for their tits and ass, I think, Bob.
Right.
To put it bluntly.
Sakatumi says Herc 130, and Edge of Time says, "Show me you're a jack-o'-lantern, GB."
Jack-o'-lanterns. I've been a jack-o'-lantern until recently. I got it fixed. It's great.
Edge of Time. Sugar Buzz Betty's. Wait, did I read that right? Sugar Buzz Betty. I think I did.
I think.
Gap After Dark. It says shows jack-o'-lantern. Edge of Time says, "Don't you raise your voice to my Rice Krispies. You don't know
low
me."
tones.
Right.
Maintain low tones.
Yeah. Edge of Time says, "Don't you raise your voice." Oh, sorry. Very, very bad, says Edge of Time. And Edge of Time says, "Do Smarties candies enhance intelligence? Did you know this Halloween myth as a child, like little smart pills?"
I was told they were suppositories.
And that doesn't sound like they tasted very good either.
So
no.
You used to shove Smarties up your butt, Scotty?
Yes, that's what suppository means.
Well, that's why I just had to question you.
Well, no, I think I said it very specifically.
Needed to confirm it. Just needed to confirm it.
Welcome and hello, DVB. So good to see you. DVB says, "Hey, it pops." Oh, it's so good to see you guys again. I honestly, seriously, I missed you all when I wasn't streaming. And I am very sincere when I say that, and it's the truth. So tonight, I feel so much better. This is like the best medicine I've had in a long time. And Jim says, "Hail, DBB." And DBB says, "Hail, Jim." And Edge of Time says, "Remember edible candy jewelry?" Oh, yes, I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wearing some right now.
I remember like the necklace. Remember that was like the...
I have the bracelet on my ankle.
I remember that.
It's an anklet.
Edge of Time says, ever try seeing how long you could make gum last? Gross. You're right, it tasted terrible.
Yeah.
Scotty R37, hey, a trip.
Hey, a trip.
And DBB says, hey, Scotty. Edge of Time says 333. DBB says Edge of Time. And Stream Element Spot. Edge of Time says, playgrounds now are sad compared to the miracles of my childhood. Helter Skelter. Well, playgrounds, that unfortunately fell into the victim of every parent wanting to sue whenever their kid got a scraped ankle. So, playgrounds are not anything like they used to be, unfortunately.
I went to a playground recently with a 4-year-old girl. She fell off just based on height. She did fall off because she was climbing on the outside of it. I completely encouraged this behavior. I was like, yeah, don't use it the way it was intended. Use it the way you want to use it. So anyway, she fell off.
Right. And the whole point is to get right back on again, not crying
She
complaining
did.
to mommy.
She did. She actually, the next time when she went with her grandmother, she banged her head off of the monkey bars, and everyone was like, good.
Yep.
So
good.
Yeah, you're supposed to bang yourself up when you're on the monkey bars, you bitch.
The whole point is, right, to teach you what not to do, what to do.
Exactly.
That's the whole point of it, right? And also, obviously, socially, how to integrate with other human beings.
And she's very social. She's a very pleasant individual.
Perfect.
I am related to her, and I'm, it's all just fun and games.
No, but it's just that's something that's in the past because they're trying to get rid of, they don't want people socializing anymore now. They want to decrease the population. They don't want people to be around each other. They don't want people to shake hands like we were talking about earlier.
Well, I guess I'm blessed. I get to see those playgrounds with families getting together and the children interacting. Like I see my niece go and talk to other people, and it's great. Again, Canadian. I don't know if this is different. I don't know what the situation is.
I still love it when I see kids out playing. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. One of the first moments of hope that I had was there were places in Canada when we weren't allowed to go and hang out, and there were still soccer games going on, and I was like, huzzah, thank heavens. There is still some sanity based on it. And I got mad at the sport, and I was like, why are sports people only allowed to hang out together? I want to go to a movie theater. But then, the argument falls apart.
Oh, that's true.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm just talking about the collective. I'm not the opinions expressed by Scotty R37 are fueled by PBR and cigarettes. But yeah, not sponsored by PBR. But it was just fun. It was good. It's always good to see people hanging out and playing together. And I agree for the sociabilities.
All right, guys, I gotta head to bed. I'm getting way too tired here.
I'm probably.
Well, thank you for spending time with us, Gorilla. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
cheers, man. I can't wait to watch Paul.
Well, should I do an actual second watch party of it, or watch it?
I'll show you. We should. There are never too many times that you can watch Paul. Do you want to watch Paul again?
Yeah.
I do. So if you want to, it's up to you. Or we can figure something else out.
Yeah, we'll watch.
Even if we just cause me it if you want.
Yeah. So.
Well, Gorilla, I will see you Monday for Lost in Space, and tell us about your channel before you take off.
All right. Well, tomorrow I'm pretty sure I'll be regular time tomorrow because Netter's gonna show up for Poltergeist 3 because she was actually in it. But tomorrow is Poltergeist.
I can't wait to find out who she played or what character. So cool.
She had like one line in the mall that she just happened to be walking past them when they're filming and stuff, and they asked her to be in it. It was one of those situations, and she actually ad-libbed a line or something like that, if I remember right. So,
all right,
but so she's gonna be in it. So, but then on Wednesday we should have Justified. Friday we will be finishing up the Thanksgiving story for the Walton's review. We'll be starting our I don't know which Babylon 5 movies we're going to be watching on Saturday. Then the Sunday after that will be Poltergeist 3. So, and I'm going to try to do more open panels and all that. That was fun last time there. So I'm gonna do another open panel one of these days, but we just gotta get past this popcorn season here. So,
Great.
alrighty.
All right. Well, I'll be looking forward to that, Gorilla, and I will stop by your stream, and I will see you. If I don't see you sooner, I'll see you Monday for Lost in Space.
All right, we'll see ya.
Yeah, good night, Gorilla. We'll see you,
Hey,
man.
Gorilla.
I look
Bye.
forward to your F on Tuesday. See you, bud.
My
Uh-oh.
what?
There you
Your
go.
F.
What's on Tuesday? Which one is?
Assignment Earth.
Oh, that guy! That damn episode! Oh, geez.
I'm glad I warned you. I'm
A
glad I
failed
warned
pilot.
you.
It's a failed pilot.
Save it for Tuesday.
The hell a lot better than the one that preceded it, though. Jesus.
All right. Let's see. I'm waiting till we get to the Way to Eden, a masterpiece of an episode.
I love that song.
Oh, is that season 3, right?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Be a while
What?
before we get there. Thank goodness.
2
Way
weeks and we're in season 3, and
Way
we're
to
not
Eden.
doing Spock's brain first.
Here, I'll tell you why Way to Eden's a masterpiece here before I go. It's a masterpiece because the songs on there are so annoying that when your coworkers piss you off and you got control of the speakers there, you can just put those songs on repeat just to annoy the living shit out of them.
Yay, brother.
Oh, God.
All right, so we'll see ya.
All right. Have a good night, Gorilla.
Good
See you,
night,
bud.
Gorilla.
Hey, Gorilla.
Have a good one.
At the time, I hate to tell you this, Snickers, but you've changed, man. You two Hershey's chocolate, you went downhill once the Orbit had sold.
Yep.
Hello, Daniel. Good to see you. Welcome to the panel.
Hi.
Daniel.
How you guys
I hope you
doing?
weren't waiting too long. I just saw you
Hello.
there. You weren't waiting too long, were you, Daniel?
No, not too long.
Okay, good. I didn't want to be rude. And PvP drops a link there to the
Bing.
Schuster, to that Star Trek parody that he was speaking of.
Yeah,
earlier.
that's the Wayne Schuster Star Trek parody. It's really goofy, but it's actually pretty damn good because they generally get the characters really, really well. Mr. Spock is called Mr. Spoof, which is goofy, but it's pretty funny actually when you actually watch it. So it's worth a watch. It's like 23 minutes or whatever. It's good fun.
Hello, LDG. LDG's Free the Net says, "What's happening?" Well, good to see you, LDG. Everybody, check out his channel, freethenet.org/underground. And there was as long as LDG is here, there's a really good question we were debating the other night on Jim's channel. Oh yeah, quick question. In fact, I'm surprised and I'm glad I remember. LDG, if you can answer this, Jim Landscape. In fact, he's here on the panel now. He uses StreamYard, Streamlabs, OBS, whatever that one, the same one you use, LDG. And the question we were wondering is, are you able to use animated green screen backdrops?
Ooh.
Because he does, for example, like the Bridge of the Enterprise, but but we're unable to figure out how to animate it. So, like, is it possible, LDG, like, where can you show like an animated GIF or like an MP4 or anything like that on a green screen, or do the Streamlabs only allow stationary stuff? Is my question. I think that's what we were wondering, right, Jim?
As I said that night, they only allowed pictures only. Like
That's what I'm wondering.
JPEG,
Why?
yeah.
That seems very limiting, especially if you're paying for a subscription. So that's why I'm trying to figure out why it's limited to that.
And StreamYard's the same way.
Yes. Well, StreamYard, you can show an animated GIF, but I don't know about in the green screen part of it. I haven't used the green screen part of it.
Now, you can show short video clips, which it will take us offline to show the video, but to have a green screen, it's all pictures only. It's the same thing.
Gotcha. DBB says, "Hey, oh, that's nice of you to say PvP." DBB says he. And Edge of Time says, no, you Cadbury's egg enjoyers. I threw it on the ground. You can't fool me, Eggman.
Cuckoo can chew.
That's right. DBB says, yeah, never hook up with a woman that's gone full Amber Heard. Ooh, no, thank you.
I don't know, man.
I don't
you
care
know,
what-
I
I
could
don't
be
care.
roped in. I could be roped in by a
I
pretty
know, but
face.
I know
You
she,
could
I
be.
don't- she may have a pretty face, but I don't know. She's so ugly on the inside. It's
You're
just-
not going to find
can't.
out until later.
Yeah.
Like, you actually have to build up trust before someone has access to your bed enough to be able to poop in it.
Can you imagine
Oh,
letting somebody
man.
like her though get their hooks in your life? It's like
I
don't
know, but
think
she's
so.
really, really pretty. Or
Yeah.
she was at the time.
Yeah. DBB says, or even half Amber Heard.
Did you even
says part
did you
69.
see the sorry,
Yeah.
Pop, did you see the first Aquaman movie? Do you care about Aquaman?
I like to. Oh, I used to be a fan of Aquaman. I didn't like that movie, but I used
I
to
never
like
saw it.
the. I used to like the what do you call it? The comic books and the cartoons, but I didn't
Okay.
like the movie.
Fair enough.
It really wasn't Aquaman. It was just.
Whatever they were making.
It was a. Oh. All right, I'm gonna go back a little bit here.
Okay.
When they hired Jason Momoa to play Aquaman, and this is years before the movie came out. You remember this? This is when he had to do that first cameo in, I think it was a Justice League or the Superman movie, whatever it was.
Sure.
But they had to send him to acting classes. He had to spend a
was on?
lot of time because he's such a bad actor. So what really turned me off was they hired him knowing he was a bad actor, saying, well, let's just hire him because he looks good, and then we'll send him to acting classes. And for me, that's a very sour note.
Wasn't he
So-
on okay, so first things first. Wasn't Jason Momoa on like Andromeda or Stargate or something?
He was on Andromeda Stargate for 5 seasons.
There you go. See, I'm not familiar with his career. Thank you, PvP.
That was a great show. And actually, I thought he was excellent in that show because he was basically playing a renegade runner. They were trying to hunt him down. He became in season 2 of that show, and they were basically, his people were hunting him as game to try and kill him. And eventually, in the first few episodes, he managed to survive and, kill off his pursuers, and he was a free man, so to speak. And then he joined. Of course, since our Stargate team, saved his ass, he was thankful to them, and he decided to join them, and became, a season, a member of the Stargate team on the station. And he was really excellent in that show. Like, I think his acting skills are fine in that show. I don't know.
Well, let me ask, what about his range as an actor?
I thought his range was pretty good in that show. Go back and watch it. Go back and watch.
Oh, no, I'm not going to watch it, but I'll take your word.
You should, because it's a really good show.
Oh no!
Nemesis Abid says part 69, which reminds me, I'll make this quick. Nemesis, if you're still there, first of all, why aren't you on the panel? But second of all, Nemesis, I did watch the movie that you recommended. I watched it last night. Come and see Nemesis. So if you have any questions about Come and See, I can answer them because I have questions for you.
Uh-oh.
That's right. Jim says, LOL, Nemesis of Eden. Oh, welcome back, PvP. I guess
Sorry.
you at some point.
Once again, like we all do, I hit the wrong goddamn button.
Oh, yeah, I know how that
Trying to
is.
find something. But I
Jim
just
says, LOL. Go ahead.
Lol.
I just
Lol.
giving you,
That's what they called over at the captain's side.
That's what I heard.
Lol.
I like LOL. I like LOL better.
Yeah.
It's a little more formal. If you're gonna laugh out loud, just do it to yourself. Like if you laugh
Right,
out loud,
laugh
good
out
for
loud.
you. You don't have to fucking put a PS at the beginning of your message that says, "Oh, I laughed." Thanks. We get it. That's what we're trying to do.
Right, and I don't know, I know, and this makes no sense whatsoever. But I don't know why. But if I say lol, that's like dismissing what somebody thinks is funny. So I will say LOL to emphasize that somebody thinks it's funny.
I'm
And I know
with
that
you
makes
on
no
that.
sense. That makes
No,
sense.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Right. If it's not funny, I'll say lol. But if it's something that somebody genuinely considers funny, I will say LOL. Like I know some people say Lamau, and I'll say LMAO. It depends.
Mm.
As long as I understand that those are not real words in the English dictionary, like most of the younger generations. Nimzavine says, "Love me some Shaun of the Dead." Yes, same here. Nimzavine says, "Vagina dentata."
That is
Mm.
Ooh,
what.
that sounds
Yeah, man.
dangerous.
I'm
DVB
telling you,
says JJ the
pump it
Hack.
up.
Yes, it is. JJ Lens Flare reboot Abrams. DVB says the Addams Family movies were pretty good. Yeah, so were the Brady Bunch
Yep.
movies, surprisingly.
But
DVB
just
said,
the one with Raul Julia, dude. If you haven't seen the Addams Family movies yet, you got to just the ones with Raul Julia.
which one? Because he died, did right?
He did. He was.
And who
yes.
replaced him?
I think Tim Curry did a one TV movie. He did it with Daryl Hannah as Morticia. And then after that, I don't know. I kind of lose track until the Netflix show with Jenna Ortega called Wednesday, which is more of a spin-off about as you figure. It's
Well,
Wednesday.
I have to ask you then, because I'm such a big fan.
Sure.
How would you say Christopher Lloyd did as Uncle Fester? Because I like Uncle Fester character. I like Christopher Lloyd.
Damn good. Damn good.
I was surprised.
He was good.
Well, he's good in anything he does, so I'm not gonna deny that.
Right.
I always thought it was an odd fit, but I have full faith.
You know what I'll say?
In him.
What I will say about Christopher Plummer's performance as Uncle Fester
Lloyd.
is, I know,
Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd's performance is
Plummer. Wow.
It was that was
That's a
anyway.
hell of a
Moving on.
performance.
I would say that he's more cartoonish. He's a little bigger than the original Fester, but they always it's because Fester's not just like Fester's a character. He's all it's weird. Fester is I would say Fester is very different from the TV show.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
And so is Christopher Lloyd good as Fester? Yes. Is he playing Fester from the TV show? No.
Well, good, but it's even better than he's not just aping Jackie Coogan.
True. So, but I highly recommend,
all the better.
Man.
Because I've been saying, and I even used to have the pinball game, and I've been saying I need to watch it.
Pinball game is one of the best pinball machines ever.
It is. It actually is number one. The one is at the very top of the best. Between that and the Twilight Zone, I had them both.
I played that one too, but I also put Star Trek: The Next Generation, the pinball machine game from Bally in 1992. It was fucking awesome. No,
that I've not played.
Oh, dude.
At least Bally's better than Stern.
I'd have to double check. I might be talking out of my ass because I'm trying to impress you. I don't know.
No need to.
Damn it, Scott.
Says, not bad though, says DBB. And DBB says Royal Tenenbaums, sorry for the typo.
Merry Christmas to you, Trip.
And I have not seen Royal Tenenbaums. I've heard of it. But I have not
Gene Hackman. It's kind of like it's Wes Anderson, and it's kind of a storybook family movie, but it's also made for grown-ups.
Wasn't it one of Gene Hackman's last roles?
He's still alive, you weirdo. But before
he is, but he retired.
He did retire. I'm sorry for calling you a weirdo. Yeah,
like Jack Nicholson, they just retired. They said, "I've had enough."
Yeah, we're done. But yeah, and so his last one was the one with Ray Romano, but I think this is one of his last ones. Yes.
I hope his last one's not with Ray Romano.
It is. His last one is with Ray Romano. It's like Sean Connery doing the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen last.
Yeah, that was another tragedy. Yes. Nimbus of Eden says PvP just wanted that mental image of Scotty Smarty suppositories.
We all do.
DVB, there is an art to making popcorn. And DVB says, I can pop every kernel with no burns. I am a popcorn pro. I guess that would make Orville Redenbacher proud. DVB
would.
says laughing at Scotty.
Here's what you do. Here's what you do. If you can get yourself some fresh popping corn, what you do is you get a pot, and then you put some oil in that pot, and then you put one kernel at the bottom of the pot. And as soon as that kernel pops, you know you're on deck. And that's when you start adding popcorn to the pot.
Oh, very cool.
That's just if I can help, I hope I did.
I love old
Also,
school,
be safe with the
popcorn.
Oh, dude, it's so much. You know what? If you can make it properly and you have a big enough pot and you can get a little airflow going on with the oil and everything like that, if you can get it going, you can get some fluffy popcorn. But if you're doing it in a smaller pot, it is going to be more dense. So that's the kind, like the smaller the pot, that's your, I'm going to use a needle and thread and dress a Christmas tree kind of popcorn. It's very hard to chew.
Have you seen that Chinese popcorn popper where it's like a compressed? They put it inside of a I think it's like pewter container, and they put it over a flame, and it's pressure.
Ooh.
And then at one point, you just open it, and the whole thing explodes into a bag. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I'm not in person.
No, I've seen videos of it. I have not seen it.
Yeah, I've seen videos of it.
Oh, hell no.
And I thought that's odd. That's a different way of making popcorn.
Well, and also, you know what? I had this fantasy as a child that I would just get a bag of popcorn, like grocery store popcorn, and I would just throw it in a dryer. And then all of a sudden I'd have a lot of popcorn.
That just might work.
Well, no, I asked somebody before I did this. And I think I actually asked my mom. I was like, if I just throw popcorn in there. And my mom was like, no, it will not work. It will break everything. It will break everything in the dryer and everything may set on fire. And I was like, okay, good to know.
PBB drops a link to I Am the Walrus. And DBB is laughing at Edge of Time. No man is enough, says Edge of Time.
A pirate. Yar.
And we don't need to see what Stream Elements has to say. DBB says, I saw the Aquaman movie, enjoyed it, but it was kind of lame that Jason Momoa didn't look anything like the classic. Yes, I agree. He looked nothing like the classic Aquaman. He didn't try to be like Aquaman. He just tried to be like Jason Momoa. He looked like Rob Zombie with scales for pants.
Right. Well, he really looked like his character from Andromeda.
Probably
like
so.
just in terms of character. Can you imagine casting Jason Momoa? You don't even have to imagine it. It happened. But the thing is that you're casting him as the badass dude on the Justice League team. And Superman is going to get here eventually. So don't worry about that. But you brought this guy as muscle. You brought your biker friend. But Superman's going to show up. Fuck. You know what? I'm sorry about the hard F-bomb. But
I don't care. This is a Rumblings from the lab.
You have Wonder Woman here. Wonder Woman is more powerful than Aquaman. I love Aquaman. But if they got into a fight, and they do in the comics, they have quite a tussle. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I understand. Jason Momoa is a fine actor, and I do believe they cast him as Lieutenant Worf of the Justice League, except everyone can kick his ass. Except maybe Batman.
I thought he was, and this is, I speak for the entire cast of Justice League. None of them were fun. The movie was no fun. I had no enjoyment in it. I mean, when I go to see a superhero movie, I want fun.
Well,
whoever, what's his name, Snyder, was the last thing he ever should have touched a superhero film of any sort.
You know what? When it comes to Justice League, I think that it would have been interesting if Justice League had been split into two parts. I think that could have worked better. And I think it also could have given, Zack Snyder the time he needed to have the audience anticipate when he was going to make Justice League Part 2. It
may
could have
helped.
worked.
It may have
It
helped.
could have worked, but they got scared because no one liked Batman versus Superman, and so they were like, "Well, we're not going to make this epic after everyone hated the last thing, and you're going to make more of it." And then he had a personal tragedy, and it was like, you know what? Who cares? You don't even want to do it. F off. So I don't know.
But
I think that the original plan for Zack Snyder's would have been an interesting DC Justice League to be able even put like classic Superman, Christopher Reeve Superman, and Nolan trilogy and Burton movies, and like all of this you can put alongside it as just different interpretations of the DC universe. And I think it could have been good if they had the balls to stick with it, but they didn't.
well, the problem is that DC had made $1 billion on each of the Nolan Batman movies, so they just said we want more of that, and that was a mistake right there. We want more of that. We want dark, and we want more of that.
I heard that they like a lot of people are like trashing the Aquaman movie, like the people who watched it, like
The new one?
Yeah. You know, they're trashing it. They're saying, like, for example, like, oh, it sucks, it's crap. I think they killed Aqua Baby. They're saying they killed Aqua Baby.
Wait, are you
Who's
talking about
Aqua Baby?
Aqua Baby? Are you talking about Aqua Baby in the first movie, or are you saying they're getting rid of Aqua Baby because of Amber Heard in the second movie?
Yeah, in the second one.
Oh,
Because
well,
you see Aqua Baby, you see Aqua Baby in the house, and then you see the house burning down.
Oh, I wish
Spoilers
they
for
would show
Aquaman.
that. Right? No, but we all know they won't show that. Unfortunately,
I've never
I'd love
seen
to
it.
see
I've
it.
never seen
I'd love to
Aquaman.
see it. Yeah, but I doubt they're going to show a baby in a house and the house burning down. No, unfortunately.
I don't know.
what,
In the Flash movie, they threw babies out of windows.
Yeah, but then like the Flash caught him.
Yes.
You mean the CGI caught him?
Yes.
The CGI caught the CGI that was falling out of the
That was
CGI.
a good movie. That was a good movie. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it was a good movie. It's sad it failed. We're not going to get a sequel. It's really sad.
Oh, my heart's broken. I'll never see. What's this, Ezra Miller again? Oh, I just have to get over it.
Well, no, I mean, I don't really care for Ezra Miller, but the multiverse and
but you can't just dismiss him. He was a star of the movie.
Well,
yeah,
that's also okay. So yeah, but I still watch the Naked Gun movies, and O.J. Simpson killed some people. So
right, thank goodness he wasn't the main star. But you're right.
No, but I'm just saying if we're going to talk about egregious behavior. Now, when it comes to the only reason that I'm interested in seeing the Flash movie, and this is because of you, Daniel.
Oh, really?
The only reason I am interested in watching the Flash movie is because I know at the end George Clooney's Batman is in it. And you were the first person to ever say, do you think this is going to happen? And I was like, not in a million years. They will never do that. And you know what? History proved you absolutely correct. Yeah. You are my authority when it comes to DC properties, really.
Oh, thanks a lot, buddy.
Based on that, like that is but the worst thing is that I don't think I'm going to like the movie because even without the criminality of Ezra Miller, which is alleged or in the middle of a trial, so I can't speak to it, even that, I think that Ezra Miller is the most annoying GoBot version of Tom Holland as the Flash.
Yes.
And I don't like that, and I don't want to sit through 2 hours of it, and I certainly don't want to have two of that guy. And then I only get Batman for what, like 10 minutes? And I'm probably going to be just sitting there being like, Michael Keaton looks okay. I'm not even going to think of the character. I'm going to see his anyway. The rest of the movie looks absolutely abhorrent to me. I am kind of curious to see what kind of Supergirl outfit is there, because if one day I have a successful relationship, I will ask the woman that I am with to wear a Supergirl costume, and I will say, is this one that you will be comfortable wearing? And if she says yes, then we're in love.
Well, does he tell you want the Supergirl costume that has a cape and does not have the fake abs? So,
Exactly.
Yeah, the old school Supergirl.
Well,
costume.
obviously, we're not going to spend like movie money on our cosplay.
But
Yeah, but
hopefully,
like for example, the Supergirl costume in the Alexander Selkine movie. I mean, that was the '80s, but it was still a
That
better
was pretty
costume than the
good.
new movie.
Didn't it have like a little skirt too for modesty?
Yes,
Nice.
quit.
But yeah,
but in the
no,
new
Daniel,
movie,
you are
they had muscles in the built into the suit and
of course.
abs, and I mean, it was hideous.
But that goes back to Batman '89 when Michael Keaton was working out, and then Jack Nicholson said, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm working out." And it's like, "Have you seen your suit?" You don't need to. It's all the muscles are in the thing. And then later on a Letterman interview, he talks about it and says, "Yeah, no, I just realized that if you just make the muscles into the suit, I don't have to do much." So.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the Twilight guy said. Look what we got.
Hello? Am I back? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Finally. Okay. Yeah, as far as muscles in the suit, I kind of go back to the original.
That is a phrase that I was not expecting to hear today.
Well, I'm glad I provided it.
Oh, you're just jealous, Scotty. That's all.
It's true.
I just love providing things people weren't expecting to hear. I just wanted to mention, though, you mentioned Christopher Reeve in the original suit. I just love the '78 Superman movie with Christopher Reeve because the guy he just pumped some iron before the film to get his musculature up to snuff. And I always love that film because to me, well, he'll always be the perfect Superman. I mean, hands down.
Hashtag Dean Cain.
Oh, Dean Cain. Yeah, I've never watched a TV show.
I love Christopher Reeve, and
I've seen bits and pieces, and I think that Lois and that was a pretty good TV show. I never got around to watching it, but I should
first
someday.
Season's great. And just to interject, not to interrupt, but
shit.
just to say, no, obviously Christopher Reeve is my favorite Superman. But if I had to, it's like pick your favorite James Bond, but you can't say Sean Connery. So pick your favorite Superman, and it can't be Christopher Reeve. My answer is Dean Cain.
Good. I'll have to check that out.
I like Dean Cain. I just didn't like the show.
I love Terry Hatcher as Lois.
What's funny that was my least favorite part of the show. I like the guy.
You don't like Terry Hatcher?
Oh. I didn't like the way her character was written. I know I'm not going to blame it on the actress herself.
But I liked Perry White. Did you like Perry White?
No, that's what I was saying. Is I like the guy who played Perry White.
Yeah, he was good.
I liked the first few episodes where they were poking fun at Superman going into the closet to change, and Perry White kept poking his head in there to see what he was doing. That was extremely hilarious. Any old school Superman fan would know that joke because I think it was during the first season, Scotty, where Dean Cain Superman would dive into the clothing closet and then Perry White would stick his head in there to see what he was doing. What are you doing?
Yeah.
That was hilarious. I love that.
What I love with the '78 film with Reeve is when he first has to change into Superman early in this episode in the movie, he runs to a phone booth and he goes, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Yeah,
partial one. It was a partial. It didn't have the doors.
Yeah, exactly. He's like,
just
I
like
can't change in here. So he runs through a revolving door and changes in the revolving door, spinning rapidly, and it's believable, right? You can go, okay, I can see Superman doing that shit, and because he's Superman, right? But damn, I love that movie. That first movie with Christopher Reeve in 1978. It's a fucking perfect movie.
It's still the gold standard. Even Sam Raimi used it as a reference for making the first two Spider-Man movies.
It's an incredible film. Like, what's her face that plays Lois? Oh, she's a Canadian actress.
Margot Kidder.
Margot Kidder. You know,
she's
Margot
Canadian,
Kidder,
and you said what's her face? You.
I know I should have remembered her name, but I was just blanking out. But Margot is so perfect. she's so perfect in that movie because she's like a total klutz. She doesn't know how to spell when she's typing her stories.
The
But then
casting of the whole movie was lightning in a bottle. I mean, look at Ned Beatty as Otis. My goodness.
Oh
Ned
yeah.
Beatty. Ned Beatty was great. Yeah.
I mean, the
Yes.
guy went from Deliverance to Superman. I mean, my God, talk about range.
Oh, Deliverance. That's
I've
another
never
film.
seen it.
That's another film.
You've
we
not
could
seen
talk
Deliverance, Scotty?
I have not seen Deliverance.
my
Ooh,
God,
I
Scotty.
highly recommend it.
You
I'm
got
afraid
have.
of it. I'm
you got
afraid
a
of it.
big gap in your
No,
knowledge.
nothing to
of
be
film
afraid of,
history.
Scotty. It's a fantastic movie.
I heard
Deliverance is
that Burt
incredible.
Reynolds is amazing in it.
It
Burt
He
is.
is.
Reynolds-
That,
probably
that's
Burt-
right. That's the one movie where Burt Reynolds acts, and he's
Probably
not full of
Burt-
vanity and all that stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds is incredible. Probably the best film he ever made. I
It
think
is.
Pop would agree with
Well,
me.
Smoking the Bandit is my favorite because it's Smoking the Bandit. But his best performance was definitely Deliverance.
I
You know
love
what?
him
This sounds like a bunch of guys who are taking me down a river to get fucked in
I,
the
I
ass.
love him in The Longest Yard too. Burt Reynolds in The Longest Yard is
Man.
excellent. Longest Yard, he's incredibly funny.
But Deliverance is that's a movie that I
Intense.
for anybody, especially if, like for film study, it's definitely a requirement.
Yeah,
I've heard it's good.
I love a lot of films, but Deliverance is. I mean, I'll put it in my top 100 for sure. It's a must-watch film.
What? Howard the Duck is in my top 100, and I certainly
No,
wouldn't
mine-
be like,
it's
yeah,
not in mine.
the Deliverance and the Howard the Duck,
Hey,
same
I've been alive-
category.
I've been alive a long time, Scotty, so I have many hundreds of films that I've watched and loved.
Yes, you're old. I understand. You have the benefit of time.
No, it is a top film though. Like, don't say
Deliverance or Howard the Duck?
Deliverance.
Oh, okay.
I saw Howard the Duck at the theaters. Did you, Scotty?
I did not. I didn't. I saw it on VHS when it came out on VHS.
I remember was in the Air Force. I remember going to see it with my buddies, and I thought it's George Lucas. I mean, you can't go wrong. Oh,
Come on, man. Which came out first? Do you remember? Was it Willow or Howard the Duck?
That was the decline of Lucas.
I think Howard the Duck came. I'll check it out.
I don't remember which one was first, but I did see both at the theaters, and that's when I decided that George Lucas apparently was a fluke, and I guess maybe Star Wars was good because of other people.
Have you ever seen THX 1138?
Yes.
What did you think?
Yes.
It's okay. It's a chore to sit through, but it's okay.
True. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Both. Yeah, agreed.
I agree. It's.
I like it
it's a-
though.
it's
I
a
like
chore.
it. But I like it.
It's a chore. I watched it once, and that's once.
Well, I
I'll
won't
never
listen
need see
to
it again.
I'll never listen to a person who doesn't like Charlie's Angels.
Well, no, it was like
What?
it's like an okay
it's
film,
a joke.
but
It's just a joke.
I don't ever need to see it again.
And
I'm with
Charlie's
Bob.
Angels, you never have to see ever.
I never want to see Charlie's Angels because it bores me.
But have you
Nemesis-
seen THX? PvP?
THX is fine. I watched it,
Okay.
and it was like, it's okay.
Delightful.
Didn't crank my clock, but whatever.
Nemesis of Eden says, I've been slinging cannabis all night. Otherwise, I'd have been on a way earlier. I understand,
Holy
Nemesis.
shit!
And PPP drops the link. DBB, you said, I only say LOL if it's actually funny or if I make a deep cut joke and I want to make it clear that it's a joke. Know what I mean? Lol.
No.
DBB says, I used to do that. I used to not do that, but Antiderivative Jill told me a long time ago to be more clear when something is a joke. And she was right. Yes, and I agree there. Edge of Time says, glass screens, metal screens.
What about transparent aluminum?
Oh, that's true. Gap After Dark says, night pops, everyone. Good night, Gap After Dark. Sorry, that was like about a half hour ago. So I apologize, Gap After Dark. Have a great night, and thank you for joining us. DBB says, night, Gap After Dark. And Jim says, night, Gap After Dark. DBB says, Scotty knows what he's talking about regarding popcorn. Yes.
Thanks, Trip.
Edge of Time says, you just have to staple the paper bag closed before you microwave it. Yeah, that might be a good idea. DBB says, the Flash was rough. Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
I just want to see George Clooney.
DBB. Well, then just fast forward to the end.
No, I
DBB
gotta see
says
the
it
whole
was.
thing.
Oh, okay. It was lame that they made Michael Keaton's Batman Bruce Wayne pretty much a broke squatter in Wayne Manor. Yes.
Well, they did that
Do
in
you-
Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. They made him just a broke squatter in his own house.
I think they did.
And it wasn't,
Flash
not my favorite of the trilogy, but it's not a bad movie.
Yeah, same here. Not my favorite, and I think so. I only watched each one of those movies once. I don't know if I'd ever watch them again. I know that's
They are
blasphemy. They were very popular.
You know,
No.
Tim Burton is really pissed off at what they did to his Batman and his universe. They're really,
I've heard this.
he said his Batman deserved better than that. You know, he
Right.
was
He
still
looks at it like his baby, right? And what they did to his baby.
Yeah, that's my boy. What did they do to my boy? You know, like in Godfather. You know, Well, you haven't seen that?
DBB.
Yes, I've seen it. Yes.
Oh,
I
yes.
understand the reference.
but
DBB says Flash did have some interesting time travel bits, though. Like when Barry travels back in time in the new timeline, Eric Stoltz is the star of the Back to the Future movies, rather than Michael J. Fox.
I don't know, man. Like, I get that they're using sort of alternate, and maybe it's because I hang out with people who go absolutely bug nuts over time travel and alternate universes and things like that. But like at that point, if I were to take my mom to go see The Flash, or if I were to like have it on video, and she were to sit there and be like, "Okay, I have several questions. First things first, who is Eric Stoltz?" Like, it's a joke that is made for people who want to find the joke. These deep cuts are great, I guess.
I would go as far as it's a joke that somebody who wants to sound cool who really is not cool.
Yeah, you're not making anything new here. This is a Family Guy joke. That's a Family Guy joke saying, like, we're in an alternate universe. And guess what? Eric Stoltz. Because remember that piece of trivia that you read on IMDb 4 years ago?
Right.
You don't really care about, but every time someone talks about Back to the Future, which for normal people isn't that often.
Right, and then force yourself to laugh. It's like, remind you after one now. I'm telling a joke, guys. You're supposed to laugh, everybody. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing?
That is a brief reference that if you like it, the only time you can like it is when you see the cardboard cutout in Last Action Hero at the Blockbuster Video where Stallone is playing the Terminator, because that's where that joke comes from.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
This is a joke from Last Action Hero that is like a plot point in The Flash. No, I'm sorry. Eat my dick.
yeah, it sucks that Zod destroyed that Earth and turned it into New Krypton. It sucks.
What about Kandor? Why can't we do anything with Kandor?
So that's it. He just destroys that Earth and he turns it into like New Krypton, and they're never gonna save it or anything.
Is that what happens?
Yes, so
Yeah, Tim Burton was upset, but you know what? I heard this really cool theory online that says, like, remember when he was talking about spaghetti, right? How the multiverse is like a strand.
Oh, I didn't see the film. I don't know.
Right. Well, okay. You know how they're saying, like, they're saying it's possible that it could be like a different branch of that universe, and the main one is still there.
That's not how spaghetti works. There's no main spaghetti.
Yeah, I
is there a main spaghetti?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Continue.
No, I don't have anything to contribute. I'm just sort of poking holes like a jerk.
No, well, I always think to myself, when I was a kid.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, that's right. When I was a kid, I told this story on Salty Trekkers channel. Back in 1992, I was 5 years old. I went to Kmart. Well, that's when Kmart was around. Now it's like gone, and it's really sad. I went to Kmart, and I picked up a VHS copy. I went to the electronics section, and I picked up a VHS copy of Batman Returns. And I asked my mom, "Could you buy this for me, please?" And she's like, "No, put it back." She said we didn't have any money back then, but I think it was because she heard the backlash. Because back then, people didn't like. There was a lot of controversy surrounding that movie. You remember that?
My son will not get an erection from Michelle Pfeiffer.
So, anyways, what I did was,
Hmm.
yeah, she told me to put it back. So what I did was, I wanted to watch it. So I went to the corner when she left. I went to the corner. I peeled the plastic off the VHS tape, and I popped it into one of the VCRs, and that's how I watched it because all the TVs turned on, and that's how I watched it, you know. And I liked that movie. That was my first live action Batman movie. I never saw anything live action Batman before that because I grew up with, I started with Batman the animated series, so that was the very first time I saw Batman in live action, and I loved it. That was just so good. But I also said, wow, this universe only has Batman. That's it. What's going to happen someday? What's going to happen when General Zod or Brainiac fall from the sky? What's Michael Keaton going to do against General Zod or Brainiac? And I said, yeah, this world is screwed in the future. And I was right. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and it's sad knowing that we live in a world we'll never see live action Brainiac or Mxyzptlk. We're just gonna get Lex Luthor over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh, did you know? Did you know that if they went forward with Henry Cavill, Man of Steel 2, there was supposed to be Brainiac in there. We were so close to seeing live action Brainiac.
Yeah, but considering he was under Snyder, I don't think.
You know what?
And that's missed anything.
But that's the thing that I'm curious about the most, and I understand where you're coming from, Pop. Is like, I don't think that Zack Snyder would ever make the Mr. Mxyzptlk Superman movie. But then I remember that he did that owl movie, the what was it? The Legend of Ga'Hoole. The Guardians, the Legend of Ga'Hoole.
I know what you're talking about.
I haven't seen it either. I'm not an expert. But it's just this is the same guy who made that. So what if he took, what if, and this is a total what if, and have you seen Man of Steel?
Yes, unfortunately.
And you know what? It depends on the day. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. But what I'm saying is that what if the guy who directed Man of Steel made a Mr. Mxyzptlk movie? What do you think would happen?
I don't know. I didn't like Zack Snyder's Man of Steel movie.
No, but what about Mr. Mxyzptlk? Would it all be in slow motion and gray?
Well, it would be gray. There would be no color. It would be completely desaturated. It would be
Aziz
no fun. There would be no humor.
Is going to play.
That's another thing is there would be no humor, and that's ripe for humor.
Wait, you guys didn't like Zack Snyder's Man of Steel?
No, I liked it.
Oh, you mean the movie that hated Superman so much it wasn't in the title? Yeah, that's
Oh, shut up! They made a movie called The Dark Knight.
But at least they called him Batman in the movie, didn't they?
Well, they called him Superman in the movie in Man of Steel.
How many times?
On the front page of the Daily Planet.
Yeah, but I'm saying is they didn't call
exactly where it's supposed to be.
They didn't address him as Superman in the movie.
Yeah, they do. Near the end, because it's all
that's the thing. That's the thing. I remember talking to a bunch of friends of mine, a decade ago. We were talking about Man of Steel back in 2013, and everyone was like, "Superman killed Zod. Superman doesn't kill anybody." And another person said but he wasn't Superman back then. He wasn't Superman back then. He was just, he was just Clark Kent in a Superman suit. That's all he was. But he wasn't Superman back then. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't buy that.
Star Trek 5, there was so many. Everybody was trying to personalize and come up with their own reason why it was such a bad movie. So, I heard thousands of excuses why Star Trek V is good, so it's going to be the same with that Man of Steel movie.
If you'd like 1,000 more, I can tell you about it later off air.
I know, right? Starting with it's all a dream. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that one. I hate that one.
Life is a dream.
Commodore.
Yeah, it's just it's
Not a
ironic. You
dream.
think of all people, you think William Shatner would be able to tell the best Star Trek story, but I guess not. And DBB agrees with you, Scotty. Oh yeah, Dean Cain from Lois and Clark.
Uh-oh.
I think he was good.
Looks like we got another agreement there. DBB says Terry Hatcher hot. Yes, she was beautiful. I just didn't like that it was her in the foreground and Superman in the background. I'll put it that way. DBB says don't watch Deliverance, Scotty. Danger, danger. Don't listen to these guys. Deliverance is horrible. It won a lot of Academy. You mean like, okay, DBB, you mean you didn't like it because of its content? Because, I mean, it was an Academy Award-winning movie. It was successful. And it was so as
I heard
far
it was
as
good.
It
I heard
was
shocking.
So DBB, is that your opinion, or do you mean the movie was a bomb at the box office and it didn't do well? And
no, I think it's
so
just a
forth.
warning for me. But I appreciate the warning, but I gotta see it. Like, it's one of those movies that I've never seen before. It's a classic. It's got John Voight, Ned Beatty, Ronnie Cox, and Burt Reynolds. So, like, this is a movie that I have to see. It is shocking. It's directed by John Boorman, who directed Excalibur and
Boris
and Zardoz.
Yep.
So, like, this is a crazy film, and I have to see Deliverance. Like, I'm not saying I'm never going to. It's just on my list. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just not looking forward to that particular boat ride.
Oh, God. Deliverance is one of the greatest films ever made.
Yeah, that's because you like butt sex.
No, it's like I love great films.
Yeah, but you do understand why I'm afraid. I don't understand how you could be sitting there.
It's not like they're going to show it.
I can't believe you haven't seen it. It's like, you do understand why I haven't seen it.
There is a scene with butt sex, but it's bad butt sex. It's not fucking.
It's off camera. Come on, guys. Off stream.
Well, yeah,
exactly. There's no penetration, from what I understand.
Right.
It's more.
Sorry to disappoint anybody out there, but yeah, there's no actual.
Sounds like PvP was kind of upset.
It's more about the character that endures it, and it damages him to no end through the rest of the film. But oh God, Deliverance is one of the greatest films ever made. I gotta say, Burt Reynolds' performance in that film I watched. That's when I realized Burt Reynolds was an excellent, incredibly good actor. That was the film that sold me on his acting skills, because that was a fucking amazing film. Amazing film. You got to watch this one. Damn, Scotty, I'm amazed you haven't seen this fantastic movie. It's fucking great, man. It's fucking great.
Well, that's what I've heard.
It is really good.
From what I understand, it wasn't consensual.
What you've heard has been correct. It's a fucking fantastic movie, dude.
Oh my God, you got to start.
DBB says there's 2 THX 11. And DBB says there's the short film and the long film. Yes, they added extra scenes for the theater.
Yep,
which made it worse actually.
I have the director's cut. I don't have the original.
DBB says it's a joke for you nerds like me. LOL.
I think I saw the long version, but it was a little bit too cut and dried for my taste. It was okay. I didn't hate it, but it's not. I'll never see it again. It's like, let's put it that way.
Jeff Gorillas Renapot says Jeb Bush, please clap. Now back to bed. LOL. DBB there. Yeah, that's what I like. That's what it reminds me of when people laugh at their jokes. They're saying, please clap, please laugh. And that right there in a nutshell is the guy who does Family Guy, whatever his name is, Seth. What is it, Seth something? That's him in a nutshell. Please laugh. Does anybody get my joke? Please laugh. Please laugh. DBB says they're like Easter egg jokes. And DBB says, I get what you're saying, though, Pops and Scotty. You're not wrong.
And DBB says, yeah, you're right, Daniel. There was a huge backlash with Batman Returns. Totally remember that. Hello, Lemon Pie. So good to see you, Lemon Pie. Glad you could be here. Lemon Pie says, hello, folks. And DBB
Lemon.
says, hello, Lemon Pie. Jim says, hey, Lemon Pie. And Lemon Pie says, Scotty, BBB2, madness. And Lemon Pie says, yo, DBB. And Lemon Pie says, hail, Jim. Hey, Pop says, Lemon Pie. And Nimza Bean says, lemon. And Lemon Pie says, howdy, Daniel, BBB, Scotty.
Hi,
Lemon Pie says, Nemesis, draw. Nemesis of Eden. I'm not sure what that is. I apologize, Nemesis. Lemon Pie says, Scotty being the Caligulan, he is made like it. Okay. DBB says, you know the pawn shop scene from Pulp Fiction? Tarantino said it was inspired by Deliverance. Everything that Tarantino does is inspired and or directly borrowed from something else. DBB says, I'm glad Burt Reynolds takes revenge and everything, but that flick was hella disturbing. Trust me, I'll never go for a boat ride in the deep south, yo. Lemon Pie says, I'm down south, and I'll say most boat rides don't end up like that. Rim shot. And I've lived in the south, and fortunately, right, they don't end up like that. Thank goodness. There's a lot of worse things to watch out for, I would say. DBB says, just like I'll never visit a shady palm shop in LA. No, because of course that you do that, all you're buying is stolen items. If it's probably still got blood splattered all over it, whatever it is. Oh wow! I just realized I'm really bad at checking the private chat, but I see that. Yeah, sorry, PvP, you got all the stuff posted on there. I don't seem to. My eye needs to start catching the private chat a little more often, a little more updated. Lemon Pie, 25% of boat rides at most, says Lemon Pie. No, what I found fascinating about the South is I had a job. I was out there for a while. And this is deep South, Bible Belt territory, Arkansas, Mississippi. And where else on this planet are you going to see two churches side by side, one for white and one for black? I mean, they'll make that three churches. One for white, one for black, and then one for gay people. That's what I remember, and that's what I take away most from the South. I thought that was hilarious. So I would ask these people, because I would tease them when I meet people that go to those churches. I'd say, okay, so when I kick the bucket and I go up the pearly gates and all that, how do I know which door to go through? What if I go through the wrong door? What do they tell me? Because don't you love in religion how, you believe in God, but then your God will not let these people or these people or these people at your church. I think that's very hilarious. But of course, I don't want to talk about religion on here. No offense to anybody out there. DBB says, whoa, weird, Pops. That's another thing, too, is I used to like Academy Award-winning movies when they were selected for their quality and their uniqueness and their originality. And those days are sadly in the past. We'll never see that anymore. So now I don't even bother watching the Academy Awards. And if you were to tell me, well, this movie here won the Academy Award for Best Picture last year, I don't care. Because if it won the award for Best Picture, then that's every reason for me not to watch it. So they're nothing like they used to be, unfortunately. Hollywood is so racist, it's sad. DBB says, 3 types of churches all next door to each other. I'm not exaggerating, guys. I'm not exaggerating. I'm serious. I mean, I know we've all heard about the equal rights movement in the 60s and all that, but that's still going on in the South. That's still going on in the South. It's accepted there, in fact. Edge of Time says, never tell me the odds. I would call him out and I would say, like I said, I'd say, so what door do you go through when you kick the bucket? And I was told many times, why don't you go back to California? I was like,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, PvP. Loud and clear, over.
I was away for a while. I had to take a bathroom break and other shit. So
No problem. I was just filling some dead space there. There wasn't a lot of talking going on. And as a reminder, everybody, there's a link in the chat there if you want to join us on the panel, or if you've got the link in the Twitter.
I did put a few chat links in to Stargate Atlantis. It's a really good show.
Yes, I did see that. I mentioned that.
What's his face may not be the greatest actor of all time, but he's pretty good from season 2 onward, I thought. So,
you know. Who's that?
You know, the muscle guy.
You're talking about Burt Reynolds? No, what are we talking? What show are we talking about?
Much younger, Atlantis, Stargate.
I didn't watch it, so I don't know. I like Kurt Russell in the first movie. I saw the movie, but I didn't watch any of the TV shows.
Stargate Atlantis is actually really good, Pop. You should give it a chance, because this is actually really excellent. The show builds and builds, and then in season 3, they bring their big nemesis in that part of the galaxy.
It's all right, Jim. Don't worry, I've got pooches too.
Their big nemesis in the series are the Wraith, and the Wraith they're very accurately named because they are the Wraith. They're really nasty guys, and they will just take no prisoners. Well, they're probably worse than Klingons, right? They're just gonna fuck your day up really bad if they
I have
get
to
a
ask,
chance.
when Andromeda was on the air, was it like syndicated stations? Was it Sci-Fi Channel in the U.S.? Do you remember how it was broadcast?
We had it, I think, syndicated on the Space Channel here.
So, which means it was probably Sci-Fi Channel in the U.S.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's probably why I didn't watch it. Yeah, that's probably why I didn't watch it.
Pretty much the same thing, I think. Yeah, you had to be a subscriber to pay for it to watch it, But so, of course, I'm one of those lucky ones that I know how to get around that and watch shit for free.
Same here.
Because I'm not a sheep, so
Same
it's
here.
really good though. Like I know there's people that detract and say, "Oh, it's not that good." I think season 1 through 4 of Atlantis are really enjoyable. Like it takes, well, it's like a lot of shows, right? Season 1 is basically building the storyline, building the character arcs, getting us to know the main characters in the franchise series. And then in season 2, I think that's when it really takes off with telling some really good stories. So yeah, and then by season 3, as I say, we get the Wraith, which are their deadly enemies, really nasty dudes, They're basically like space vampires. They put your hand on your face and they will literally suck the life out of your brain, right? They're really nasty guys, but they're cool as hell. Like they're great villains. And what I love in season 3 is they eventually get one of these Wraith guys. They capture him and put him in the cage, right? So he can't escape and he can't harm anybody. But our boys can like go in there and pick his brain, right? And read his thoughts and go, okay, what's your plans? What are we going to do with you? And it's great because they eventually give him they give him a name. I can't remember, but it's one of the really silly names. It's like Frank or something. And they give him a name, and he actually starts to turn around when he's with humans long enough. He actually starts to realize he can actually work with the humans on the station to maybe make it better for both himself and his people in this part of the galaxy, right? So it's a very interesting plot line. I really love the way it develops, and then, of course, season 4 is like totally off the rails. And
I do want to check out The Expanse. I know that one's one I definitely am going to try to go out of my way to watch.
Yeah, I keep hearing that's a fantastic show, Pop. But seriously, check out Stargate Atlantis.
No. I told you no. No interest. Thank you, but no.
But
It's
The
really
Expanse
good.
does sound really cool because the thing
Expanse,
is,
yes, I'll watch, but not Andromeda or whatever. No, thank you.
like, I'll make a commitment with you. I'll watch the first season of The Expanse if you watch it.
Oh, that'd be good. We could have watch parties.
But okay, so pop culture, I don't know how much of a reader are you? Do you enjoy books?
yes, I do.
There's a
I'd
book
like to read that book you were talking about, Quentin Tarantino. I was looking that up.
That's the one, dude. That's the one I was going to talk to you about again because, like, I've been reading more about it. And here's the thing: is that after I talked about it, and I don't know if I said this because this might not have been after, but there was a part in the book when I was reading it, and it was like, hi, if you're reading a book by me about old movies and you're getting like all of these references that you have no idea what I'm talking about, congratulations, you're learning.
Right. Well, he is a film geek, and he knows.
And
his stuff,
he's got,
so
but this
why,
is right up your jam, 70s stuff, yo.
Yep.
Anyway, so I've talked about it before. I've endorsed it enough. Not sponsored.
But I do agree with it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm actually considering, because you were telling me about it, and I was looking it up on the last stream we were on.
Well,
the
and you
Amazon.
might dig it.
It's available.
You might be, and you might be digging it because they talk about like LA film critics and such at the time, and like now he's talking. It's not just movie essays. It's also the culture of watching movies in California at the time when he was watching them. It's an interesting snapshot, and it's funny because the companion piece that I'm reading with it at the same time is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which is basically the same era. It's nothing like the movie. It's great. It's just a fun experience reading these two books back to back.
And I definitely want to check that out.
Cool.
Once upon a time, that reminds me, a quick question. Once upon a time in Hollywood, hasn't Quentin Tarantino said he's only going to make like a limited amount of movies and he's supposed to quit? Is that true?
He's only got one more. It's been announced. I think it's called The Film Critic, I think it's called The Film Critic. I'm not 100%. But yeah, he's got one more, and casting is going on. I don't know. Like the best part about Quentin Tarantino movies is that it's like he announces it, you hear a little bit about casting, and then all of a sudden it's out. So I don't know when it's coming out.
That'll be person
that will be interesting, but he is making it. He said that he has it. He's also said he will go into other medium. He might make a TV show. He might not. He was up for a Star Trek movie, and then he was like, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah,
smart move. Yeah, smart move for him to stay away from that.
Yeah. Well, and he was gonna make a piece of the action in space and maybe update it. Like he has said, like I think Simon Pegg, who played Scotty in the JJ trilogy, like he said, it's not going to be Pulp Fiction in space, and then Quentin Tarantino came right back and said, "Yes, it is." So I'm really glad he did not, because I love Quentin Tarantino. I love Star Trek. I do not want those two flavors to be mixed together.
I kind of agree. I think it might have been interesting if he had done a Star Trek film, but it's probably better off that he never did.
Oh, DVB in the chat before, just so I don't miss up. I don't like to step on the chat, but it was a direct question. DVB says Quentin Tarantino. The name of the book that we're talking about is Quentin Tarantino. It's called Cinema Speculation. And then the other book that is, like, I have to say, it's kind of complimentary, is if you read the novelization of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which is written by Quentin Tarantino as well. The name of the movie, yes, is The Movie Critic. The Movie Critic, yeah. Yes.
And DBB says, I remember Han Solo, Edge of Time. And Edge of Time says, Duck Army for life. And Edge of Time says, I memby. Edge of Time says, new Star Wars going over like a Taco Bell fart. A wet one. I guess a wet one. Yeah. Edge of Time. We charge the hill at dawn. And DBB
we
says,
charge the hill at 9:30.
right. Only after breakfast.
Exactly.
DBB, if you guys watch the first season of The Expanse, I'll try to watch along.
Nice.
Yeah, and I need to do that too. I do need to take
deal.
the time and commit. DBB says never seen it before, but I heard it is good. Edge of Time says The Expanse woke AF Paul though.
Yeah. Well, I heard that season 3 goes a little woke, but it's also like it's kind of weird because I watched The Boys and I heard that a season of The Boys went woke, and I was like, no, it didn't.
Season 3.
Yeah, and either way, and so the same thing. It
was that woman.
What? Stormfront? She was awesome.
Well, I don't know
though.
the character name, but you know what I'm talking about, the feminist woman that was a bad guy, the Nazi.
Well,
that's what people didn't like about it.
How do you call? But she was the villain. So if she was the villain,
no, I'm not saying.
Then
that,
how is it?
Like, I'm not saying I'm agreeing with everybody said. I'm just saying I think that's what they were talking.
That
about.
is yes. What you're identifying is correct. And that's like when people say that that's woke, I'm like, yeah, no, the Nazi villain as being a strong female character to parody and satire, the idea that the strong female character is always a good guy. I thought that was not woke. I thought it was actually rather, I thought it was
right.
I did burned it. Yeah,
I did watch it, and I would say the reason why I think people didn't like it or the betrayal is okay, and this has nothing to do with whether she's a good guy or a bad guy.
Sure.
But it was the way she treated men around her and talked to them. That's what it was. So it didn't matter if she was a good guy or a bad guy. She acted like basically a Rey character from Star Wars. She acted like one of those that she had to talk down to every man, and she was, it was the usual story. She doesn't need no man, all that. And I think that's what people are just tired of hearing that.
But the thing is that it was. See, I don't know, and you haven't seen it.
I have. I did. Well, I watched. I stopped.
And is that how you?
The fourth season is when I stopped watching.
The fourth season.
Yeah, the fourth season was the one where they were all gonna. It was a rip off of Heroes season 1, and that is where they had one bad guy. Superhero, and they were all going to band together and fight the one bad guy. And that's when I stopped watching it. I thought, okay, they're going to start ripping off bad TV shows now.
No, so, yeah. So you didn't watch the Soldier Boy season.
I don't know. I
know who Soldier Boy is?
I don't remember, so I guess not.
So I would say watch that because it's actually it does not present itself as Heroes, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh man, did you like Heroes?
Up till the end when I found out that they lied the entire season and they never fought the bad guy, then I was done with it. I never turned around, never watched it again, and I never will. Just like
I'm not asking.
Just like for anybody out there, if you guys have seen Stranger Things, I liked the first season. The second season. They opened up the season showing that there was a big monster in the underground. And I thought, well, that'll be interesting. I can't wait to see when they fight that. And of course, they never did. They ended the season without dealing with it at all. And that's when I stopped watching Stranger Things. Because if you're going to introduce a character and tell the audience, look, this is the big baddie, and we're going to deal with this, and then you don't do it, no, that's betrayal to the audience. And I won't stick around for that. But that's, like I said before, that's just my opinion. I know a lot of people, Stranger Things is very popular. A lot of people like it. Edge of Time says, never nod off in your eggnog. That's gold. Yes, I agree. That's not a good idea. What's the name of the book you guys are talking about, Pop Scotty?
I did tell.
Yep, we just brought that up. I'm just a little slow on the chat, so I apologize, guys.
No, and I hope I addressed it in a timely manner.
You did, and thank you for that. DBB says, what's the time? Okay, good. We got the Edge of Time. Says, what are you painting the walls up there? And DBB says the movie critic.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the name of the Tarantino movie, or apparently his last one. Allegedly.
DBB, it will be his last film allegedly. Right, exactly. Edge of Time says the expanse is what your doctor calls the changes in your bill. Oh, yes. Cinema speculation. Thanks, got it, Scotty. DBB sounds cool. DBB says, yeah, I heard John Wick 4 was woke. It was anything but. The only complaint,
wow.
I heard of people say it was too long. And he said, I guess it was double
That's
the
what
length
I
of
heard.
the last movies.
That's the reason I haven't seen it. 3 hours? F that.
Yeah, it better be really entertaining for that.
Yeah,
says,
and I'm not that invested
not
in John Wick.
Same here. It's the guy who's mad about his dog. I'm surprised they milked that into 4 movies.
Like the first one was good. And then the second one came out, and I was like, okay, I don't know what this is.
I couldn't tell you what the plot of the second or the third one was. Yeah. I don't even remember.
No idea.
You know, they were good. I remember they had good fight scenes, but that's all I remember.
Yeah.
DBB, apparently not everything you hear on the internet is true, Noah. Sadly, it is not. And DBB says, who would have thought, LOL. Demapie says, Heroes was strong in season 1. It went downhill after. Of course it did. Yeah, Heroes had really good potential, but once again, they treated the audience like they were stupid and like we're not supposed to remember one episode from the next. And yeah, it was horrendous what they did with that show. I mean, it was because I like superheroes and I was really looking forward to that show. And I liked a couple of the characters. I did not like the guy who played the bad guy who went on to play Spock, which didn't help when he went on to play Spock. That was another reason why I hated those Star Trek movies.
Yeah, he wasn't good.
No, he's a terrible actor. And not only that, though, but he's unable and incapable of playing a straight man, a believable, straight, heterosexual man. It can't be done, which is why I don't know why they hire him, because I don't believe it. That's like getting Charles Nelson Riley to play something like Charlton Heston would play. It's like, no, I'm not going to believe that. No, thank you. No offense to, obviously, no, I'm not, this is no offense to gay people. I'm only talking about somebody who's a bad actor who cannot act, is what I'm talking about.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him in a performance that I was like, "Yay, it's Zachary Quinto."
No, especially when they show him kissing up on Uhura. I can't think of a worse scene in my life. I can't think of something worse in my life as seeing that happen. Not only am I like, what, Spock and Uhura, but it's also the guy who plays Spock and Uhura. I'm like, well, huh? It was everything wrong, and everything backfired in my brain. It collapsed in on itself.
Well, but also some would say that maybe that contributes to. Well, no one would say that. Never mind, Scott. That's actually rather. I was gonna say, like, when you see, like, as a heterosexual man, if you do have certain biases towards seeing that guy specifically, and just being like, you know what, you are not convincingly heterosexual, and then you see Spock making out with, kissing, not making out, kissing Uhura, right. And then you're like, well, that's kind of, I know that actor, and I know that actor is gay. And so
I didn't know the actor was gay until
you said
during Heroes. I didn't know he was gay, and after seeing him in Star Trek, I didn't know he was gay. I learned from the internet when I called him out. I said, the guy acts like he's gay, trying to play that he's straight. I don't understand it. And I got attacked, people saying, you hate gay people. I said, no, I don't. That is not my point at all.
He was gay.
That's what I said. I didn't know he was even gay. I just said he acted like he was.
That's how they canceled Roseanne. I thought the bitch was white.
Yeah.
Anyway, but like what I'm saying is that there is something alien about it, because there is no chemistry between those two actors.
Correct.
Like when even if you want to have the conversation about the interactions between Uhura and Spock, that's one thing. But if you want to talk about the chemistry between Zoe Saldana and Zachary Quinto, there's no reason those two should ever be presented as a romantic couple, because there is no chemistry, no spark. I feel no heat.
Correct. I agree completely. Just like the second Darren on Bewitched. Right.
Was he gay?
Of course he
Yep.
was.
I don't know. He got skinny. I figured that.
No, but I'm saying, but a perfect example is there was no chemistry between him and Elizabeth Montgomery. You could tell. It's like he didn't even want to be in front of the camera.
To be fair, you know what? I don't think I've seen a full episode of Bewitched. I sort of stop in, admire Elizabeth Montgomery, and then leave because the plot is ridiculous. I was always more of an I Dream of Jeannie guy.
Welcome back, PvP. I like both.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to drop out for a minute.
I like both when it comes to Bewitched. I would like both. I like all. I like Bewitched. I like I Do McGee. I like Barbara Feldon and Get Smart. I mean, it was like a trifecta of beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like and that's the thing is that but I would drop into some and I would stay with more. Like I would Get Smart, I'm sticking around for episodes. I Dream of Jeannie, I'm sticking around for episodes. And Gilligan's Island, sticking around for episodes. But I'm not going through all of Bewitched. I didn't like the Beverly Hillbillies. Oh, what else?
You didn't like the Beverly Hillbillies?
I did not like the Beverly Hillbillies. No,
I thought
that wasn't.
they were hilarious.
They weren't for me. I just didn't find. I didn't find the comedy in the situation.
I think you have to pick. It's like any show. There's certain episodes. Did you ever see the one where Grandma was punching the kangaroo?
Yep, I seen that.
That's
sure
a classic.
It is.
My God, that's so funny. The grandma punching out the kangaroo is.
Granny was doing pretty good too.
Classic, man.
Yes, Trip. So you love gay people? Of course I do. Oh, okay.
How many
Classic
seasons? Hillbillies was on,
closeted homophobe.
They were on
Yes,
like
I got
7 or
it.
8 years.
Thank you, DBB. Thank you.
How long
Sorry.
were Hillbillies on? They were like forever, right?
It was a
7, 8
while.
years.
Yeah, they were on for several years. The only thing that took them off the air was the Great Purge.
The Great Purge. That was like when they canceled Hillbillies.
Everything but Hee Haw. I'll put it that
Edison
way.
Oh my God.
Jackson. Yeah, a whole bunch of shows got canceled because the guy running the network thought we got to get rid of all these hillbilly shows because it's bad.
Because I don't forget why. It's because All in the Family. All in the Family came along, and suddenly everybody was watching All in the Family. So that's why there was a reason.
Sad thing was a lot of those shows were still getting top ratings. Right? So amazing to think a guy at a network these days would cancel top rated shows on the stroke of a pen, right? Because there's like 4 or 5 of them he probably canceled.
But I mean, right? They were doing well, but their ratings were paled in comparison to All in the Family. All in the Family was a complete game changer when it came to television. Like Batman was, like we were talking about the Batman effect. It was the All in the Family effect. When that came on, it was so big, everybody wanted to be All in the Family. So as you guys all noticed, the complete format of how sitcoms were shot even changed. They went from the single, because at that point, a lot of sitcoms were shot on film with a single camera. And with canned laughter. So we went to a live audience with multi-camera and videotape.
Well, that was one thing about All in the Family. Not only
there is an exception. MASH.
Yes. MASH came out later.
Same time as All in the Family, though, right?
MASH was 1972.
2 years later, if I remember. MASH
2 years after. Okay, my mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, MASH first season was 72, Scotty.
And thank goodness MASH was on film and not videotape. That's another good thing.
That was on film, though, right?
Yeah, MASH was on film instead of videotape, which I liked. It was very, very. I thought bad because by the way, I was a fan of All in the Family and Sanford and Son and all that, but I did not like, even as a kid, I didn't like the fact they were on videotape. I knew it was cheap.
Yeah, but even like what WKRP
videotape, yeah.
Yeah, it's still same aesthetic. Jefferson's.
Yep, videotape.
Well,
I don't know, man. Good times. Like Laverne and Shirley. What was even Happy Days was on video. Oh wait,
Yes.
no, maybe not.
If I remember right, Happy Days was filmed in front of a live audience.
True.
And Laverne and Shirley was also, I think, film and a live audience.
Yep, sure was.
Because Gary Marshall was old school. He'd cut his teeth on the Lucy show. And that's also how he made Laverne and Shirley. He got a lot of practice watching Lucy and Vivian up there. So that's how he did Laverne and Shirley. And his baby was the Odd Couple. That's what made him big.
And that's one reason the shows are so good, because it is a live audience laughing. And it does make a big difference. Like, those episodes are awesome because there is a live audience reaction to the jokes, right?
Yes. You could tell when you're listening to a live audience versus a canned audience.
Oh, yeah. Totally, yeah.
Like even I Love Lucy, you could tell it was a live audience because her mother was in the audience and her mother's voice is very distinguishable. You could hear her mother whenever she was laughing. And you could hear her mother on Here's Lucy. You could hear her mother on the Lucy Show.
Didn't they start with the MASH in the early episodes with the canned laugh track?
Oh, and it came and went throughout the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even it wasn't like they always had it. There were some like early on, yes, all the time, but they never let go of it completely. Some episodes they would have, and then some episodes would be about the horrors of war. It's crazy. It's a crazy episode, a crazy show to watch all the way through, because you'll be sitting there. And oh no, absolutely, Matt. It is a fantastic show. But like, can you imagine a harsh, dramatic episode of Cheers dealing with alcoholism? Like, can you imagine a very special episode of Cheers? And it's like, no. But like, MASH was the first one where it was like, it's a very special episode. But they never said it. They were just like, oh, looks like Winchester just performed a mastectomy
on himself.
Yeah. Hey, that's a fat joke. I don't like that.
Well, Nemesis, good to see you. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah,
hello, everyone.
Nemesis and Paul.
Definitely one of those classic series for sure.
You a big MASH fan, Nemesis?
I actually have watched a lot of MASH.
Nice.
Hey, Nemesis.
Thank you.
Hello, PvP.
Eating MASH is good, but mashed potatoes are delicious, and I'm gonna make some for Christmas, Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Yes.
Now you're talking about from the scratch, not that instant junk, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna make. No, just from raw potatoes.
There you
I'm
go.
gonna cook them. I'm gonna boil them. I'm gonna mash the fuck.
Make them cheesy mashed potatoes. Add a little bit of cheese in there and sour cream.
It'll be like Lucy. It'll be like 2 dozen potatoes in a big pot, and then once they're boiled, he'll stamp on them.
Well, I'm not going to stamp on them with my feet because it's too small a pot. But I have a potato masher.
Too big a feet is
I
what you said.
inherited it from my mama, so I'm going to mash the fuck out of those little fuckers. Hey, Thanksgiving time, yeah.
I am thankful as a Canadian.
I'm thankful every day I can talk to you
guys. I look forward to the sale prices, yeah, because that means I'll be able to get a turkey or a ham on sale.
Oh, I'm having ham and scallop potatoes.
I gotta take that sucker out tonight before I go to bed, actually.
Classic Canadian.
What? Ham and scallop potatoes?
Yeah, bro. I've had that so many times.
Oh, it's so good, though.
It is.
Mustard's out.
I hadn't thought about the scalloped potato angle, but that does sound good.
Oh, it's delish.
Well, let's put this way. I'm thinking, okay, take that ham out of the freezer. Throw the ham out by Sunday.
Somebody leaving here. Goodbye. I got to get caught up on the chat.
DVB is taking off.
Take care, DVB. Thank you for calling that out, Scotty. Have a great night, DBB.
See you, DVB. Have a good night, bud.
Good
Edge of
night,
Time
man.
says, I feel like I'm the only one suckered into Moneypenny. No one talks about it.
I didn't know there was a Moneypenny show.
Moneypenny, that's
talking
from James
about-
Bond, wasn't it?
Yeah, but are you talking about Pennyworth? Is that the Alfred show? Because they had an Alfred show from Batman. They made that into like he was a spy or something before he was the butler for Batman. Which is
Yeah,
true,
I'm not
like
sure.
based on the comics, but I didn't need to see that.
Moneypenny goes to the Craig movies, man.
Edge of Time says,
sure.
hear that resound? Someone is wrong on the internet. Yikes.
Well.
Yeeted.
Yeah, but I a lot when some people are when they get wrong, when they're consistently wrong, I re.
And DVB, I think it's a comment on something I said. So you love gay people? I love everyone.
No,
is my
it was
response.
Trip was talking about a quote from Mallrats. So you love gay people? Yeah. I mean, no. Oh, he's a closeted, self-hating homophobe.
I actually don't give a shit about gay people either way.
Well,
I
no,
love
it's a quote. It's a quote
No,
from
it's
a
like,
movie called
if you're
Mallrats.
gay, you're gay. I don't need to think about what your gayness is. Like,
And
no big
DVB
deal.
says, remember that scene from Mallrats? There we go. When
See?
Brody pulls the other contestant. And DBB says, Scotty gets it probably. Yep, absolutely does. DBB says, Scotty. And haha. And DBB says, hopefully there will be another Batman movie. Oh, you can bet on that.
Of course.
DBB says,
God.
Hollywood has proven time and time again they can't make Batman films. That is true.
I
Oh,
hope
yeah.
it's
And a
never-
hot take, Heath Ledger sucked as the Joker.
I don't.
I
need
think
to
the
see-
worst, in my opinion, Heath Ledger was okay, but the worst Joker, hands down, was Jack Nicholson, in my opinion.
I
I'm
don't
with
want
you.
another Batman ever.
I'm with you. I did like Heath Ledger, but I would go Heath Ledger, then Jack Nicholson, then Joaquin Phoenix. But also I should probably throw in, I should go Mark Hamill, then Heath Ledger, then Cesar Romero, and then Jack Nicholson, and then Joaquin Phoenix. So yeah,
That's
so
a
that's
hell of
my
an
list.
impressive list there.
That's my
There's
list of
the-
Jokers.
There's still a lot
I
of
think
people
that's a
debating
good list,
whether,
actually.
right? There's still a lot of debate whether Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker was even a Batman movie. I mean,
It's not. It's clearly not.
right. So how are they ever gonna fit that square peg into that round hole if they ever have him run across Batman, right?
Hey, how about that? The Joker movie they're doing with Lady Gaga or whatever? Isn't that
Yeah.
gonna be fantastic, guys?
Musical.
Well, but I'm curious. I'm
The
curious.
musical.
I am curious, and I'm
I-
not curious
I-
because it's a Batman movie. I'm just curious about it as being a movie, and I want to see how they try and reconcile it. The first
Oh,
one,
I'm
first
looking
Joker
forward.
made $1 billion, and the only
Right,
thing
but
that makes,
Batman's
one
not
won't.
going to be in the second one, is he? The musical?
I don't know.
I don't
don't
think
know.
so. I
I've
think
got
we
a
would have heard
feeling-
if he was.
I have a feeling this one's gonna bomb badly.
Oh, never bet on that. Never bet on it.
Well, they thought that about the
No,
first
but
one.
I'm thinking it's going to.
Well, and that's the thing is that if you like,
Hey,
I don't. It's like
no.
Venom. When you watch Venom, it's like how can you have a Venom movie without Spider-Man? They've
Don't
made
get me
2
wrong.
of them, and they're gonna make another one. And it's like, how are you people fooled?
You're just thinking because Lady Gaga is involved, I'm hating on it, but that's not the case. Have you guys listened to the new Rolling Stones song with Lady Gaga on it?
We've talked about it.
It's really good. It's really, really good. I mean, I was thinking this is going to be shit, and I listened to it, and it's like 7 minutes of awesomeness. It's as good. It basically sounds like the stuff they were doing back on the 70s on XL Main Street. Is that good? It's
Cool.
really, really good.
I'm glad you like it.
DBB says it shouldn't be a hot take though because it's true.
It's really
Edge
amazing.
of Time.
I know.
Edge of Time says All in Family is a rough watch. And DBB says, "Well, gotta
All
go,
in the
Pops.
Family
Take
is a
care,
great
man."
watch.
DBB says, "Thanks for the fun show." All the Family might be a little rough at first, but once you get it, you'll be hooked. I'll put it that way. DBB says, "Take care, everybody." And Edge of Time says, "Well, you know what they say about Smurfs. Blue poo."
No, what do they say about Smurfs?
And Jim says, "Night,
Uh-oh.
DBB." And it looks like Edge of Time says, "Match show veterans unite." Edge of Time says, "Yeah, that." And Lemon Pie says, "Later, DBB." Oh, good. I actually got caught up in the chat. That's always a good thing.
Huzzah!
Nemesis, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So I watched Come and See last night.
Oh my God. Okay. I don't know if I want to know any spoilers or not.
No. You know me. I won't give spoilers. My question for you is, what is it? Because you're the one that brought it to my attention. What is it that makes you hesitant about seeing it? This is what I have to ask.
It was supposed to be incredibly disturbing. It's supposed to be pretty realistic on the war front issues when it came to life as a partisan in World War II
I will
on the
say
Eastern Front.
I enjoyed it. It was a good movie, and especially
Okay.
the fact that it was a foreign made movie. It wasn't American, so that all automatically that means it's not going to be predictable and cookie cutter. The fact that it was written, produced, directed, and made by Russian people from the point of view of the Russians, because all we ever hear about is the Americans and the Nazis and how us Americans dealt with the Nazis. And it was interesting to see how the Russians dealt with the Nazis and the way the Nazis treated them, because the Nazis, you have to remind people that they were the way they were all around the world, not just towards Americans and the French and people like that. So the Russians suffered just as much.
Yeah, they weren't friends. They were allies of circumstances at best.
Right, and even though the Russians were not our allies at the time, they were going through the same thing we were going through, because they were also being taken to concentration camps and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I do recommend you watch it. It's not so disturbing that you cannot watch it. So I recommend you watch it. I would give it a like for example, I'm not going to give spoilers, but it's like they don't really show everything on screen. There's not a lot of gore.
Okay.
So you can watch it without being offended.
Okay, it's more implied than anything else.
Oh, definitely. And there's a lot more movies out there that show worse.
Okay. Which ultimately could even be worse, though, right? Like, there's some things where it's like if you don't see what's going on, but you hear, or just the implication can be so much worse than actually, being forced to watch.
Right here in the U.S., there was a mini series that came out in the 70s, a really big one called the Holocaust. It's called Holocaust, and it ran for multiple nights, and it showed more than they did in Come and See.
Okay,
and that was on
interesting.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll have to give it a shot.
Right, it's out there on the high seas, and I do recommend it. It's a good movie. Don't be afraid.
Okay.
Give it a try. The obviously, I don't know how much you know about it, but it focuses around the life of a little boy, and the reason why I pointed out is he's a great actor. It's a good movie. The transformation of him, from a young innocent boy to what war does to him. It's a good movie.
I've seen some still shots of his acting, and you're just like, oh my God, like the facial expressions and whatnot. Just like, yeah, that's great.
It is, and it's,
all right.
And like I said, it's not American produced, so expect not to be able to predict and second guess every scene before it happens.
Sweet, I'm excited to check it out.
So, and I speak not only to Nemesis but everybody out there. It's a great movie, 1985, called Come and See. So I highly recommend it. Check that out if you can. Never forget. I'll put it that way. Never forget.
100%. Never forget.
I know they want us to forget, but no, I'm not going to forget. And another thing is it reminds us that the Russians are just like us. There's no difference. It's the governments that are always feuding and turning us against each other and using propaganda to make us kill our brothers. So keep that in mind. The people are just like us.
They're just people. You're right, 100%. Right? Like we're only fed what our media allows us to see. There's a whole other side that we don't even get to know about, that we'll never get to know about for the most part.
And I would say, if anything, there's a lot to feel sorry for them about. They're treated pretty badly and poorly. I mean, you see where they're standing in line for toilet paper for 2 hours and stuff like that. That really has happened in the past and still continues to happen. So, if anything, it's the same with the Chinese people. I don't like the government, but I feel sorry for the people. I do understand what they're going through.
Just think there's a billion Chinese that are basically captured in a totalitarian regime.
Well, and right now we're seeing it before our very eyes what it's like to live like that, because that's what we're living under now. Fascism.
But also, let's not forget that hi, Canadian here. Just recently in the Parliament, we did like standing ovation for a Nazi. So yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff that's questionable about the sides on who is with which. And there's stuff that, you know, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I'm a bit of a history buff, and there's a little bit of a history with Germany trying to take over the world, and maybe there's an ideology that came from there called the Nazi Party, and they're
You mean
currently
fascism?
working with. Yeah, that's the thing. They're the ones who made it great because Germans are efficient. But
That's
what
the
I'm
word.
saying is that there's a lot of stuff going on right now, and I just don't like blind, adherence to any sort of team. To quote Groucho Marx, I would never be a part of an organization that would have me as a member. And so, there's a lot of shit going on, and for anyone to be an authority of anything, I think that they should take a vacation in Israel.
Yeah,
Because I love Israel, is what I'm saying.
I
If
always
you
love
don't,
that.
you don't know. But if you like Palestine, oh my God, you're anti-Semitic. So
I
there's
love
a
that.
whole bunch of
I always
political
love
things
that
going on in the world.
That Groucho comment was always hit home to me,
Hey,
Scotty. It's like,
Cody.
I wouldn't want to be a member. That's a really good line.
Yes, that is why
I kind of
said
live
it.
my life by that one, actually, Scotty.
Cody guy, howdy.
Another parallel that I was reminded watching that movie that reminds me of exactly like modern day is when the Nazis were using propaganda, turning the whole world, telling basically using propaganda on their people, right, to convince their people to attack the world. It was always just like even now with Antifa. They were telling everybody that everyone else was a fascist, not them, and that is their primary driving power, is by telling them that everybody else is the fascist. But now instead of being called Nazis, now they're called Antifa. So it's the exact same thing. They are the fascists that we are seeing before us. They are the tyranny. They are the ones that are causing the violence. But at the same time, they're saying they're Antifa, which is the exact opposite. But that's how they get their message across. And that's what I was reminded watching that movie. The Germans did the exact same thing. They were everybody else was communist. Everyone else is fascist. And it's like, yeah,
right? Like, no one's immune to propaganda. Like, I'm not immune. You're not immune. No one's immune. That's bullshit. Oh.
You know what? You could tell I'm immune to propaganda because of my animated G.I. Joe box sets.
Oh, of course.
You're an American hero.
Proves everything.
I vote Cobra every year.
Well, the answer is
Hail Cobra.
The answer is nobody's immune to propaganda. It's just how many people choose to believe it.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Think for yourself. Don't subscribe. Even if you think that someone is the best person in the world, just take a step back and be like, are you? And then just be like, okay, wait a second. Do I really want to wave a flag that has your name on it? And, just think about it. You don't have to. I'm not saying do anything rash. It's just like, I live in Canada. I am currently very much against the current government. I think that it is doing a bad job. But then, like, I get caught up in like, oh, look at the other party who seems to be criticizing that thing that I don't like. which is absolutely natural. Everyone loves pop songs. But the thing is that just because they are attacking the thing that you don't like doesn't necessarily mean they're much better. So you got to look at the things and find out how you can make change, like how you can figure out. And this goes right back to the philosophy. You know what? If you don't like it, don't watch it, don't pay for it, boycott it. This is not just about Disney. This is about ideas. This is about political parties. If you don't want to, just don't support them. Don't support the things that you think are fucking stupid.
And I agree with that completely. Lemon Pie says Nemesis has landed on the panel. Yes, he has, fortunately. At your time says when the nachos go walking, what you gonna do? And Lemon Pie says the Russians were actually just as bad at invading Poland along with Germany. They only became our allies because Germany was dumb enough to attack them. Well, I'm not saying that the Russians were completely innocent. I'm just saying that what was happening to the common folk, Russians, like I'm talking like villages and towns, is they were being treated just like the Jews were being treated over there, where they were being rounded up and all that kind of stuff is what I was talking about. No, I'm not saying the Russians are completely innocent. And once again, I'm talking about the people, not the governments. And Lemon Pie says the Russians deserve no credit. They enabled Germany up until the moment Germany turned on them. Right, but I'm not talking about the government. Cody Guy says, hey, Cody Guy, good to see you. And Jim says, hey, Cody Guy. And Lemon Pie says, hi, Cody.
Cody's popular.
Yes, so good to see Cody. I'm glad Cody could join us. I know it's a little late in the evening, but I'm happy to see everyone.
Yes, I have made it onto the panel. Hang on, I've got cats fighting, so I can't. God damn it! I'll be back.
You got cats fighting. I've got dogs fighting.
All right, cat fight. Let's go.
200 Quatloos on Linda Carter.
Yeah, why do you guys think that men like to watch women fight? Do you think it's because they're hoping they're going to rip clothes off, or what do you think?
I don't like watching women fight. I don't even like lesbian porn.
No, but that seems to be popular. Guys like when to see women fight. That's why women mud wrestling seems to be a hot commodity.
The only time I've ever seen it is in Stripes.
And I would have to agree. I've never actually seen it, with my own eyes. But I've only seen it like on TVs and movies. But there seems to be a fascination towards it.
Like Married with Children, they did it a couple times. I don't know. No, I've never found the appeal. Watching women fight or watching women fight in mud, it's like, I don't know. No, it's not my jam. I would much more. Yeah, right there you go. See, I have an authority on my side.
I never got into that shit either.
Well, that's like I don't go to a stripper bar. I don't see any. But I know there are people that do that. I would be bored.
A stripper bar can be really good if you got some really hot strippers, but
but you're going to walk out of there without getting laid. So what's the point?
Well, but sometimes it's a weird form of prostitution because I've worked in bars and I've had lonely men come up to the bar and say, when does Erica start work? And I'm like, I can't tell you that.
I'm sure Erica's waiting for you, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like, hey, Scott, can you tell me when Erica's here so I can be here? And I'm like, no, I work with her. And I think that would be rude. And so it's the same thing. It's like some people, like you can rent a girl that you like if you go to a bar, which is rude. You can rent a girl that you like if you go to a strip club, which is also rude, but they are more open to it. But you have to pay more in beer if you go to the place, and also you have to pay like $20 for half an hour.
I suppose if you're on a lap dance or whatever,
$20 a song. I don't know.
She would give you a lap dance for extra bucks.
I don't know. Do you have any adult entertainment lounges around your area?
I've never gone for that shit. I mean, I've been.
Yeah, but have you ever been to one? You're a man of the world.
Strip clubs in my life. Fuck, I've been to many of them, but
sure,
I've never really gone for that shit where they.
I've been to one.
Ever?
I've never been to that shit where they give you the lap dance stuff. It's like,
I had a lap dance once, maybe twice.
But never my cup of tea, to be honest. Like,
It wasn't my jam. I didn't like it either.
Yeah, same
yeah.
here. I was in Vegas, and I went to, it was a famous one. I don't remember. It was well known. It was on the Strip, and that's the only reason why we went in there. We said, "Oh, this is supposed to be a famous stripper bar," and of course, I was bored immediately, and I didn't stick around.
Yeah, it's like, what's the point of looking at this hot pussy if you can't touch it? It's like, it's kind of boring actually, quite quickly.
Well, when people were doing it though, they were sticking money in her, what do they call it, thongs or bikini, whatever. They were sticking money in it. So I know there were, and I know guys that are into that sort of thing, that obsessed, who have lost a lot of money. And I've never, like gambling. I never figured it out. I never figured out the obsession, and where people will spend it until they have no money left. I never figured that out, but I know some people do. So to each their own, I guess.
Oh, I have heard of that shit going on at some strip clubs, but thank God I was never. None of my friends and I ever went to a bar like that. And, there were some beautiful women, but we just got bored quickly enough where it's like, man, we don't need to really do this again.
So you guys went
No.
bowling or something?
Yeah, it's just like you can only look at so much beautiful pussy, but it's not personal, right? It's an act. It's a show. It's like it's a
Right. If you wouldn't give them money, you wouldn't be looking at them, right? You wouldn't do that,
exactly.
right?
It's not like you're gonna take them home and she's gonna be your girlfriend and fuck you. It's like, nope, that's not gonna happen ever. So
No. And
it's like,
and right, and all the ungodly things they say about you after you leave.
oh shit, they probably think, oh, look at those horny fuckers looking at my cunt. What a bunch of losers, right?
Lemon Pie says hi, Cody, and Lemon Pie says PvP is of the eggnog party.
I'm drinking
And
eggnog right now, my friend.
Lemon Pie says I'd rather a woman wrestle me than another woman. Yeah, no argument there.
Yeah.
And Lemon Pie says some of those guys think they will buy their way into a relation. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Like I
and
said, I
but
see people who did that. They threw away money thinking they're going to get somewhere, and I'm telling them they're not.
But this is the thing, and this is sort of there. Like, there's an understanding, and I put this again back to the GoBot version. Like, if you think that you have to see your ladies naked, like if you go into, let's say you have a local Hooters, you go into Hooters every day, you become a regular, and you're there, and you have your favorite Hooters girl. The only difference between and a Hooters girl may be like working at a Hooters or maybe working just at your local. It's just a girl who is nice to you. And let's be fair, she's probably nice to you for money because you tip, because she
Yes.
talks to you. And it's the same thing if you were to go to an adult burlesque bar and she dances topless and everything. And if you're sitting there every Tuesday dropping, $50 in her pocket or in her G string, then what's the difference? It's a matter
She
of
does.
tips.
She
Now,
doesn't know how cheap
this
I
doesn't
am.
necessarily make you a pervert, but you are a regular and you understand that when you go into this establishment, this is what you're doing. You are paying for her attention. You are renting. If you, depending on your level, friendship, companionship, or whatever. And the only time it's ever going to become an issue is when that employee quits their job and you don't get to see them anymore. Why? Because you have no ownership aside from the renting of their time. So I understand the relationship. I would just spend the money on someone. If I could meet someone, it would be better. And also I would rather go to a bar with cheaper prices on their alcohol. And so I don't have to tip you $50 while paying $10 a bottle of beer. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, all I'm saying is that if that's your jam and you have a Mercedes, go to the strip club. But if you're driving a Geo, stop giving girls your money for nothing. And go to a cheaper bar.
Go to a cheaper bar. Go to a place where you don't have to keep giving them money for you to stay inside.
Exactly.
Right. Where you could say, well, I know I'm going to order a drink and I'm going to sit here and enjoy this drink for the next hour. No, it doesn't work like that. They want you to buy stuff in high quantity.
Yeah.
And keep giving money, right? So you know you're in the wrong place when that happens.
If I give my bartender, who is cute and I know that I'm never going to have sex with, $5 and it costs $4 for the beer, and I give her $1 every time, or him, maybe he likes talking about Star Trek. I'm just renting friends. I have no anticipation of sex, and I just hang out there, and it costs me $1 for every beer after, and it's $4 a beer. Let's say hypothetically. So after 4 beers, which is a healthy dose, I've given them $4. They're happy they get $1 a beer, and they've talked to me for the hour that it took me to drink 4 beers. Yes, stop judging. And then I leave. And I don't want to have anything to do, and they didn't even have to show me their tits.
Right.
It was just a friendly conversation with an expectation of that conversation while drinking. And if you can find a place like that, I tell you, that's $20 for a good hour or hour and a half of your time, depending on how long it takes you to drink 4 bottles of beer. And then you leave. But if you go and you're in a strip club for an hour or an hour and a half, $100. Easy. Now and I would feel better about myself looking at my pocket and being like, I'm $20 light. That's a shame, but I had a good hour and a half. If I walked out of a place after an hour and a half, unless I had an armload of DVDs, I would be like, what a waste of a fucking $100.
Right. And if your goal is to get laid, go get laid. Go hire a prostitute. Cut it short. Why beat around the bush?
That's more than $100, though. I don't know. Actually, I've never had one. I don't know how much it costs.
Or how classy you want.
Well, yes, true. You could stop off at a porn store and get yourself a fleshlight.
There you go. Right.
Anyway, this is enough of this. If you know what, if you can't love the one you want, love the one you're with. That's what I say. Just don't make sure it doesn't cost too much money.
That was really great, Scotty.
Unless you fall in love, in which case it's going to cost all the money in the world.
No, that was really good. That was a really good one.
Cheers. Well, it was so good for me. I'm going to go have a cigarette. I'll be back in a moment.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm going to try and drive back on some of this.
Drive back? Is that what you said, PvP?
Yeah, I'm kind of lost here.
You're driving?
No, I'm not driving, but I got different screens up. And,
okay, yeah, you shouldn't be driving.
I'm trying to find the one we're actually watching on here, which, oh god, let's close that one.
So, the Blob 1958 is a relatively short movie, so that stream probably won't be that long Tuesday night, I imagine. Because if I looked at it, I think the running time was like maybe 80 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, you're doing the Blob with Steve McQueen, right?
Correct. and then we're gonna go straight into Halloween Horror Nights, so it'll be more modern. In fact, the oldest movie that I was mentioning might be Texas Chainsaw Massacre from '74, but we're gonna mostly cover more modern movies for the month of October.
Have you noticed, though, Pop, that for some reason the people like us that keep voting for the films we want to watch are mostly vintage films? Have you ever noticed that?
I would say both.
I don't think there's been too many films that have won too often, actually.
I'd say, yeah, if you look at what we've been covering, I would say both. Because I put a combination of older and newer. And I would say so far it's been back and forth, and we've covered both, which is a good thing.
Okay.
The only pattern I've noticed is that people tend to vote for things they've already seen. And I'm trying to get people to watch things they have not seen. So that's the thing I need to come to grips with and figure out how to do.
You just need to stop letting people vote, Pop. It's your channel. The voting should be like a once a month type of thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I have a movie in mind that I'm going to show this October, and I think I'm going to save it for Halloween night. And it's going to be a movie that I've decided I'm going to show everybody. I'm not going to put it up for a vote. It's been up for a vote before. It hasn't won because nobody's seen it, and nobody's voted for it because they have not seen it. So all the more reason I'm going to introduce it to everybody, because I know you guys are going to be glad that I did. So that movie is going to be Halloween night. And what I'll do is, like a Nemesis said, there won't be a vote. But what I will do is I'll do like I usually do, and on that weekend before, I don't know, Saturday, Sunday, I'll announce the title, and I'll put a link up where everybody can watch it, and that way you guys can watch it for Tuesday. But it's going to be a movie that it's going to be like, okay, I'm the doctor. You guys need your medicine, and I recommend this movie this time. I know you guys want candy and everything, but you're going to get some medicine this time, but in a good way.
I'm always up for any movie.
Well, but I'm excited because I already know what you guys are going to do. Because what you guys are going to be is like, oh, wow, I can't wait to watch the sequels. I don't want to give away too much.
No, I'm always open. I'm always open. You know, if anybody wants to post something, you know, like watch this, I'm there. I don't mind.
Yeah, I love being exposed to new stuff. You know, that's why when
too.
Nemesis was talking about come and
Me
see,
too.
it was like, oh, that's the first thing I need to do. I need to see this.
It might
Like,
be the most
absolutely.
horrible movie I've ever seen, but I'm willing to give it a chance, right? So.
Well, it's better to watch it and not like it than to not watch it at all. At least that way you form your own
Exactly.
opinion.
I figure. Yeah, it's like I got nothing to lose. I can spend a couple hours. If it's crap, and whatever. Right?
Yep, no big loss.
Exactly.
And I know there's some movies that people want me to cover that I probably won't. And I know I do feel
You ain't
bad
doing the
because
Sound of
sometimes,
Music?
well, but people have like recommended movies. They'll say, hey, why don't you show a movie? You know, they'll name a title, and I'll tell them, sorry, no. I can't remember what the name of, I can't remember names off the top of my head right now, but people have asked me about certain titles, and I just say, sorry, no.
Yeah,
I know I tell them, I know it's something you probably enjoy, but that's probably not something I'm going to cover on my channel because I'm not a fan of. That does happen sometimes.
Not a fan of this.
I don't remember the titles now. But like if I was doing comedy, if I was doing comedy streams and somebody says, let's do baseballs, no. You know, I'll say, no offense. I know you enjoy it. I know there's an audience, but no.
I thought Spaceballs is pretty shitty, actually.
Well, I didn't like it.
I like Mel Brooks, but I don't think that was a very good film.
Most people that like Spaceballs are not aware of Mel Brooks' history and his movies. Any of us that are old enough to remember, Mel Brooks started out really good, and then he got bad. His movies got progressively worse, and then to pretty soon downright unwatchable.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment.
Yeah,
tactfully. Yeah.
His last good year was 1974, and that was like a double banger. He did Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein. Everything after that was crap.
I didn't mind the silent film he did. What was that?
Silent movie.
Yeah, that was kind of fun because he did basically a whole movie with no dialogue, and I thought that was pretty creative back in the 70s.
It was. It had a good cast. It was one of Marty Feldman's last movies.
Yeah,
he died at a really young age.
Yeah, poor Marty. Marty Feldman is great. I loved him.
Hilarious. Did you know that one of the things that killed him not only was a massive, and I mean a massive, he was like John Wayne, chain smoker. He did like 8 packs a day, but all he ate was like bacon and cheese and eggs. That was strictly his entire diet.
Oh fuck!
So he did everything wrong, right? Really too bad. He was a very, very funny man. He died at a relatively young age.
Well, I remember Marty Feldman for those great eyeballs. Like, did the man have eyeballs or what? Like, he was hilariously funny with those eyes.
And right, and playing Igor. I mean, that's comedic genius right there. I
Igor.
mean,
Oh God. Can you get any funnier than Igor?
right.
Oh my God, Marty was the man was comedy gold. Let's face it,
Yeah, he's
comedy
one of
gold.
those. You just look at him and you laugh. Yeah.
Exactly, and I always did. Anytime I saw that guy's face, I had to break up laughing because I couldn't stop. Yeah. Oh, rest in peace, Marty. We loved you, dude. We loved you so much. I guess that's kind of why we're on here doing these streams because we talk about the shit we love, 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 and a lot of these amazing actors that we love have passed off this mortal coil, so to speak, and we want to remember and honor how great they were.
We will never get people like that again.
Oh God, no. We have passed in the agents of giants, have we not, Bob?
Yes, I agree. I don't know if I've read this or not, but Sean says PvP is having nog fun. Love it. Love you, man.
Yeah, I have few
And
knocks.
Scotty says, legs, all I know what to make is a wine spritzer. Help me out, guys. I'm not much of a drinker, but wine spritzer, what is that? I know what wine is.
I
What does
think it's
spritzer mean? Added to
some kind
carbonated
of
water?
wine. I have no idea. I think it's like some kind of like wine. I have no idea though, really.
Sounds like it's something they mix with wine, possibly. I just keep thinking of those old Three Stooges short where they had that bottle of carbonated water and they'd shoot it in each other's faces. I don't know if that
Stooges.
means wine with spritzer or if that's what that spritzer means. I don't know.
I love these Stooges. These Stooges are great.
So we're gonna have all in the family, all in the blob on Tuesday. We're gonna have the 1958 version, and then the following week we're gonna cover Jurassic Park. That's going to be a fairly long stream, I imagine, because I'm sure that movie. I haven't looked at the runtime, but it's got to be a minimum of 2 hours. So plan on being that probably a relatively long night, guys.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yes, that'll be week after this Tuesday.
Well, I'm getting primed for the steamer. I've seen that movie probably half a dozen times, so I don't really need to watch it again. I just
Which
love
one?
Steve McQueen's probably first performance in the Blob, and it's like, oh man, what's
Oh
next?
man, I will watch Steve McQueen do anything.
Not your stellar first film, but it's so much fun. It's so goofy. It's like, yeah, I will watch Steve doing that shit.
But it's so interesting to watch that early career. It's the same thing that when we're talking about like Man from Uncle or like early actors before they hit it big. And when you watch The Blob, that is still when Steve McQueen was hungry. And The Blob is like, come on, it's ridiculous. But it's amazing. It's amazing.
The Blob is hungry too.
Amazingly boring. Fuck.
I like McQueen in that film. Like, I'm not gonna shit on him. It's like, hey, you're a young actor. You haven't done fuck all. Somebody says, hey, asshole, come and be a major leading man in this film. He's like, yeah, what the fuck? I'm gonna be the leading man in even a stupid film called The Blob, which the monster's like made out of jello or whatever.
But then, like, oh, and the reason I call it, like, okay, compare The Blob to the original Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, fuck.
Now, the original Little Shop of Horrors, yes, I know it's got Jack Nicholson in it, but who plays Seymour? Dick Miller. Dick Miller came up. Dick Miller.
Dick
if you don't
me?
know Dick Miller's name,
Dick
no,
my-
check
my-
out.
my-
Jonathan,
my-
hold
my
on.
other-
Jonathan Hayes played Seymour. Dick Miller played the guy who was played by Christopher Guest in the new movie. William Strange, an interesting plant. Dick Miller was the guy who came in and he was eating flowers. He was a guy off the street who came in to see the plant.
So
but
he
Jonathan
didn't play.
Hayes was the actor who played Seymour.
My mistake. But Dick Miller
No
is
problem.
in Little Shop of Horrors.
Definitely. He was
Like,
in all
so
the
you
Corman
watch
movies
that,
back then.
and it's the same thing when you watch The Blob. When you see, and even though I got the characters wrong, and I know if I were Teague, I would jump down my own throat. But like, yeah, it's something where you get to see these actors, and it's really great to check it out and see Jack Nicholson and Dick Miller in really early roles. And the same way that when you check out The Blob, it's like, yeah, it's not the best movie in the world, and the original Little Shop of Horrors is not the best movie in the world. But The Blob is the same thing, but it's just fun to see that era. It's fun to see that era, that cinematography, the show that they're putting on, and the actors that they have in it.
Thing is, Scotty, The Blob is, let's face it, it's like a 50s B movie.
It's called The Blob.
Yeah, it's not called a song with the wind or something, right? It's
Well,
like
no, but like even Invasion of the Body Snatchers is a better premise.
Oh fuck, and that's a better film.
But still, like you go back, is The Blob a Corman flick? I don't think it is.
No,
it's not. I don't think it is. Corman, that's another one I'd love to get Pop to do a series of the Corman films. The Poe films that Corman did, there's like 8 of them, and they're fantastic. But that's for another day. But yeah, Scotty, I do agree. This is a great film. But it's not a masterpiece. It's not a classic work.
It's fun.
But
it's fun.
It's fun. It's a good, fun film, and it introduces Steve McQueen to the mainstream audience. I think that's a cool thing. And yeah,
Jill, what's your favorite?
Kind of fun.
Hello, Jill.
Jill, what's your favorite Steve McQueen movie?
Jill,
welcome to the panel, and I
don't know. Jill. I'd have to look at a list.
Oh my god.
Okay, fair
Jill's here really late.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Hi, Jill.
Yeah. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
And I want to apologize that I missed the TOS stream, Jill. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
you missed it. Oh, okay. That's okay. You know, you're going to be on the next one.
Oh, we're really
I will be
late,
there. I will be feeling better.
Right?
We're really late discussing films that we shouldn't love. So,
but okay. But you were not feeling well, so you don't have to be sorry. You never have to apologize if you're feeling bad.
Right through it, I felt horrible. I woke up just as it was ending, pretty much.
You needed that sleep. That sleep. You needed sleep. You needed to eat. You needed to drink water. You had to take care of yourself.
There was 3 or 4 days that were rough. I had to write them out.
Well, and Jill,
yes.
Jill, pop culture curator said that he's going to investigate edibles. So if you could help him with that in the private chat, that would be
Oh, he can do that. And,
I have some here. I'm looking at them right now. I had some the other night.
That's great. Yeah, I hear that's very good. That's great. That's good. And it'll be good for your appetite and your mood and everything.
Yes, and
that's awesome.
It'll help me get through wave eating.
Oh, right. Yeah, so we're getting into season 3, so it makes sense. Edibles. Oh, just so you know, I think for my next episode, we're going to talk about the last episode in season 2, Assignment Earth, but I'm kind of going to make it a shorter stream. We're going to talk about Assignment Earth for about half the time. And then the other half, we're going to talk a bit about some of the drama with season 3. I think.
Oh, okay.
Like a weather report of what is to come?
Yeah. Like here's what's about to happen.
Which is fine, because you guys have no idea how excited I am for season 3.
Well, yeah, we didn't exactly get to talk that much about the letter writing campaign, which I want to touch on.
Which I'm looking forward to as well. Let's give some ups to Bijo, the only free photo that you got.
Yes,
I
right.
just
Yeah,
want to.
the
I just
best
want to
one.
mention. I want to say, Jill, you have heard probably lots of crap about season 3, right? That
Bad?
it's horrible, it's bad, it's shitty,
I
like the
know that there are
episodes
some
suck.
good episodes. I do
Well,
agree
I
with that.
got to say, there's a lot of excellent, fantastic episodes in season 3. You got to open
Definitely.
your
But
mind and watch them. It
well,
starts off
definitely,
really strong.
but it's also a corporate season, and some of the episodes suffer because Gene and DC Fontana and the other Gene isn't there, and so a lot
No,
of the
no,
people that we
no.
love
He
aren't
does show up
as
twice.
much.
I think he
Actually,
shows up
DC
twice.
Fontana wrote at least one episode in season
Okay,
3. Jill.
see,
And I
that's
think
why I'm
Gene is
gonna do
in
more
for one
research
too.
before I
I think she
actually
One or
talk
wrote
about
two.
it.
the one second or third one where the
Now-
Klingon battle cruiser shows up, which
Now
is
I do
fucking
realize
awesome.
that some of these people might still be in the background doing stuff, but they're not. Like DC Fontana is no longer listed as the script consultant anymore.
She
Right.
is
And
though.
things like
She does write at least one episode, Jill.
Well, but listed in.
well, I agree
yes.
that she
She's
just
still
doesn't have
there.
the title anymore, is what I'm saying.
Maybe she doesn't have the influence, but she still has the influence. If that makes any fucking
Well, yeah,
sense.
that was I think one of the books that I was listening to before I even done any research for this, but we'll talk more about it on Tuesday. But Fred Freiberger kind of wanted more action, adventure, and everything, and so that kind of messed some stuff up.
I actually really
But I can't
like
wait to talk
season
about
3.
it.
Season 3 is really good. Like I say,
I
this
Okay,
might
about
like
now
it
I
too,
know
so
you're
we'll see.
drunk.
There's 7 no, I'm not drunk. There's 7 episodes that are really fantastic in season 3.
All
It's
right.
like everybody craps on that season, but damn, there's a lot of good
I'm
ones
excited
too.
to see it, but
I
I
haven't
do
seen.
know.
You know, speaking of haven't seen something, I haven't seen any movie with Steve McQueen in it. I looked at a list.
You
haven't
You
gotta
seen
ever
be
any
seen
of
The
them.
Great
kidding me.
Escape?
No, I haven't seen any of them. None of them. You can go
Huh.
through the whole
Shit.
list. There's like 28 movies.
Well, you're
haven't
welcome
seen-
for the blob streaming
I
if
may
you're
slap my
available.
head into unconsciousness right now when Jill said that.
Yeah, I would say you're welcome to the blob
Oh my
stream on Tuesday,
God.
Jill. And okay, and if you have not seen Steve McQueen, check out Papillon.
Yeah, if I get a
Oh,
chance to
you're gonna
watch The
go
Blob, I will.
Papillon?
Yeah, don't
first?
feel bad,
Papillon's-
Joe. Like I've only ever seen Steve McQueen in The Blob, and like I have no inclination to go see him in any other film.
Like he's got The Getaway. He's got
Free Escape, Bullet.
of course, Bullet. And what's the one where he's the rich guy who steals things with Faye Dunaway?
The Getaway, isn't
He-
that the Get? No.
No, that's with Ally McGraw. They remade it with Pierce Brosnan. What's it called?
I can't believe I forgot the name.
Yeah, no, I forget what it's called. It's about a rich guy who steals shit.
Clearly,
always
very
go-
important.
Always
Well,
go
no, it
for
was at the time. It was directed by Norman Jewison, a Canadian director. I know everything about the movie, but I don't know the name of the fucking movie.
What the heck, Scotty?
I know. I'm sorry. It's called marijuana. It's legal in Canada.
Bro, what do you think I've just been doing for the last 20 minutes aside from battling a stubborn cat outside of my house?
Fun dip.
Don't do that.
I mean, no, that probably would have been a lot better. Dude, it
Who
was
wants
so
some fun
weird.
dip?
There was like,
That's fiction.
Moon Pie says hi, Jill.
Lemon.
Hi, Lemon Pie. And hi, everybody in the chat. I haven't said hi to Sean Carter. Also, and Edge of Time. And DVB if he's still around.
Yeah, we have a great
No,
turnout
Trip
tonight.
left.
Boo.
No, I'm interested. I'm looking forward. And also, one of the things that's really intriguing me about the third season of Star Trek, because as per the way that we've been watching them, we're watching them in production order. So when we do start season 2, obviously in broadcast order, the original season premiere was Spock's Brain, but that's not the way we're watching it, because Spock's Brain doesn't show up in production order until much later.
Yeah,
Well,
we're going to
production-
watch Spectre of the Gun first.
That is
Oh,
so
okay.
bitchin'. That is one of my favorite season 3s. I can't believe it was the first in production order. I love it. I can't wait for it. I love Spectre of the Gun.
Yeah, I remember liking it, but my season 3 is super rusty, so I have a very vague memory of it. I think I only watched it one time through the first time I watched it, and I've only rewatched a few episodes like Spock's Brain and Savage Curtain, which is probably my favorite season 3 episode. But maybe that'll change after I actually pay attention to what's going on. I can't wait myself.
Same
Well,
here.
usually
It'll be revisited because I haven't seen them in many years, so it'll be nice.
And it's one of my least revisited. Like I'm sort of praising Spectre of the Gun, but like aside from Spectre of the Gun, Spock's Brain, maybe the Enterprise incident. What else is in there? Oh, For the World is Hollow and I Have Touched the Sky. I love that episode.
Oh, I love Spectre of the Gun.
It's gonna be 2 weeks.
And we
I
get to
think
see
I think
McCoy as the
Spectre of the
OK Corral, just like he was in the movie.
Well, I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
that well,
This is his third time doing the OK Corral.
All right.
what I love is DeForest Kelly is in that, and he's like getting to replay the OK Corral again in his career, which is, you gotta guys admit, that is fantastic.
Wait. No, I can't let this pass. I cannot let this pass. Did you just call him DeForest Kelly?
No,
It sounds like he deforests.
It is DeForest.
It's deforest. Like
Well, that's what I
deforest
said.
sounds like an elimination, like a clean cutting of a forest.
Can I get back to the?
Yes,
If
please.
you
Never
want,
mind.
you can just call him D. And if you look at his, it's not an autobiography; it's just a
He
biography.
did have a
but
long career playing
the-
bad guys in westerns. Come on, let's face it, guys.
Yeah, but
That's
everybody
true.
around him called him D.
Right,
True.
they called him D, and he
Okay.
he was a bad guy a lot. You're right, and he looks really good in a cowboy hat, so it makes sense.
He looks good
But-
as Dr. McGoy too in this one.
If you read his biography, you can learn how to make D's peas. I've never tried to
God.
make it, but there's a recipe in there. It's his
Well, if
recipe
you ever
on
do
how he
it,
makes
Joe,
peas.
pass the recipe on to us if it actually works.
I want some bourbon
Yeah.
and beans. I want,
Okay,
even if
okay,
I had a bowl
okay.
of termites, it wouldn't affect my Vulcan metabolism.
I just wanted to mention my love of that episode where they do the cowboy thing. Oh god, shit! Now I forgot the name of the fucking episode.
Spectre
Jesus.
of the Gun.
Spectre of the Gun. Yeah, I love that episode. I think season 3 gets a lot of shit for being crap, but damn it, there were a handful, probably at least 5 or 6 episodes that were fantastic, and this is one of those. It's like you got a great episode with a cool storyline. I love how, obviously they were cutting the budget back and making it harder and harder for the people to do anything. But this is one of those cool episodes where the budget cuts actually worked in the favor of the guys doing it, because the Western town, the way they cut it back, right, was just obviously fragments out of Kirk's mind, because the aliens couldn't actually know what the old West in America actually was, so they stole fragments in Kirk's
Right,
mind.
so it's like it's not a full building; it's just set dressing.
It's just
Yeah.
a soul, right? A town
Agreed.
fragment. Yeah, exactly, girl. And I love that about this episode, because I was thinking the guys producing the show back in 1968, 9, whenever it was when this one aired, they're working their butts off trying to figure out how the fuck are we going to do another episode. And then, of course, they got the script for a Western one, and they thought, okay, we can do a Western town, but we don't need to do a Western town on the full set. We can just do a Western town with fragmentary, walls.
Yeah, and my vague memory just remembers it being really trippy.
Oh, it's a great episode, isn't it, Jill? I love this episode so much.
Well, and one of the things that I really appreciate about Spectre of the Gun is the score of that episode. It is haunting.
The music is fantastic, Scotty.
Yeah. And so it's one of those, like, there's no way you could use it in any other episode. It is so specific to the episode.
Oh,
and so it's a stylistic. I think it's in the third season and in all of Star Trek. I think it's a stylistic achievement.
I think it's one of the best season 3 episodes. I put it in the top 5.
Well, apparently in production order, it was first, so they had a lot of budget, and that's what they did with it.
Well, another thing I haven't even touched on yet is Chekhov. They put
Chekhov.
The
Spoilers.
Of Chekhov. And I remember reading somewhere that what's his face? Chekhov's real guy. Oh fuck, I can't remember him.
Gary Cooper. No, it's Walter Koenig. It's Walter Koenig.
Walter Koenig actually wrote about doing this episode, and he was like, "Oh shit! Thankfully, I'm finally getting an episode where I actually get to do some acting."
Yeah, but that's in the face of Who Mourns for Adonais. Like he was introduced, and that was a good episode. That was a good Chekhov episode.
He definitely Chekhov always appreciates when he gets more to do. There's I forget which episode it was, but he got to do a lot, and he was just way happier than he should have been.
Oh,
well, he was just so happy. Like
he got to so much in this one, though. He got to kiss the girl. He got to, get the bad guy to shoot him because he kissed the girl. It was a great episode. I thought Koenig must have had. Well, I remember reading Koenig had a great time doing this episode. Like he was really enjoying it and hoping he was like, "Oh, I'm finally getting some parts and getting some lines in an episode. I hope we'll get more." I was like, "No, sorry, bud." Didn't happen, but he was great in this episode. I really enjoyed him. Damn good episode. I just think it's one of my favorites.
So would you guys compare TOS season 3 to TNG season 1?
I don't know yet. I have to hold off on that because I know exactly what I think of season 1 of TNG, and that's half of it is completely awful, and the other half is about B range episodes, and so it's not as terrible as people say it is. And I think that might be the same thing with TOS. It may be half bad, and half of it is pretty much B episode. Do I think the same thing? That is a very good question. I'm gonna have to wait until we actually finish.
You just did the flag one, right, Jill?
The flag one?
The red,
the Omega Glory.
Oh,
yes,
God.
The flag one.
The episode I hate the most in the entire series. I just thought that show was so stupid. I'll never forget watching it. I was just like, "What the fuck?" When I saw the end, it was like,
it's not
no planet's gonna fucking have a duplicate of the flag.
But PvP, what planet's gonna have Roman culture?
Yeah,
it's like why? How does that also
I can believe that more.
Why?
No, I just
why does that one take the cake?
I don't mind the Roman culture one because that was, introduced by
Christianity,
captain, right?
Parallel Christianity. You're fine.
No, but it
wasn't introduced by the Starship Captain. It was already an established culture on the planet, and the Starship Captain was just assimilating into it.
Yeah. True.
But at least that one was not a bad. That was a watchable episode.
Right, but what's the difference between the planets? Why do you believe one and not the other?
I just thought Omega Glory was. Don't get me
I
wrong.
love E Plobnista, yo.
I like the first part when they were all crystallized on the starship. That was a lot of fun. for like the first 15 or 20 minutes. I really
That's
loved
how
it.
long it takes. Yes.
But when they went to the planet, and it was obviously a Vietnam scenario crap episode.
I think it was like a flat out like Asiatic Cold War thing, and
it was horrible.
I don't think it was horrible.
Oh, it's horrible. It was garbage.
I liked
the
it.
whole,
Okay.
The whole
it
thing
wasn't that
with
bad.
the whole thing with the flag and the Constitution, it was like,
Yeah, a lot of people do slide it for the end
maybe
there.
it's different if you're an American.
See, no, and this is the thing. Yeah, as a Canadian, I can say that I believe in America.
Even as a kid,
you know who convinced me? James T. Kirk, played by William Shatner, born in Montreal.
Can I even fucking finish my sentence, please?
You can try.
I just,
whoa.
Even as a 11-year-old kid watching that for the first time, I thought, this is stupid. There's no fucking way. I could see them maybe having similarities, like in some episodes, like Rome and the Nazi stuff, right? But to have an identical flag and an identical, Constitution written out, it's like, no, that's just stupid. And even as a kid in
but
Canada,
more stupid than Romans.
Even as an 11-year-old kid,
Yeah, more stupid than Romans who have TV production.
I rolled my eyes.
They did have TVs.
I rolled my eyes and I thought, I never see to see this shit again. And I haven't. I just, it's one I just skipped.
Well, good for you. I'm glad you've denied yourself ill will.
It's a crap episode in my judgment.
You don't like it. It's fine.
It's really great for learning the preamble to the Constitution.
So you didn't watch Jill's review of it?
I watched a bit because I always loved Jill, but I watched a bit. And
I'm glad you did.
I tried, but I couldn't try too long.
Well, no, there were some people in the chat who also don't like the episode too. I should have sent a link to them to get them on because I know one of them was a YouTuber.
I voted an F because I just give this an F. I just
that one. There were varied responses.
This is probably my least favorite episode of the entire series, actually.
I think maybe the biggest problem is how bad Tracy is.
And
the thing is, I like Tracy though.
Well,
Tracy
PvP.
was great. He was
Spoilers.
fun. I like some parts, like Captain Tracy.
If I may explain what happened on the thing that you're not going to listen to. There was a moment where I was like, I had the same feeling, and I was going to go into this episode, and I was like, I know this one's bad. And then I watched it, and I was like, it's kind of an adventure. And all right, I get it. And like you get to see the crazy Captain Tracy for the first little while, and you're questioning the Prime Directive and what made him want that. And it kind of parallels Star Trek Insurrection. And then at the end, when you find out that there's been a parallel culture and they end up having like this Cold War situation, not Cold War, but it's like communists and Americans. And then it all culminates into a geyser of ridiculously until you get William Shatner and the speech at the end with the
Actually, I
Constitution.
don't see Insurrection. I kind of see Errand of Mercy, except for Tracy is the Klingon.
No, but Tracy wants the regenerative powers of the rings of the
right. He's got right. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. The Fountain of Youth aspect is like Insurrection. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I tried to say that on the show, and I don't think I pulled it off.
Like my boobs are perkier or something.
Exactly. Not that we care about such things. So, but yeah, no, it's totes. Anyway, I really, but that speech at the end when Captain Kirk reads the Constitution, we the people, for comms as well, like everything about that speech, that performance, I'm sorry, William Shatner ties that episode together in a way that I didn't realize he was going to do. And that is the entire reason. If you want any reason to like that episode, it's just Captain Kirk reciting oh my God.
Preamble to the Constitution.
Come on. It is so good.
Yeah, it was
so
really
good.
great in the review too, because I think I had 3 of y'all reciting it. And the only one
I
who
don't think
didn't
I
was
did
you.
it. Did I do it?
You were the only one who didn't do it. I should have made you
Great.
because everyone else
No,
did.
I'm glad I didn't do it.
Damn it, Scotty.
I could always make you do it later.
I'm gonna jet. Pop, it's been wonderful as always. Scotty,
Yeah, thank you
PvP,
for.
Jill, Daniel.
Yeah,
Cheers.
great. Thank you for stopping in, Nemesis. I really appreciate that. I'll see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, Nemesis, do you have anything you want to share before you go?
No. Just like and subscribe to Pop's channel if you haven't already for
Thank you.
some reason. Yeah, and no, well, we'll
It's a
see you
popular
all
thing
on.
these days.
It is. He's a popular man. He's a good dude.
Yeah,
But we'll
definitely.
see you all. Right. We'll see you guys on the horror stream, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Good night.
All
Splendid.
right, yeah.
All right.
Take it easy, Will.
Good to see you, Nemesis Enforcer.
Good to see you all. Night, everyone.
Excellent.
There's an enforcer? Did he add
No,
enforcer?
it's a G.I. Joe joke that only I make, and I'm the only one who gets it. And I'm pretty sure that Nemesis of Eden doesn't like it either, but it's my joke, and I say it every time.
Oh,
Lemon pie.
this was the first time I noticed it. So.
Lemon Pie says PvP hates America. Confirmed. Just kidding.
That's what I took away from it too.
Yeah, totes.
I don't hear anything.
Except for the Omega Glory.
Yeah.
I'm a lover. But I don't get no love. That's the problem. I get no love.
All right.
Oh.
But I am loving the eggnog tonight.
Oh my God! Seriously, you got the eggnog.
Yeah.
No
Oh,
wonder.
back
That
on the
explains
I got 2
everything.
eggnog tonight at the grocery store. It's eggnog season, Jill.
Yep, it's that time of year.
It's like pumpkin spice. They roll it out early.
Oh, I got some of that.
They
Good
did.
stuff.
It was early. I was expecting like maybe a week from now, but
Pumpkin
it's
spice
already here.
That'll be fun. So it's PvP eggnog season.
Yeah, it is eggnog season. So I may do eggnog.
It was
some days.
so funny, and I apologize to everyone in the audience that I'm working off of Celsius here. So yesterday it was 20 degrees Celsius, which I would say is like mid 60s, low 60s. So it was a fairly pleasant day, but it wasn't by any means cold. So it dropped by 10 degrees and it started to rain. So it's wet and it's cold now. And it happened as if the entire autumn just slammed a door in my face and said, all right, we're going to deal with cold weather. So now I got to go and pack up all of my my golf shirts because I'm not going to need those short sleeve motherfuckers anymore. And I get to start wearing my blazers and hoodies. I'm really looking forward to it. So I'm a fashion icon.
Yeah, and your scarves.
I like my scarves as well. I should get a new one. You don't have to leave the comment from Lemon Pie that says that PvP hates America.
Oh, oops, thank you. Lemon Pie says PvP tries to seduce America with eggnog. Thank you, Scotty.
Ooh,
I do not
delish.
hear America.
All right. Well, please don't swallow your tongue.
I love America. And my best friends are in America.
Yeah, you're talking to one now.
You're in Canada.
No, not me, you doof.
Damn ding dong.
Oh, I probably am going to crash.
All right. Oh, my stars. Please make sure
Well,
that you sleep.
Have a
face up.
great night, PvP. Hopefully, I'll see you on Monday for the Lost in Space stream.
Well, I'm playing on it, but I'm not going right yet. But I'm just
Why
thinking about it.
not? Your jaw is obviously broken.
I'm thinking about it.
What? Don't do that. It's a trap. Anyway, I gotta go before. I'm gonna go.
Well, thank you, Scotty. I appreciate you gracing us with your presence.
It's so fun to talk to you, man. I really enjoy it when we can just talk about entertainment. It's a really good time, and I
Likewise,
love it.
I had a great time as well.
Oh, good night, Scotty.
Oh, I'm gonna see you in a bit. Hey, I just
Yeah, but I'm
yeah.
saying it for the show.
No, I know, but yeah, no, you do what you're gonna do, and let me know when you're done. I'll talk to you guys in the future.
Are you doing a
Sure,
gaming stream
just kinda-
tonight? Are you doing a gaming stream tonight, Jill?
No, not this week. If I do a gaming stream this week, it'll probably be Zelda. But we don't. Scotty and I don't have anything planned together this week.
I
But
thought we
when
were doing
do,
the dig.
But when?
Like the next gaming stream?
Yeah, the next one. But I'm not feeling this week. Maybe next week. I think we kind of go every other week.
Yeah.
So I think maybe next Sunday.
But you're gonna do Zelda whenever you want. You can do Zelda whenever you want.
Zelda's whenever you're asleep early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the next game that we do, like the next Team Calto, we're doing the dig.
Yeah, we're gonna do the dig by LucasArts.
Right. Did I just yell at you into making you do that? I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me leave.
I want to play a game. I do. So
okay.
You didn't. We're just doing show notes in the
You're
middle
like
of Pop
Whopper.
Curator show.
You're like Whopper from War Games. Would you like to play a game?
Or that guy in Contact. Do you want to take a ride?
I've never seen Contact all the way through. Yeah,
I
I
love
know.
Contact.
All right. Anyway, I said I was leaving, and I will.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye, Scotty. I did like Contact. It's just that I thought it didn't show enough. It's like, what? It's over? Oh no! I wanted to see so much more.
Yeah, right. You finally get to see the planet, and it's over. Yeah, it is
exactly.
It's kind of sudden, but I do like the end where it's like, we don't believe her, but then this tape is several hours long, even though she was only gone for an hour. So that was cool. Or like a few minutes.
I completely agree. And Lemon Pies, there's no Camel Toe Gaming Sunday. Sunday? I guess that's a question.
Well, yeah, the name of the show is Calto, but he changed it to Camel Toe. And of course, Calto is a Vulcan game that you learn about sometime during Voyager. So, wait, is that when Calto's invented?
Yes, it was.
I think so. Yeah.
During Voyager.
Yes. So I'm not wrong, but yes, I do love all the Vulcan.
Through the whole series, they played Calto.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, Campbell Toe makes it more intriguing for a guy.
Yeah, well, no, all of my shows are kind of named after something Vulcan. So my gaming stream is Calto, and that works out for me.
Okay, just let me find. Oh fuck! I got too many windows open, so shit.
You get
Lemon Pie. If I don't feel like sleeping tomorrow night, Lemon Pie, I can do a Zelda stream at midnight. We'll see. Just depends on how I feel.
Okay, so midnight for you means 10 p.m. for me. I might be there. I'll stop in and say hi. I need to try to. People have been asking me to do streams in the morning, and I may be considering it. I don't know. I've got to pick, like everything else, days when nobody else is streaming, maybe, perhaps.
Well, no, you can't do that, Pop Culture Curator. You have to say, what is my schedule? When is best for me to stream? And I guess maybe if it's somebody like Captain Fandom Nerd, you just join his panel. But if it's like somebody who you don't want to be on a panel with, just stream anyway. Make your own show.
Well, that's true. Well, there's not really anybody out there I don't want to be on a panel with. I guess you're right. Just pick a day.
Yeah, exactly.
And a format. Maybe I can do it rumblings from the lab, or I can create something new.
Oh yeah, make something new so differentiate it from because this one usually happens at night. So then you can change the name for your
That's
morning
true.
show.
Right, something associated with morning. Good idea.
Hmm.
But not with coffee. I don't drink coffee, but I'll think of something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got some weird shit on here, but I'm just
What's
gonna
what's
bail.
that, PvP? What's the matter?
I got
What?
some the one channel which is on StreamYard, but I can't find the other one, which is on the YouTube.
Probably a sign that it's time for bed.
It's time for bed. I'm tired. I'm
Yeah,
tired.
no kidding.
And I
Well,
just wanted to mention, I really loved the time tonight I spent with you guys. You guys are great fun.
I'm so glad we had this time together.
Exactly. And I just want to ask Jill. Hey, Jill, are
Sure.
we on
What's up?
tomorrow morning?
Oh, tomorrow morning. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you helped me get through my list, even though it's kind of slow getting through my list
But
because of
we
what
got
we did. Because of what we done, I've had 2 live streams based on the things we've watched, and I think that they're really good. And so the time that we spend on Sunday is worth it.
Well, I know you haven't done the uh, the Star Trek ones for a couple weeks now, which is fine because they
Oh
give
yeah,
me other time to do shit. But we're
that's
gonna
good.
do
Yeah,
what?
I hope you got caught up on all your chores because next
Oh,
Saturday we're back to Voyager. We're gonna finish
uh,
up season 2.
I'm beginning to. not not a
Ah,
lot, but I'm getting there. Um,
great.
so we'll do Uncle Anna Adventures, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to. I have to still pick the Avengers one tonight, which I think I got a good mind, which I will, but should be
Yeah.
fun. Anyway, I just want to say,
And if
uh,
anyone wants to join those watch alongs on Sunday or Saturday, they're at noon, but I don't stream them on my channel because I don't like to talk during a show. So I'm just on my Cosme. So if you have me as a friend on my Cosme, it's I think the link to it is on my channel. You can join anytime. It's a public chat. We don't really get too many guests or anything, but I'm there.
yeah,
Very cool.
the only times we get guests, generally they hang around for like maybe a minute and then they leave.
Well, sometimes we get words and pictures for
Oh,
Voyager.
words and pictures is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the best.
Generally, though,
Sometimes
they don't
Fatty.
stick around.
No, yeah, you're right. They're just a anonymous penguin, and then they leave.
I am not happy being a walrus or whatever the hell I am.
Well, for the longest time, you were an anonymous zebra. So, like, if you don't sign into Cosme, they assign you an anonymous animal.
Zebra
And so
wasn't bad. I didn't mind
zebra is
being a
good, but
zebra.
now you're a hippo. So you know what you have to do,
Oh, fuck.
PvP.
I'm
You've got to
well.
you've
Actually,
got to sign up. You got to sign up.
maybe I'm fat enough to be a hippo, but I shouldn't be.
No, don't. You're not a hippo. Sign in.
Oh,
Sign in.
thank you, Joe. You're
And put
so
your
sweet.
so everybody will know your PvP.
I should definitely do that. Yeah, you got a good point. I think you're so kind and sweet to say, I'm not a hippo. I do appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, PvP. We had a great time.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm not heading out quite yet. I'm getting sleepy, but
I'm not dead yet.
I'm not dead yet. Damn it!
Sure the heck sound like you're getting there. Little by
it's
little.
it's 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 like Samuel
Yeah.
Clemens said. Reactions of my death have been overly related.
Yeah.
The
And
rumors
I
of my
do.
death were greatly exaggerated.
Yes, exactly. I
And
always
I
love that quote.
Well, I'm excited. I'm going to be a great week coming up, and I know I'm going to make every stream unlike last week. So I can't wait to get caught up.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're feeling better. That's good.
Yeah, I feel terrible. You have to put watermarks on your slides. It's like you have to do enough already. It's like shame on YouTube.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, yeah, it was annoying. It happened to Omega Glory. I don't even it wasn't even during the videos because sometimes I get a claim on the clips. The clips I understand to get a copyright claim on
Right.
that. But now they're claiming the stills. And that's
See, that's what
bonkers
they did
'cause
to me on. That's what they did with me on Gilligan's Island. That's why I was confused as well. They
yeah,
picked a group of clips. I mean, not clips, but slides. And I had to
right.
remove slides. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so I don't want to deal with that. So I'm just gonna. I think my watermarks were a little heavy. I think I can lighten them up a bit. But for tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow for Lost in Space,
It's still a
not
pain in the
really.
butt, though. I feel bad because I know you've
it
already got to
is.
go spend a lot of time already just doing the slides.
It adds
Not
about an
really
hour.
sucks.
It adds about an hour to my prep time. But at least I know that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why for a whole hour I don't have any slides for my Conehead stream because I didn't have them ready and I didn't realize it was going to take that long. Because the image processing has to modify each image one at a time, and I tend to take a lot of slides.
now do you have to use a third-party software for that?
I decided to use GIMP because GIMP has a pretty cool little plugin that makes it really easy.
Gotcha.
So instead of Photoshop.
Yeah, and I swear by GIMP. That's what I use. It's a great little program.
It really is. Well, I use Photoshop CS too for most things, but I realized I could have used it for batch. It does have a option for batch processing, but I didn't like it as much.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure GIMP is not as robust as Photoshop.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably. I haven't played with it too much yet. Maybe later.
That's
I don't.
horrible.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I don't know if all the there's a whole plethora of plugins for Photoshop. I don't know if they necessarily would, if GIMP is designed to accept those plugins or not.
Yeah, GIMP has lots of plugins. The batch processing image manipulation thing has a cool plugin called BIMP, BIMP. And so
Well,
I just added that to it.
right. I know that GIMP has its own plugins, but can you plug in? You can't plug in like Photoshop plugins to GIMP, right? Are they copyrighted?
Oh, yeah, they probably don't mix. You're right.
Okay. But usually, if there's a really good plugin for Photoshop, somebody will eventually duplicate it for GIMP, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. I don't know.
Gotta love the fan community. Very creative.
Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, it's right. It's not cool that I don't know why visual stuff is getting copyright now. It's just instead of the content ID system is really good at catching the videos, but it isn't as good at catching the stills. But I guess that's improving.
And it's sad because we're trying to promote their product. If they would just get that through their heads.
Exactly. It's free advertising for their good stuff. It's stuff that
Right.
we
If
love.
you're
And
not
we're
talking
saying
about the
nice
Conehead,
things.
right? If you're not talking about Coneheads, nobody is. So they should look at that as a blessing.
Yeah, exactly. They might have gotten a couple of DVD sales from somebody watching my movie. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, my
Uh-huh.
review, rather.
That's the whole point. Is we're fans and we want to show our appreciation. We're not trying to steal it or copyright or profit from it. We just want to show our love for it and tell everybody about it and hopefully introduce it to people who have not seen it yet.
And maybe that's part of it because on my images, I do put that this image belongs to the copyright holder and that I believe this is fair use. And maybe
And they
that's
still
all they
complain.
want.
Right.
Well, no,
Even
they
though
haven't yet.
Okay.
My Coneheads hasn't been claimed, so maybe they like the fact that I'm like, I don't own this picture, I don't own this picture, I don't own this one either.
Yeah, I know Gorilla was asking about why does he get stricken when he has the banner going on the bottom of the screen saying, this is fair copyright and this is just review. But I was telling him I don't think Welcome back, Scotty. I don't think that YouTube looks at the banners. I don't think that that's part of the equation, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
I hate.
Yeah.
I
Ow.
I hate. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I loud?
No, you're okay. My cat just decided to paw me, and she has long claws. Go ahead.
No, I hate to be a Columbo, but there's just one more thing. And it's weird because I was outside and I was listening, and I was going through my Facebook feed, and all of a sudden, you know what I saw was the Phantom. Now, Pop, you are familiar with the Phantom.
Are you talking about the radio show or are you talking about the movie?
The radio show.
Yes.
The original comic book, like the and there's been a little bit of a resurgence with those old radio shows like the Phantom, the Shadow.
Oh, I love those. Yeah.
And yeah, no, I was just wondering, out of those, like your Doc Savages and your John Carters of Mars, your the Shadow, the Phantom, like those pulp.
I like the one in Fallout 4 that's based on those shows. The Silver Shroud.
The Silver Shroud. That's my favorite part of Fallout 4.
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. And then you get the anti-ant. It's the
anti-ant.
Anti-ant. Well, who's the Oh no, the Mechanist. The Mechanist is the antagonist for the Silver Shroud.
Oh yeah, and that's a real person who you can go. Yeah, it's a fun game. I love it.
It's a fun game. But no, I was just curious about out of the movies, as you mentioned, like the Phantom movie. Did you ever see it? Did you like it? Did you not like it?
Starring Alec Baldwin. One of the Baldwins.
No, that's the
Shadow. Well, that was the Shadow. The Phantom was Billy Zane.
The Phantom was Billy Zane. True.
Yes, I liked it. It was okay. I thought it was underrated. I was hoping it was going to go somewhere, maybe some sequels, and it never seemed to go anywhere. But I thought he did a good job. He buffed up for the role.
Mm-hmm. He looked good in the costume, and it's a ridiculous costume.
He never really went anywhere. It's like, I think Titanic was his biggest role, and then that was a bad guy. And
he made a movie in Iraq. Like he made a movie in Iraq at the time of the Gulf War, kind of thing.
I'm wondering maybe he just never got a break. Maybe his acting ability wasn't up to par, but he never seemed to really hit it big.
I think it was more of a career thing. Anyway, sorry.
And now he's just older and he's gained a lot of weight and he's doing some B movies, but nothing worth mentioning.
Not that I've seen. No. What was he? Flight of the Intruder. Was he in that one?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Neither am I. Either way, I didn't mean to come back just for the retrospective about Billy Zane.
I think he did. I think that's exactly why you came back.
That's okay.
All right.
Okay.
So that's it. Now that I've given my 2 cents, I must leave.
That's totally fine, though. No, I enjoy those movies. And I like the old radio shows. I used to listen when I was a kid. I used to listen to them on the radio at night. Because, newsflash, everybody, not all of us had a TV when we were kids. So I had a radio, and I used to listen to the old radio shows. One of my favorites was the CBS Radio Mystery Theater. I still listen to that now whenever I get a chance. It's like a horror anthology where it's a 45-minute story every week, hosted by E.G. Marshall. I absolutely love it.
And you can probably get those on YouTube. They're available readily.
Yes, you can get them on YouTube.
Hey, PvP, wake up. Go to bed.
Snap out of it, PvP.
There's a great... hang on a second. I'll see if I can find it. There's a great YouTube channel that usually does like 10 hours of old...
Yep, I'm sub to it.
And what's it called?
Yeah.
Midnight Horror Show, or I don't even know what it's called. There are a bunch of them, but they have the old time radio programs, and they are fantastic. Not just like they are ASMR, and you can fall asleep to them and wake up to them. But
And
you
the
can
guy's
just
very smart. He plays them. They're all public domain, and he's got
Yep.
lots of viewers, lots of subs.
Yeah, and the
Oh,
chat's
yeah.
Late night
very
horror
active.
show. Late night horror show, I think is it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm subscribed to them too.
And the chat is active over there. Like people
And sometimes he'll do reviews of movies. He'll be on camera and he'll do reviews of movies.
Yep. It's good times. It's a good time. Good channel. Good shows.
Yep. But that's like I said, he's very successful. He's very popular, and he's got a good format going there. And I don't blame him. He's smart. He did the right thing. He knows what to do. I mean, if you want subs, it's easy. I mean, you've got people that post those videos where it's 10 hours of like somebody driving through the rain, or 10 hours in a rainforest, and they got millions of views. So, and it's all public domain video. I mean, you can go grab any public domain video, throw some public domain songs on there, and boom, you've got millions of viewers.
I saw a YouTube channel, and it was a guy mowing lawns.
Then
And
that
it was
wasn't
like
Jim?
so no, and it wasn't Jim. It was
Jim was thinking about it the other night.
Why not get a
I
GoPro?
can't.
Do it, man. People love seeing that shit. Or even just
Yeah.
set it up on a tripod. They just want
he
to see
does
a
his farming
transition.
videos with him in a tractor. Yeah, people watch anything.
Yeah.
No offense to Deej. He's got good videos.
No, I love his little videos where he looks at the little cows and all the
Farm
animals
life.
and stuff. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I like his farm videos.
I can't make videos of me mowing lawns. My customers would not allow it.
There
What if the
was a
camera's
guy-
aimed at you and not their house or not them? They're just you and what you're doing.
They don't want me to do it no matter how I do it.
Oh, party poopers.
Well, that's the way the customers are.
I know. And
Yeah.
you got to do what the customers say. Otherwise, they're not a customer.
right.
Right?
This job would be great if it weren't for the customers.
That's right. Without customers, I don't make any fracking money.
Yeah, well.
I don't get any gold press latinum.
The best thing in the world is not being afraid of being fired.
That's right.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's too bad you couldn't use the old line. Well, it's for my safety and yours.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I do wear a body cam every day, and if something pops up, I turn it on.
Oh, yeah. But the cameras are so small now, it's easy to hide it in your clothing.
Oh, yeah.
Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da-da. I'm just imagining like a little camera in your tie clip.
Well, like these, they have Insta 360 cameras. They're really small, and they claim to be some of the smallest cameras out there, and they are. They're really tiny, and they're really easy to hide in your clothing.
Remember
And they're-
Google Glass? They tried to make it mass produced.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So
That
yeah,
didn't
no,
work
they,
out.
no, it didn't.
No,
well,
it
except
did
for
not work.
except for pornography sites, in which case it was very, very successful.
The VR is more popular for that stuff.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a pervert, Jill.
I remember when Google had the cardboard VR glasses. They tried everything.
Yes, as do I.
They were giving away the cardboard because it's cardboard.
Right. You just pop your phone into it.
Yeah.
I never really got into that. I waited until it was a little more mainstream. So it was like when I bought the Quest, Oculus Quest.
Oh, you
2,
got that?
And that's when,
Wow.
yes, I have it. And that's right. I just haven't played it until I get physical therapy on my left hand. You can't really do much gaming with just one hand, unfortunately.
It was so weird. I was talking about because they have an Oculus. They have a VR game, Bridge Commander or something. Like
It's a
Star Trek
fantastic game. If it worked on the
Right.
I bought the damned Quest just for
Okay.
that one game, and it doesn't run on it. I found out.
On the Oculus, it doesn't. It's a different
right.
headset.
It's
that
too
works on
No,
it.
it's too buggy on the Oculus. Right, you've got to play it on PC or on Stream or one of those Steam.
Right.
But yeah, it's too buggy. It's loaded with bugs, and they won't update it because it's a really old software. And it's not, in fact, the company that made it don't even own it anymore. They sold it to a third-party company. I can't remember the name of it now. But that third-party company cursed on them because they're still selling it to people, hoping they won't notice the difference. And of course, as soon as you buy it and you purchase it, you find out it doesn't work. And I bought that entire gaming rig for that one game, so that I was never able to play it.
The last time I brought that game up, and I was like, you know what? I really want to play it, but I've never been able to play it. And I was on a stream with Cardinal Sin, and he was like, I'll send you a headset. I'll send you a VR headset. And I was like, I have a laptop. I don't think it's going to play. He's like, no, it'll work fine. I'll send you a headset. And I was like, I appreciate the offer very much. I don't think that it's worth the shipping, but I do appreciate it. And so I just wanted to highlight that.
That was nice of him, but you would have found out it didn't work.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But I just wanted to highlight not the fact that I'm, without the technological advantages of a person who can plug in a headset, but yeah, I was talking last time I talked about that game, that Bridge Commander game. It was with Cardinal Sin, and he said, I'll send you a VR headset. I was like, please don't. So he was a very generous man. It was nice. He was nice. He was
very generous. Yeah,
he was always nice to me.
Mm-hmm.
That game was multi-platform. But yet, if you go on there, and if people on there, because you're playing from people from all over on different gaming systems, and as soon as if they even get wind that you're on an Oculus headset, you're immediately, it's like a hot potato, and nobody's going to play with you because everybody knows it's notorious on how bad that game is on the Oculus headset because it's so full of bugs.
I just wish we could, there are two good Star Trek video games in the history of Star Trek video games. There are only two.
More than that. Only two.
There are only
Bridge
two.
Commander was good.
No, the only two are Star Trek: The 25th Anniversary and Star Trek: Judgment Rights. Those are the only two Star Trek games.
Judgment Rights is okay. Good. With today's technology, I think if they made a modern internet-based multiplayer game based on Star Trek TOS, I think it would sell. But they'll never do that.
No. Well, right now they have a new one. Like, what was that new one? It came out and everyone said it was fine.
Oh, Research. Wait, something. Is it Resurgent? I forget what
something. I don't know.
I've seen Cinnabon Bunny play it a couple times, but it's based on New Trek. So yeah, there's your answer.
No, it's not. That's why it's actually good. It's not based on New Trek. It's based on TNG.
Is it TNG?
Era.
One of those.
Yeah, it's TNG error.
I want TOS. I'm sorry, if it's not TOS, I'm just not there.
It's not TOS. It's TNG. It's post TNG error. So, but that is real Star Trek. So at least it isn't. It isn't the New Trek stuff. Yes, I was right. It was Star Trek Resurgence. I do want to play that too.
I'd like to. That'd be good.
I just feel like I don't know. It's not fair. Us TOS fans deserve something good. We've been very patient all these years. No, I want a TOS game with modern technology. We've been playing Star Trek games ever since back in the tech space. Head north 350 feet. You come across a door. Where it's all text based. We've been patient ever since those days, and we were never given our due reward for our patience for all these years. And I think that would if a modern Star Trek game like the one we were talking about, the VR, at least that one they did have it where you could choose to be on the classic Enterprise. You could run the classic bridge with the jelly bean buttons and all that. So I gave it credit for that. But that's what I'm talking about. Okay, make a new Star Trek game, but at least make part of it TOS. Something, throw out a nugget for the TOS.
Star Trek Online does that though. Like when you start Star Trek Online, you can play through a TOS scenario.
Okay.
Yeah, but the problem with Star Trek Online is it does include the filter.
Yeah, that's a big problem. But
it's easy to avoid. I never really played it.
Like, I don't know. Like, whenever I start Star Trek Online, I always have to start in the original series, and I don't know if I can start in a next generation situation. Or even if I wanted to start, like, heaven forbid, I wanted to start in Discovery. Like, can I start there, or do I always have to start in TOS? Because I feel
That's
like
for
I always.
you to find out, and you can tell me later.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like the last two, I tried playing Star Trek Online twice, and both times I was in TOS, and I forget whether or not I chose TOS.
I've
Like,
never.
So
I've
is
never
it
played
like
it.
is it like everybody has to start as TOS like a punishment, and you have to get beyond that to get to the other stuff? I
no,
mean, because that's
I was super jazzed to be playing as TOS, but I just don't remember being able to start in a different era.
I don't know.
I remember that when Star Trek Online came out, its whole point was to try to beat World of Warcraft. Did it ever reach those heights? I doubt it, right?
No, because it's a smaller niche than in World of Warcraft.
Well, that's for
There's
sure.
10 million players playing World of Warcraft.
And
Last time I played.
there are 4 dozen playing Star Trek Online. I never played Elite Force, Sean Carter. I'm sorry.
3 million, actually. They didn't do that bad.
Well, that's not bad.
What we need is an online interactive Star Trek game where we can all command our own ship and we can battle against each other, or we can team up against other people.
You sound
I
like
think that would do
Barclay.
very well. I don't know if Star Trek Online does that or not.
Is it multiple player? Like, is it an MMORPG?
You know what, Pop? I never played it, but my one of my roommates used to play something called Eve Online. That sounds like what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's really complex.
Well, Bridge Commander used to be like that. There was a game called Bridge Commander that came out in the early 2000s. It was like what I'm describing. It was a really good game.
Eve Online is a holodeck. Eve Online is you have to learn how to work these machines. It's a much more complex situation, from what I understand.
I don't mind about the learning curve or complexity, as long as it was like I was saying in a previous stream. I want Oregon Trail. I want a multi-interactive online game where all of us can be the member of a party of a Oregon Trail party. One of us is the hunter, one of them is the cook, one of us drives the oxen. Why not? I mean, come on. If it's money we're waiting to be printed.
As long as we don't play as a
do it.
banker, because that if you play as a banker, it makes the game too easy.
In terms of if you want to get a crew together to work a ship, that exists. Like, that is something I have a couple of friends who have been like, Scott, do you want to go and fly around the universe and you can be the engineer? And I've been like, yes, but I have no discipline to.
But it's not Star Trek.
It's not Star Trek. It's not Star Trek. It is like being part of a crew of a ship, and someone's the captain and everything, and you just play it on your computer. You don't have
I would
to
do
get
that.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. I just don't have the discipline to maintain a schedule. And the reason that I haven't that is because I haven't started doing it yet. I'm sure if I played like 1 or 2 sessions, it would be like a D&D campaign. And I would be like, I'm in forever. What are we doing? It would be like my bowling team. But because I haven't done it yet, it's not like I'm not hooked into it. But I'm sure that if I tried it, it would be heroin.
That's a problem. MMOs, MMORPGs, and the like, they can be really addictive in terms of getting you kind of stuck to your computer. If you really want to commit, you know that this is going to be something that's going to take up a bunch of time.
Yeah, like it would.
That
feel
is
like a
true,
job.
right? Yes, I agree with that.
And then somebody, and then you get into the social dynamics where the person who is the captain of the ship is like, you made a commitment. And then
Yeah,
you're
so
gonna
you would
get
have to make sure you get a group who is casual, who doesn't mind if you're
just
there or not.
fun and hang in and whatever. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. That's why I would
And
be
that they
Wesley.
exist.
I would be Wesley.
Yeah, so just so long as they have Ensign of the Week to replace you, then yeah, that's fine.
You know what? No, you know what? I would not be Wesley. I think that I'm undermining myself a little bit. I would be.
That's
I would
right,
be,
you're Ensign Rowe.
No, I wouldn't be Ensign Rowe. I would be Mr. Leslie.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Our boy Eddie Paskey. That's me carrying the torch.
I don't know. I just love to have a game where you interact with Tribbles and the Horda and all that.
It'd be so cool.
Strictly TOS would be nice,
dude.
But they don't care about.
Came back.
Sorry.
Oh, Sean Carter's here.
Welcome back, Sean. That's right. Which reminds me, I'm getting a little behind on these chats. Lemon Pie says, none tomorrow, Jill?
No streams tomorrow. I don't think so. If I feel like it, maybe. I don't know. It happened. Maybe,
Gotcha.
maybe.
Yeah.
And Lemon Pie says, PvP, you're no hippo in my book either. No. And I think PvP finally hit the sack.
And I'm really glad about that he left because he really needed to get to bed. And so he figured out
I
how to
would
turn
say,
it off.
He sounded very, I'll say, tired. Sean Carter says, Elite Force 1 and 2 were great games. And Jim says, hail, Sean Carter. Sean Carter says, hello, Jim. And Sean Carter also says they need to make a sequel to the Oregon Trail called The Donners Online.
Oh, no, that's...
I'm not going to argue that, but yeah, you might have a couple complaints here and there from
But you couldn't, the kids couldn't play that one.
It's called Fallout.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You can go down a cannibal line in Fallout 4.
Yep.
That's kind of messed up, though.
Yeah, it's only messed up if you haven't done it.
Yeah.
I've never done it. It's kind of messed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I've never been a cannibal. I have never been a cannibal in Fallout.
Have you guys seen the movie?
Oh no, my husband tried it and he hated it.
He was like, "No, this is wrong."
Right.
Anyway, speaking of wrong things,
mm-hmm.
Have you guys seen the movie Cannibal the Musical?
No, I've heard it's good.
I'm not a fan of South Park, but it's the same guys that did South Park. It's actually a very funny movie.
Matt Stone and Trey Parker. You're right.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
Comedy Western, and it is funny.
Cool. Yeah, I do have to get to bed eventually though, so I'm gonna head out.
I'm going to be closing it up as well because my dogs need to spend a little time outside, and I'm going to pick something to eat here.
Well, wait a minute. You're at 5:47.
Yes.
Make it to
5:47.
6.
Make it to 6?
Yeah.
If people want to stick around long enough, it's all up to the audience, I guess.
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm not used to watching the clock, but I could stick around for another 13 minutes.
I don't know. You don't have
if
to.
you guys
We can end it now.
I know Jim and Daniel have been really quiet. I don't know if they're still listening or not.
I'm sure Jim is still there, but I don't know about Daniel.
I'm still here.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, they are.
Well, you guys are being really quiet.
Well, we're letting you guys talk.
Well, you're welcome to join us anytime.
I tried.
Well, it's great
Sean,
that you're here.
I'm glad to be back and have a voice. There was a few days where not only was I tired, but I just had no voice. I couldn't talk. You guys wouldn't be able to hear me. So I'm glad to have my voice back as well. And Sean says, I was busy editing a video uploading now. The USS Constellation.
That's great. I've got to do some editing myself because I got to bring back my Star Trek 4 video because Paramount decided I can't have it. So.
Is it still?
Oh my goodness, again?
Oh yeah, it's blocked. Yeah, it's blocked forever. Like I'm not gonna bitch again about it on Twitter. I'm just gonna fix it.
So they blocked it. You got it back, and they blocked it again.
Yes. Yeah, they denied my counterclaim, and
That is totally ridiculous.
I can't. I took out the video, but that didn't work. And I took out the VHS video of Captain Kirk, but that wasn't good enough for them. And I don't want to fight it because if I fight it again, I could get a strike. So I'm just going to leave it alone and edit it and re-upload.
Yeah, which reminds me, and I go ahead.
But it's okay because I really love this movie, and it makes sense. This is going to be the one that I actually edit and make it really good.
I hope so. I know you did a lot of hard work on that, and it's disgraceful what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But I've been meaning to talk with you guys about it, and I guess we could do it here. I'll make it short and sweet. But yeah, I don't qualify for monetization on YouTube.
Oh no! What?
Yeah, I applied for it like you did.
Yeah.
And the reply back from, of course, they're not. What's difficult is they're not specific on what I'm doing wrong, so I don't know what to remove, what to edit, what to change. Wow. But it says basically that I can't remember verbatim what it says exact, but it's pretty much that I'm just repeating some stuff without adding original content.
True.
So but they didn't tell me what.
It's the Star Trek bloopers videos.
Up to what I was thinking. Do you guys think it's the bloopers video? I mean, I can.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah, you know what though? But keep it for now. Here's my plan.
Because it is the golden goose that's bringing me subs.
It's bringing you subs, but you only need 1,000. So let it leave.
What are you talking about? He only needs 500.
No. I know, but 1,000 will get him advertising revenue. So wait until, because it's still bringing you subscribers. Wait until you get 1,000, then get rid of it and reapply. That way you've got full monetization, and then you can apply to get.
Right? I was thinking about that too because
genius.
I was thinking about that too. It's like getting rid of it now would be because it's just bringing in the new subs, so that would be killing the golden goose. But I was thinking about the same thing to see if it gets me to 1,000. Now, once
you are stealing someone else's content to promote your own channel.
Yeah, but
that is by definition what they're doing.
But it's not owned by anybody in particular. It's not copyrighted, so nobody can really claim to be first on it.
But it's not.
I know they don't care about that though. YouTube doesn't care about that.
Well, and also it's based on the likeness rights. It's based on the voices, like the sounds that are happening in the the reason that you're being denied is just because it is copyrightable. They can, I don't know, push it to the wayside, but actually they're not. They're not. What I'm saying is absolute bullpucky.
Well, if it was copyrightable, they could give me a copyright strike, but they haven't.
Yeah, and they can't.
They're not gonna. They haven't even claimed it, have they?
But it's also like you are picking up content that has that is not yours, and then you're putting it on your channel.
But I'd say
it is called freebooting. It is a thing, but it doesn't belong to anyone. So I suppose. Well, it's kind of like when you take you could post Night of the Living Dead on your channel and be like, and share it and be like, everybody come and see. But it's taking away from something that is sort of in the popular or in the what do you call it? Public domain.
Public domain?
Yes.
I think it's fine to have it for now. So keep it until it stops getting me subs. and then
once I remove it, I'm going to lose. I'll lose the watch hours that I gained on it, but I won't lose the subs that I gained up. Correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so that's good.
You should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to get 3,000 subscription hours, or even.
Well, right, even without it, I still have the minimum. Without the bloopers, I do have the minimum amount of watch time.
Yeah, great. That's good.
Don't worry about me. I have a monkey washing a cat on my YouTube channel for 12 hours.
Wait, did you add a new video? I want to see it. If that's the case, I'm gonna put it on.
I did not. I am lying.
But I find it fascinating that every day I get notes from people saying they'd never heard of the bloopers before. I'm like, wow, it's incredible. Imagine living your whole life and just now realizing there's bloopers for Star Trek. It's like, oh, that's amazing.
It
Mhm.
is.
Well,
Like,
it
that's
was cool in the conventions when I hear they used to bring out a whole
Yep.
video reel of it. And now when I went to the 50th, they just played the YouTube video.
Oh,
But
jeez.
it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It is. It's the
no,
same
but
thing,
that's
but
like that's also part of the culture and the world that we live in, or at least in the Western world, I suppose, is like you see something and you want it, you get it immediately. Whether it be like a video of like what you were saying when you hated that comedian pop culture,
Rick
and it was
Overton.
like, yeah, well, don't give him advertising. But I'm just
Well, you're
saying,
right about
like,
that.
you show up, you like those were the conventions where you went and you actually someone would be selling you the Star Wars holiday special, and you would get it for $20. Or you would get those videotapes, or you'd be able to sit in the auditorium to watch those bloopers. Like you had to seek those things out, as opposed to right now, if I want any of the things that I just described, all I have to do is either go to YouTube or go to a shopping
Yeah, exactly.
channel.
The convention, all the stuff that made the conventions unique, we can find on the internet, including the best part of the convention, which is talking to other fans, which is what we do here on YouTube all week, every week.
I know, but I would much rather do that in 3D.
True. It is better in 3D, but
And
also
that's
more
why I need
expensive.
an Oculus Rift. No.
Oh yeah, that's true. We can do virtual convention.
And then yeah.
Yeah, talk about watch parties, bro. You can pull it up where it looks like we're sitting inside of a movie theater, or we're sitting in space like on the moon, and there's just a hovering screen in front of us. So it's nice for watch parties and that sort of thing, but not everybody has the
That would be
technology.
neat.
So it's really neat, and they're in 3D. They have 3D support for 3D movies. But like for me, I'm the only one on there. I try to convince other people I know to buy one, and nope. So I haven't put on my headset in a year because nobody I know is on there. But oh well, huh? Oculus, whatever it's called, Meta. They keep putting $5 in my account, trying to entice me to buy new games, and it's like I haven't purchased anything in a year. And with my hand the way
if
it is,
those
I'm
$5
get
can accumulate, maybe you can collect.
Oh, they do expire. It'll say here's $5, but it expires in a month.
Never mind then.
Right,
Yeah,
and then
it's
a few months
basically-
later,
it's-
another $5,
Yeah.
and then the same thing. It's a repeat, right? And it's too bad. It's a blast. It's really fun, but I don't know
Not
anybody
enough-
else to get on there with.
Yeah, not enough people want to go to the Matrix.
That's
Well,
correct.
and that was the thing, is that like I think the first time I played with it, it was basically just like a on rails tour, and I got to look at the classic Star Trek ships. I got to see the NCC 1701, the Refit, the D, the Defiant, the Voyager, and they were just sailing over my head, and I can sort of look in any which direction. And it was great. It was fantastic. And then I couldn't figure out how to play video games on them, so I didn't really try hard. And then, eventually you find yourself in a red light district of the internet at one moment. And it's like, yes, it's almost like there are boobs in my face. And then you're just like, okay, you know what? I don't like it when people walk in on me when I have my headphones on and I'm looking at bouncing boobs. It's very awkward. They tap me on the shoulder where I'm mid masturbation. And then,
oh boy.
and then I'm just like, you know what? I think I'm done with VR.
Hey, Daniel has something to say. What's up,
Yeah,
Daniel?
sorry guys, I have to go now.
Well, thank you for spending time with us tonight, Daniel. It's great to see you again.
Yeah, you too, Pop, and everyone else. Thanks
Yeah,
a
good
lot.
night, Daniel.
Yeah, I will see you Monday for Lost in Space.
All right, definitely. Well,
Yeah,
take
I
care.
always like seeing you around. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Have a
Bye.
great night. Sorry, I should be
It's always
talking and eating Cheetos.
it's always nice to see Daniel.
I know I need to give him more opportunity to talk, but I guess he'll talk when he's ready.
Well, he's a big DC fan, and so it's just a matter. Like
Yeah, that's
I
true.
wish
man.
I knew more. I wish I knew more about DC.
Yeah, you'd have to query him about something.
Yeah.
And I do like it. He does like with Lost in Space. He had never watched before, and he's enjoying it. So he's taken our recommendation. He's enjoying it along with us. So I give him credit for that.
Well, that's why I never show up to Lost in Space. I don't like that show.
Yeah,
I know it.
well,
Well,
then that makes
different.
sense.
I know that it appeals to people with different tastes, so that's understandable.
I like when you talk about it. Like when you and Gorilla talk about Gilligan's Island, I am more into that.
Well, hopefully I can pick up
But
that
it's the same
this week.
show.
Gilligan's Island and Lost in Space is the same show. True story.
Pretty much, yes.
But I like the actors better on Gilligan's Island because
Gilligan's Island, they grew on me like another family.
the
They were so
ensemble
oddballs,
cast.
and everybody was so different. Yes.
The ensemble cast of Gilligan's Island is superior to the ensemble
Just because
cast
Don
of-
Wells.
because of Don Wells. Yes, Jill, you know me too. Wells.
Yeah. Well, no, I love her too. I used to follow her on Facebook, and I used to comment on her pictures and everything that she would post.
I know. I'm glad that she was on Facebook up till the end there when they were having to sell everything pretty much. And yeah, it was good. At least she was still keeping in contact with the family or with the fans, and she embraced the character till the very end. And I do think that was very sweet of her.
Yeah, and even up until the end, she was doing plays where she was playing Lovey because
Oh,
she's
nice.
getting older. So
Yeah,
it's
with
cool.
the whole she had
That's
a long history
hilarious.
with she had a long history with Natalie Schaefer. They were very close. Natalie lived with her for a while, and she took care of her.
Oh wow.
But that's a lot of that I need to be covering. That's why I need to get back to my Gilligan's Island stream and start covering some more of that behind the scenes stuff. But you know about
That's
Natalie
cool
Schaefer, right? You know about Natalie Schaefer with the breast cancer, right, Jill?
Breast cancer? No, I didn't know she had breast cancer.
Oh, and we'll cover that later on. But yeah, she did. She had a mastectomy back in the 60s. I mean, this is back in
Oh,
the
wow.
days when
Right. When it was a bigger deal, because now it's. I mean, cancer's always a big deal, but now it's 90%.
it was. Right now, they're not
survival.
afraid to talk about it. Back then, it was like a shame, embarrassing, and all this, which now it's not. You don't be. There's no reason to be ashamed, but back then, women were, and it's sad. But yeah, her and
Natalie Schaefer was having a mastectomy, and she wasn't transitioning. It was a medicinal. It was an actual life-saving event.
Right, Jill, search out "Surviving Gilligan's Island."
Is that a book?
It's a movie. They actually dramatized it. It was
Whoa, it's a
hosted.
movie.
I'm trying to remember, but it was hosted. I have to try to remember exactly when they filmed it, but it was hosted by Bob Denver, basically Gilligan the Skipper and Mary Ann.
Yep.
And they were, at the time, they were the last remaining cast members, and it's called Surviving Gilligan's Island.
Yep.
And it's like a docudrama where they host it, but they also have actors playing themselves. And it talks about behind the scenes and a lot of the history of what I was just talking about. And it's called Surviving Gilligan's Island, and I highly recommend it. It was made and it was commissioned by Sherwood Schwartz when he was still alive as well.
Like it's a weird situation because I heard a couple of years ago that Angelina Jolie got herself a double mastectomy because there was history of breast cancer in her family, and so she had preemptively had a mastectomy. But also the thing that made me think was like she at the point that she announced this. She was at a point of affluence, that she would be able to have sort of, prosthetic, like people say, fake boobs for women that are trying to just get bigger boobs. But if you have a mastectomy, you can actually have artificial breasts implanted, and it'll be like the same as it ever was, from what I understand, or at least if you have as much money as Angelina Jolie. So I think that there is, you can have a mastectomy and still have boobs. It's the world we live in.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so I guess I made it to the 6-hour mark. That's always
You
a good
did.
thing, I
Hooray.
guess.
And
Thanks
let's
to
end
you
it on
guys.
mastectomies.
Right, I'm a mastectomy. All right. Thank you for the encouragement there, Jill.
Jeez.
You're welcome.
Come on.
I'm glad
But
I could inspire.
I am definitely inspired, and that's all I'm going to think about for the rest of the week. And if you don't get a chance to, maybe we'll do a watch party of Surviving Gilligan's Island, because I'm going to cover it eventually on my stream.
That'd be cool.
Oh,
That'd be
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, that would be when you finish Gilligan's Island, are you gonna watch all the other movies, fictional?
Oh yeah, every single. I've got a lot of behind the scenes interviews. Everything. I'm going to show everything.
Because I can't
And
wait till the Harlem Globetrotters show up.
that's right. And we're also, I guess, before we forget, I know we're coming up on the end of the first season of Lost in Space. I still need to cover the pilot, so I guess we'll do that at the end of the first season.
Oh,
That makes
that's
sense.
cool. Yeah, so as soon as we do that, I'm gonna go watch the actual the movie that came out later.
1998.
Yeah, that I'm gonna watch that.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody in the chat. All of you guys, you've spent a lot of time and your patience, and especially all you esteemed, wonderful, fantastic friends of mine on the panel. Thank you guys so much for giving me someone to talk to. It was great to be back. I really did miss you guys for the past week or so, and I know a lot of you didn't see me, but I was in the background listening to a lot of your streams. I know sometimes I didn't mention it in the chat. I didn't say hello, but I was listening. I would lay in bed and listen to a lot of your streams, and I want to thank you guys for being there and keeping me my spirits uplifted. And I'm happy to be back. I'm excited, and I'll pick up where I left off, and I promise I'll make it up to everybody.
It's good to hear from you. It's good to hear you, and you don't have to make up shit to nobody.
Thank you, but it's also a goal that it's also a goal for myself that I want to establish, because I want to pick up where I left off, and I don't like Gilligan's Island. I think I missed a month of it, and I feel really terrible, and that's disappointing to myself. And I know it's just Gilligan's Island, and it's just a joke, and it's just a stream, but it's a goal that I have for myself, that I want to be able to complete it.
Well, if you want to make it up to you, then that's your business. You can do that.
I do. I don't want it to be something that I just spoke of and then never finished. And there's so much I want to share about it behind the scenes and everything.
Jill and I never finished our Picard review.
No, we don't need to. End of Picard.
I was just going to ask why not. I guess now I know, and now I know. And I don't blame you. So understandable. You got further through it than I would have.
Either way. Cheers. It's good to hear you, sir. It's good to have you back, and I'm glad, and I'm looking forward to the future.
And likewise, too, Scotty. It's good to have you back on the stream. Good to see you.
Thank you.
And
if we're going to finish anything, Scotty, it's got to be Quantum Leap.
It has to be Quantum Leap. And the classic one, Pop. Not the new one, the classic.
Yes, and that is something worth finishing. I completely agree. Quantum Leap is one of my favorites.
Mine too. I got the whole series, and I watch it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Cool. It's sad that we'll never get that ending that we've always wanted, but hey, you never know, right? Sometimes things are open for a reason. The bar ending.
The spoilers for Quantum Leap. Sam Beckett never made the leap home.
No, he never did.
Nope.
I love that ending. It's tragic. It's tragically beautiful. Mm-hmm. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Well, thank you, everybody. Like I said, I really appreciate it. I had a good time. Thanks to all of you and all your input. And I could not have done it without you. And, of course, especially all of you on the panel. It was so good to see you guys, and I can't wait to see you guys on future streams. If not, I know I'll see some of you on Monday for Lost in Space, but then I will definitely be there Tuesday for Star Trek.
Yeah, I already have all the prep and the slides done for Lost in Space. So all I have to do is add those watermarks.
Oh, it'll take you forever.
Yeah, I'm sorry about you
will.
having to do all that too. That's terrible.
I'm gonna try to make them less obtrusive, but yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful night. If you have to work tomorrow, please drive carefully. I will see you all soon on some of your streams and on some of mine. If you haven't already done so, please consider hitting the like button, maybe sub to my channel. But with that, take care, everybody, and bye-bye.